Welcome to the June 14th, 2022, 6:30 p.m. City Council meeting. We do have a quorum, so I'll call this meeting to order. Would you please join me in a moment of silence? And on this Flag Day, the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, would you please read the rules to speak?
Yes. Individuals wishing to speak on public and non-public hearing agenda items must complete a sign-up card prior to the item being introduced. Those wishing to speak on quasi-judicial public hearings must complete a sign-up card and sign the oath. It is up.
It's on.
Sign-up and oath cards are available on the table in the council chamber. Individuals wishing to speak on non-agenda items may do so under petitions from the public present. This opportunity is offered twice in the meeting, and individuals may speak at either the first or second petitions, but not both. No sign-up card is required. Citizens shall not comment on any issue more than once during the meeting. All comments except petitions and requests must address the pending issues, and citizens will be given 3 minutes to speak on items. Citizens wishing to speak on the consent agenda must submit a comment card identifying the items of interest. Speakers shall be given 3 minutes per item. However, citizens wishing to speak on more than 3 consent agenda items shall be limited to speaking for a total of 10 minutes, regardless of the number of items identified. All sign-up cards and exhibits being submitted to the City Council shall be placed in the box on the table in the council chamber.
Thank you, City Clerk. There are no minutes to approve today, so we move to City Manager, special recognitions and presentations.
There are no special recognition or presentations. On to item 6A, which is the boards and commission. The Titusville Environmental Commission semi-annual report will be presented. No actions required. I think Mr. Rice is the presenter.
Tonight, and I'm really excited that all these people came here to listen to the TEC semi-annual report. So
Actually, they
great.
didn't.
The first thing I'd like to just share with you, the role of the TEC is to look at all the environmental type issues that come in front of you all and P&Z and try to make good, solid recommendations, and that's what we really try to do. When things get to you, though, it's a different role. I think you all have the health of the city, including the environment concerns that you need to do, but you also have to take in consideration budget constraints, personnel costs, legal impacts, and social political effects of decisions. So we try to make, and we understand that we make good recommendations to you all, but sometimes there's other factors that you guys have to consider, and we appreciate the service that you guys do. I would like to at least point out the members of TEC. This last 6 months, we've spent over 17 hours in this chamber deciding things. That's a lot, and everyone's a volunteer. And I think when you're a volunteer, you should be recognized for the service that you step up, because not only is it 17 hours here, the amount of time you put in at home is also considerable preparing for your agenda, as you all well know. The chairman, Laura Lee Thompson, couldn't be here tonight, and I'm the vice chairman. But we also have Member Perez here, Beth Ann Tucker, James Young, Michael Myjack, Bill Young is an alternate, and Yvette Felice is also an alternate. And my report tonight, as I cover things, it's really a summary more than anything. If you want the actual motions and things like that, always refer to the official public records when you go through. So I'm going to start back in November, and TEC started with reviewing the bylaws back in November, and we made 2 changes. And the changes were really to have 2 public input sessions, one at the beginning, one at the end, and also changing the time limit from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. And we felt that was important, one, so people could talk up front about agenda items, and then one, talk at the end to talk about the items that we covered and we had discussed, but they didn't have an opportunity to discuss after the public hearings were closed on those. We also had a presentation by Emily Craig Keck, Climate Fellow Intern from the Stetson University concerning Regional Resilience Collaborative, which basically is a fancy name, I think, for greenhouse gases and the impact. We actually considered CUP number 8, 2021, and that was a gas station on SR 405 and Grissom Parkway. I think everyone knows it's a Wawa is what it is. And because it was an area of critical concern, anytime that you have something that it could contaminate an area, you want to look at it very carefully. Next, we made a motion to City Council to approve advisability to review a section in the hazardous material. And that came out of the Wawa discussion, that we needed to update this one section. So we made a recommendation to look at that, and that was 7-0. That same meeting, we actually approved 2 grants. The Titusville Elementary School Environmental Education Grant. There was 2 applicants, and actually we had enough money to fund both of them because we felt both of them were very worthy. It was the total grant was $1,027. One went to St. Teresa's for a butterfly garden and house enhancement, and the other one was Park Avenue Christian Academy. It was a lunch to garden composting program that they were going to teach their students. I thought that was really worth mentioning. In January, we looked at the tree survey ordinance, and we voted 7-0 to make recommendations to you all with a few changes, but it was basically to sort of clean up the tree ordinance, but the survey requirements needed to be still addressed some, so we made some recommendations there. We also reviewed and discussed the Urban Forestry and Tree USA Award, but we tabled that item. We had a lot of discussion, and that meeting was 2 hours and 18 minutes on that one. The November one I just covered and tell you, but that timeline was 3 hours and 5 minutes. Next, in February, we discussed a tree removal and approvals being a certified arborist on sites during tree maintenance, and that item sort of came up under petitions and requests from the public, and so we sort of had a discussion, and although we didn't really take any formal action, but that discussion did come up on what we should do there. There was a motion was made to remove the Sylvester palms as an allowed substitute from the tree canopy and replacement, the tree list, okay, because of some disease issues there. That was 5-0. We motioned to pursue the Tree City USA Growth Award activity, and the City of Titusville has received that award 21 years in a row. And the requirements is you have to get 10 points. Well, we went through and listed the ones that we thought were achievable at a reasonable cost and time of staff, and we actually came up with 26 points worthy of stuff. It doesn't mean we're going to do all 26 points, but we were shooting for 10, so we qualify again for another year of Tree City USA. That takes me to the March meeting. We had a pretty good discussion. Actually, real quick, we'll back up. That last meeting was 2 hours and 36 minutes. The March meeting, we discussed under petition request manatee deaths in Indian River. That was a petition's request from the public, and the amount of manatees that were dying in the past year or 2 years in the river were a concern. So we had a pretty lengthy discussion. We haven't taken a formal action yet, but we are still looking into what we can do as a city to maybe help with that. Also, under discussions and petitions requests, there was Dr. Greenberg came to speak about an environmental grant that was possibility through University of Florida and FIT, and we made a recommendation to support Mr. Greenberg's effort and get the city to write a letter of endorsement. We reviewed and made recommendations on informal wetland jurisdiction language in the comprehensive plan, and if you recall what that was about was that St. John's and DEP no longer do informal wetland lines, but it was a requirement in our code. But if the people that were doing that don't do it anymore, we have to change our code. So our recommendation was that you still sort of get one done, but it's not by a state agency, it's by an environmental scientist, a wetland scientist that knows how to do those per the state guidelines. So that was the recommendation we made there. We recommend approval of the update of the tree list in the technical manual. We received an overview of the function of Titusville Tree Board and discussion. We actually tabled that to the next meeting, but we had a pretty lengthy discussion on that. That meeting was 1 hour and 50 minutes. In April, we looked at the Urban Forestry Master Plan, and what was unique about that was it's almost 10 years old, the Urban Forestry Master Plan. We really feel that we needed to, basically, we couldn't find where it was adopted by City Council, and we wanted to adopt it as removed, or how many have been saved and have increased. What have we done, as a metric from a tree standpoint for the city? So you can expect probably some recommendations coming from us from that. We also discussed the Florida Native Plant Society tree list and the Florida Exotic Pest Plant Council list. And we want to marry those two lists and make sure that the one list doesn't have any pest, nuisance plants in there, and do maybe an update on that and make a recommendation to you all on that. That takes us to May, which is our last meeting. First of all, that last meeting was 2 hours and 24 minutes. Our May, we had a lot of items on the agenda, but we only got to one. And the one took us 5 hours and 13 minutes to discuss. And it was something that was before you at CUP 2-2022, which is the concrete crushing facility. So I'm not going to go into much detail on that. Our recommendation, I'm sure, is in your packet, okay? And there is one other thing that was walked onto the agenda and a member brought up, and that was the Right to Clean Water Charter Amendment to present to you that you guys should put that in the charter member. It passed actually TEC 5-1, okay? So that's sort of everything that we did, but it's 17 hours of body of work and a lot of hard work by our members, and they deserve a lot of credit for the work that they put in to serve you guys. Okay. Any questions?
Member Nelson.
I just want to say thank you, because I know that last meeting, the 5 hours, couldn't have been fun, but we're really glad that you were there and that you were able to do it.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, it was, but that's why you serve.
Yeah.
To take on the hard topics when you have to, and so we appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Well, and aside from the 5 hours, and we all know and may find out even more how those 5-hour meetings go. But that being said, I appreciate the heck out of the TEC. There's very few members on there that I haven't met with separately. I remember I took a city tour with Mike Myjack and showed me how that should be done, how it's being done, et cetera. Learn a lot, and when people are willing to share their knowledge, it's very helpful, and I appreciate that.
It is a very diverse board. We all have different backgrounds, which is good, and that's how you get good ordinances and good recommendations, is when you have a diverse board.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all's passion. City Manager? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, Mayor and Council. We are now on item 6B, which is to approve the Environmental Commission regular member Michael Myjack's request for a 5-month leave of absence from the TEC meetings for the month of June through October 2022. Additionally, approved Titusville Commission's regular member James Yount's request for a 3-month leave of absence from meetings from June 2022 through August 2022. And if I could, Mr. Mayor, is request 2 separate motions on this agenda item.
Okay, before we go there, do we have any cards on this issue? Yes. All right. Little change of pace there. So let's go with, I need a motion on the member Mike Myjack 5-month leave.
Move to approve member Mike Myjack's request for a 5-month leave of absence.
Second.
I have a motion from member Nelson, a second from Vice Mayor. Going to simply go, all those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say no. That motion passes. I need a motion on member James Yount.
Move to approve James Yount's leave of absence for 3 months from, where is it? June 22 to August 22.
Second.
I have a motion from member Nelson, a second from Vice Mayor. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Motion passes. City Manager.
On to item 6C, which is the North Brevard Economic Development Zone Special District Board member Michael Lloyd has requested a resignation effective on May 18th, 2022, and this is the City Council's appointment to that board.
Vice Mayor.
You want me to make the motion? Or we
Oh, okay, I
come
thought maybe you
from
had
no.
something. Are there any cards on this issue? Yes. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I move that we approve the resignation of Mr. Michael Lloyd from the NBDC.
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor, a second from Member Nelson. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say no. Motion passes. We now move to petitions and requests. Anybody petitions or requests from the public? We got 4 people moving at once, and here we go.
Time here.
All right, here we
Perez,
go.
3025 South Washington Avenue. At the previous council meeting, a statement was provided by Michael Myjack on the right to clean water agenda item. Questions and concerns raised by
Clerk,
council.
could you start the clock, please?
I beg your pardon?
I don't know. Oh, clock hadn't started, okay.
Questions and concerns raised by the council to that statement went without a response since council did not recognize Mr. Myjack. My statement today is that response for the record. It has been mailed to council members by Melissa Martin, Florida attorney, and its drafter, along with a proposed charter amendment for the city of Titusville, which I've provided a copy of for you to receive. The subject proposal is drafted to align with the state constitutional amendment language tailored to the city of Titusville. It creates a local cause of action to ensure state agencies are following constitutional and statutory law in the fulfillment of their duties, according to the clearly defined right and standards provided. To note, courts already have this mandamus power to order government officials and entities to comply, along with the power to grant equitable relief. But enactment is functionally required for clarity and specificity of standards and processes. It is within the city's home rule authority to create a cause of action as long as it's not barred by the Florida Constitution, general law, or charter itself. Regarding the state preemption language found in Florida Statute Section 403, period 412, number 9A, the right to clean waters, a clean environment, has already been held to exist by the Florida Supreme Court in general law, so there is no conflict here. Only state executive agencies can be held liable under this measure, not local government or private entities or individuals. It is necessary because the current statutory provisions providing citizen cause of action have a loophole exception, where water pollution and other activities harming waters are outside of the scope if done pursuant to government permits. This measure helps to restore separation of powers and balances by ensuring citizens have the ability to bring the issue to court and question and confirm that such permits or policies or inaction will not in the future violate their right to clean water. Regarding costs, there is no cost to create this cause of action, no programmatic element to supervise or manage. Once enacted, it will be a matter of vigilance between persons, individuals, businesses, perhaps the city, whose interests may be harmed, and the state executive agencies violating the right. If there are grounds to go forward, plaintiffs pay upfront costs to follow through on the issue, not the taxpayers. From the city taxpayers' point of view, all they will see is greater efficiency, effectiveness, and economy by their state agencies, respecting their right to clean water. May I have another minute and a half?
Do I see any? No? No.
No.
Make a motion? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, what do you want, a minute?
Minute.
1 minute, go ahead.
At the grander scale of state taxpayers, first, it is of no cost for state agencies to not approve permit applications that harm Titusville waters, which would be the primary change of things. Beyond this, a court could find that a known violation of the right to clean water by a particular state agency requires equitable relief, either by declaration, no cost to taxpayers, or what agencies would need to correct regardless, or injunction, a matter for the state to address and budget for, and again, corrective action that should have already happened. The bottom line is that the court in equity will find that the most fair, practical, and just solution to the issue with fundamental right to clean water in mind. The only way I can see it getting back to Titusville is if a state policy or permit order to the city needed to be reviewed for state harm to Titusville waters, whereas the state would update their standards or processes to comply with the right to clean water, which may
All right, we're good.
require.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and we'll go from there. Thank you. I know I have more petitions and requests.
Kate Perez, 3025 South Washington Avenue. I'm going to finish what my husband started. The only way we can see it getting back to Titusville is if a state policy or permit with order to the city needed to be reviewed for state harm to Titusville waters, whereas the state would update their standards or processes to comply with the right to clean water, which may require the city to improve their standards accordingly and rightfully along a reasonable budgetary plan. In conclusion, our hope is that you will seriously consider this proposed charter amendment for staff review and ballot placement so the voters in November can have their say. This is an authorized home rule measure grounded in constitutional and statutory law and jurisprudence without legal conflict or controversy, with the only hesitation perhaps being its novelty. Many would argue, however, that the time is now for bold leadership and effective solutions regarding Florida waters. So I hope that was clear. For those of you who haven't been here before, my husband and I and many others have been collecting petitions for the right to clean water. Wekiva managed to force a ballot measure onto their elections so the voters could vote that they had the right to clean water, which is not just drinking water, that's the lagoon, folks. And it won by 89%. So they now have that legal power to demand clean waterways. And this is what we are asking for as well. We have almost 3,200 petitions signed. We only need 4,000 to force the ballot measure. We may still get there, but we're asking you to please consider placing the right to clean water on our ballots so our voters can vote for it in the next election. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Nathan Slusher at 860 Allendale Street. For the benefit of everybody in the room and the benefit of the council and the benefit of all the applicants tonight, we have multiple quasi-judicial line items here. Would it be possible to get a rule breakdown on how this differentiates between regular hearings? Because there is a difference. And every time there seems to be a little confusion on that. And there's a lot of people in here tonight. So I'm asking, can we please just give a breakdown on what that means and how it affects the council?
That's what I do, and that's what I will do.
Awesome.
As a matter of fact, I've already talked to some people already about it, so there's no misunderstanding.
Wonderful.
And I'll guarantee you, you'll understand me. Next up. I see nobody. Oh, we got, well, Stan, you got to put your head on a swivel, buddy.
My name's Vicki Conklin. I live at 2920 Royal Oak Drive in Titusville, and I'm here to address 3 issues, and I talk quick, so we'll be good. I have a proven track record of it. I was the mayor in my community, a growing community in Missouri, and I had a lot of experience, and so I know things have changed maybe a little bit here in Florida, but I do know what I'm talking about. So I'm here because of the sale of the Royal Oak Golf Course, and I sent all of you emails. Thank you, Mayor. You responded. I appreciate that. And you are on record of not knowing anything more than what we know. I want to reiterate, it's an infill project. It is not compatible with the development that's already there with existing homes. It's not compatible at all. I looked up 2 lawn apartments. They have 2 developments already. One is in North Carolina they're building now. It's affordable housing. Don't know what that means. 3-story, 200 units. They have one in Mississippi that's 3-story, 240 units. We don't need that in the middle of Royal Oak Golf Course. So I want to be on record as opposing apartments. I know nothing's before you now, but it will be. They wouldn't have paid $4.9 million unless they were planning to do something. And apartments is all they do right now. The second issue, I would like to request a drive up to pay my water bill. I don't want to get out of my car in the rain. I don't want to pay a fee for paying electronically. I addressed Councilman Stokel 2 years ago. I never heard back. I really think everybody would love to just be drive up, get an old mailbox, drive up, put your water bill in there. You're done. It's a great idea. It worked well where I came from, and the people loved it. And the community and voters loved it. The third thing, CDC has issued that this is a high risk for our community now. Why do we not have masks? I'm a nurse. An ounce of prevention goes a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. Make sure you look. She's messing with you, though.
Tony Schiffalo, the historic Norwood House. I just wanted to make an addendum to what the Perez had to say, and that is that the amendment initiative that we've been pushing for and getting almost the 4,000 petitions that we need, we're very close to get it forced to the ballot. Doesn't do what Ms. Nelson wants, but the petition, the initiative that was sent to you as written by the Attorney Mel for the city of Titusville, it would be to your advantage to put that on the ballot instead of our initiative, which would allow a little bit of liability for the city. And the final version that was presented to you would not. It would be as was explained in the letter that Tom and Kate Perez just read. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looking clear. Looks clear.
Okay. Thank you to Tom and Kate Perez and Tony, because this is an important thing, and what Tony said is what you need to look at, and also what Tom and Kate said. I'm Stan Johnson. I'm a professional engineer, and I'm speaking to you as a professional engineer on a subject that the city of Titusville has approved an inlet in the project that I have been talking to the city about and opposing since back in July of last year. So this is what you've seen this a number of times, this poster. And the new poster that you've seen for the first time tonight is this poster. This poster. And this poster explains that this approval by the city of Titusville shows that the city of Titusville has approved an inlet such that the ground elevation of 20 to 21 is over 2 feet below. It's 2 feet above the bottom of the skimmer. So this violates a law that, as a professional engineer, I use. The law is straightforward. It's water flows downhill. And the problem is the city of Titusville is opposing this law, and they've opposed it many times. And this is not good. I mean, maybe you can sue me for saying this because I'm a professional engineer, but I have a hard time getting you to cooperate, to obey the law. I mean, this is a big deal. I mean, you can't build this and have it to work because water flows downhill. And not only that is, I just said, well, not only is the bottom of the skimmer over 2 feet below the finished grade, but so is this orifice to drain water, and so is the weir to drain water. They're all below finished grade. It doesn't work. Yet, the city of Titusville did what? They approved it. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. I'm asking, I've sent emails to the city manager and emails to a number of people, and I don't get any calls from you. I've asked you to return my calls, emails. Nobody returns my call, and it's as if it seems as if you're ignoring me. Actually, you are. Or maybe you're pretending that you don't understand this. This is pretty, I think these people understand it back here. So what you need to do is step up and do something about this problem. This is a multi-million-dollar project. You're approving something that's complete nonsense and negligence. That's nonsense and negligence by the city of Titusville, council members also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else petitions or requests? Head on a swivel. I see none. City manager.
On to consent agenda items A through T. Council, are there any questions of staff for consent agenda items A through T? City Council, are there any agenda items that you would like to pull?
Well,
I see Member Nelson.
I do have one question, and I know we discussed it, but I wanted to clarify it, that currently electric vehicles are not available, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that.
There's a waiting list for
future
electric
will be
vehicles.
Perhaps looking toward them? Is that a yes? I hope.
We're actually looking at hybrid vehicles that we can't get either right now.
Okay.
And then we will have to do some infrastructure enhancements in order to buy electric vehicles.
I just want to say thank you for considering it. I think it would be good in the future. So that's my only comment.
All right. I see no other lights on.
Clerk, are there any cards on consent agenda items A through T?
Yes, sir. We have one individual for one item and another individual for 8 items.
Okay. Mayor and council, for consent agenda item 8B, written in there is authorize the staff to request a grant for $150,000 for the vulnerability assessment and adaptation plan. We actually are requesting to apply for a grant for $250,000. So that will be a change, and that will be added in the record.
Thank you.
So with that, Mayor and Council, with your permission, I'd like to read the titles for the record.
Please do.
Consent agenda item 8A, approve advisability for resolution 13-2022 to vacate the right-of-way application number 1-2022 for Orange Street. Consent agenda item 8B, authorize the mayor to sign the attached letter of support for Resilient Titusville Update and Adaptation Plan, and authorize the city manager to sign the completed grant application. Consent agenda item 8C, approve the contract award for landscaping maintenance services. Consent agenda item 8D, authorize the city manager to sign and execute a contract for 3-year contract renewal for DebtBook software. Consent agenda item 8E, approve contract for wash rack inspection, maintenance, repair, and services. Consent agenda item 8F, approve change order number 7 for the Osprey nutrient removal construction project. Consent agenda item 8G, accept and authorize the city manager to execute the participation in the state of Florida opioid litigation settlement with Walgreens. Consent agenda item 8H, approve contract amendment 1 for generator maintenance inspection and repair for water resources. Consent agenda item 8I, approve the purchase of replacement vehicles for water resources. Consent agenda item 8J, approve the purchase of vehicles for public works. Consent agenda item 8K, approve the purchase of 4 speed check signs. Consent agenda item 8L, approve the extension of the maintenance agreement on 2 street sweepers. Consent agenda item 8M, approve a utility easement from Hickory Creek Holdings, LLC. Consent agenda item 8N, approve a utility easement from Titusville Medical Developers, LLC. Consent agenda item 8O, approve and accept a utility water easement from Bragg Investment Company, Incorporated. Consent agenda item 8P, accept a utility easement from Bragg Investment Company, LLC. 2 different addresses on that. It's 1430 Chaffee and 1439 Chaffee. Consent agenda item 8Q, accept a utility easement from DNC Park and Resorts located at 6225 Vector Space, LLC. Consent agenda item 8R, authorize the Human Resources Director and Plan Administrator to issue a power of attorney to Nationwide Insurance Plans to prepare and file voluntary correction programs, compliance forms with the IRS on the city's behalf. Consent agenda item 8S, approve the budget amendment landscaping improvements along US 1 corridor. And consent agenda item 8T, approve the execution of the 2022-23 school board Brevard County Schools School Resources Program. Officers Program.
All right, thank you very much. Council, anybody have any comments at this time? I see none. Clerk, call the cards.
Nathan Slusher.
Nathan Slusher at 860 Allendale Street. I'm speaking on 8K mainly because I want to understand the purpose of it. And that is my very quick and very fast discussion today. I just want to understand why we're asking for 4 speed check signs on Royal Oak Drive. It's a very small road that only goes from Knox McRae to Harrison Street. So I'm just trying to understand if this is part of a traffic study or what the purpose of them are.
City Manager, you have somebody who wants to answer that?
I'll take it. We did a traffic study, found that it warranted traffic calming. The traffic volume and speed was above the threshold, so these are driver feedback signs, the same ones that are mounted behind this building that help calm the traffic, show people what they are. So they'll be mounted, there's 4 of them. They're 2 north and 2 south, but it is for traffic calming to try to abate speeding through that area.
Thank you.
Next card, please.
The last card is Stan Johnston.
Stan Johnson, 860 Poinsett Avenue. And Joe, you want to know what let me go over it for Joe especially. Ready? Right. Okay. 8B, I'm opposed to it. 8F, H, and I, I'm opposed. 8J, approve. 8K, approve. 8L, approve. And 8S, approve. So let me begin with the first one, that is 8B. It's called Funding for Resilient Florida Grant Planning Projects. So my name is Stan Johnston. I'm a registered professional engineer since 1976, and I plan to continue that because I don't plan to retire. I continue to plan to use my license. I'm 76 years old now. So I'm also a registered land surveyor, but in active status. I'm opposing this resilient grant because it leaves out so much that I have particularly given to the city. In fact, what I did is I was so disappointed in what happened is that the city of Titusville created a resilient report and sent it to FDEP, which omitted, intentionally omitted affidavits, diagrams, extensive literature that I sent to them about that the city of Titusville is not resilient. It's not resilient. None of that is, I've got photos. Right here's a photo. You've seen this photo before. This photo is along I-95, and I'm looking westward toward the St. Johns River. And right in front of you is right here is a culvert, a head wall for a culvert, and you can see what it's going into. It's going into weeds. It's going into weeds. So what we have between Fox Lake Road and State Road 50 is we have 6 of these passages, and 5 of them look just like this, just like this. Many of these are actually floodways that are not maintained. So the city of Titusville is violating, I'm saying it's violating laws. And one of those laws is the laws I've talked to you about. Remember what that law is? Water flows downhill. I'm serious. Water flows downhill. In other words, these floodways are required by law. These are required by law to be maintained, even though they're outside of the city limits. And not only that, it even says it in our code, our stormwater management plan. It says these have got to be maintained. Do you know what the city does? They ignored everything that I, as a professional engineer on this matter, say to you. They ignore the written code. They ignore the requirements of FEMA. They ignore the flood zone maps. And they go on. This is a serious issue that should be taken care of. I'm especially thinking that anybody who's a professional engineer or an engineer such as Mr. Jordan should listen to this. It's a serious matter that if it rains, who's going to be at fault? Because these floodways are supposed to be maintained that are outside the city limits. The city is responsible by stormwater management plan of Greater Titusville to get these maintained, to have these maintained. I don't care who you have maintained them, whether it's the county or wherever it is, it's supposed to be done. This is a big issue, and you're responsible. You're not doing anything about it. I've given you affidavits and done everything about it. I've given you affidavits, photos, and everything else. And the problem is again, what? Water flows downhill. Now, if we can get Moses to lift the water across from there to the St. Johns River, we'll be fine. He did it on the Red Sea, but that's not going to happen. We could pump it, but we're not going to get a big enough pump to do it. So we have something in our system what is an engineer supposed to do? In other words, when an engineer comes and does a flood zone analysis, and he comes to a situation like this, how is he going to calculate? How am I going to calculate the flow of the water in a system that's not maintained? Can't do it. Yet, the city of Titusville and the city manager continue to do nothing. And so what I'm saying is, in particular, about this agenda item, it is completely ignored deliberately. And what I did was I went to Human Resources and complained about Brad Parrish and Eddie Galindo, our planners, our city planners, who deliberately removed my information from the report. They promised it would be done. Central Florida Regional Planning Council, same thing. They said, it will be included. And when it wasn't included, they said, well, we'll put it in an appendix. They didn't do it. So they sent it to FDEP. It's an official false report by the city of Titusville to FDEP. Water flows downhill, and you're going to pay for it. You might have to pay for it. If we have the big storm, which we really haven't had the big storm, something can happen, and it's going to be your fault. Because you're doing nothing about it, you're not listening to me. I wish you, if you could anything, at least oppose it. If we could oppose me and have discussion, that would be nice. But you choose to do nothing. It's a big deal. This is a big deal. In other words, our stormwater master plan, which we approved, says you've got to maintain it. And what does the city do? This is what we have. I mean, these are box culverts, and some of them are double box culverts, like 6x10 and so forth. They're huge box culverts, and this is what they come to. Five out of 6 of them look like that. I can't imagine. I would like to see if you can do something about it, say something about it. And Mr. Diesel, you understand is what happened is that. You saw what happened in Baker's subdivision. This is similar. For 30 years, city of Titusville had 100-year flood zone that they had all the information saying it was false. Over 30 years. City did nothing about it. City's got other flood zones that they know is incorrect. City does nothing about it. City manager won't do anything. Council does nothing. Ignore it. Ignore the problem. I think sometimes that's a survival technique, pretending you don't know anything. It seems to be that way. In other words, that's what government does. It pretend, well, we don't know. I don't know what Darwin would say about that. So that's one. Let's go to something else now. So in other words, in that case about my complaint to Human Resources against Mr. Parrish and Mr. Galindo went to nothing. Let's go to something else. We beat that to death. The next items, let me lump them together, is 8H, I, and F. So What it is I'm opposing all those items F, H, and I because they are, they got problems. And the problem is it's Mr. Stauffer, he's here, he's over here at second person from the left in the back table. And he's done a number of things, and I mentioned last council meeting, I itemized 11 things that he's messed up big time, and they haven't been corrected, such as, for example, I'll mention this one, the boiled water alert. The boiled water alert should be taken care of. In other words, when he spoke about the council in January of last year, he didn't mention the log virus treatment that the city of Titusville is negligent upon getting it fixed. And so that's not one of the things. Another thing is in that same year, he had council approve the consent order of 21-0113 that said that the sewage to the river stopped on December the 17th, which is absolutely untrue, and a number of things. So I'm asking you to consider what he's doing. And he also mentioned about the water treatment, that water tower when you had to, I'm about 6 seconds. Anyhow, 5 seconds left. Lord, please help us. I'm asking you to do something about what's going on.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you for giving me the time.
All right. Any other cards? Any comments from council? Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I move that we approve consent agenda items 8A through 8T.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor.
I would second it, but I want to clarify the 8B is for 250,000.
Very good.
And it's a grant request.
It's a grant
request. Very good. I have the motion and I have the second from Member Nelson with the clarification. Roll call vote.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Consent agenda passes unanimously. City Manager.
On to item 9A, which is ordinance number 23, 2022, adult daycare facilities. City Attorney will read for the record.
Ordinance number 23, 2022, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances to create adult daycare as a limited use and setting forth conditions for adult daycare as a limited use in certain zoning categories by creating Chapter 28 zoning, Section 28-90 adult daycare, and amending Section 28-54 use table, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, an effective date, and incorporation into the code.
Recently, staff has received a number of inquiries regarding adult daycare, which is not currently a permitted use in the zoning code. Based on the request from a citizen, City Council approved advisability for staff to develop an ordinance to permit adult daycare facilities. The proposed ordinance establishes adult daycare facilities as a limited use in the neighborhood commercial, community commercial, regional commercial, office professional, downtown mixed use, regional mixed use, urban village, and Indian River neighborhood commercial zoning districts with the following standards that are listed in your packet. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this ordinance at their meeting on 18 May 2022 and recommended approval of the ordinance with the elimination of the proposed UMU limitation, which is related to De Leon Avenue and Park Avenue, with a vote of 7-0. Ms. Busaka is here to answer any questions that you have on this, your final reading and public hearing on ordinance number 23, 2022.
Ms. Busaka, anything you want to go start with?
I would just say that the staff agrees with the P&Z elimination of that condition from the urban mixed-use zoning district.
Okay, thank you. Member Robinson?
She has.
Okay, got that.
This gives the authority for all of the area around between De Leon and Park to, if someone put in a proposal to do adult care, they can do it in that area.
Yes, sir. This would allow them to put an adult daycare center in with the fact that they can. Now, what I might want to suggest is that if you feel this is a good idea, it still requires the 4 conditions that are found under C1, but it does not include the addition that they be located at the corner of intersection of De Leon and Park Avenue. So it would have the same restrictions or the same limitations as the other zoning districts.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else from council? Call the cards, please.
We have one card. It's Laquita Collins.
How are you?
Good. Laquita Collins, 5110 Volusia Avenue. I just wanted to say thank you to the council members for considering the adult daycare ordinance with the approval of the De Leon Avenue and Park Avenue consideration. There is currently a need in our community for adult daycare programs, especially for individuals that have intellectual disabilities. And yeah, that's all I have.
Well, first of all, I appreciate you taking something like this on, and secondly, I appreciate your professional emails of thanks when it's appropriate. I do. That's very nice. Anything else from council? Okay, very good. Any other cards?
No, sir, but I do want to say I have about 10 cards that does not have an item number on it. So if I don't call your name, you might want to just raise your hand.
Okay. All right, sounds good to me. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Council, I move that we approve ordinance number 23-2022, adult daycare facilities.
I have a motion from the Vice Mayor.
Second.
I have a second from Member Nelson. Roll call vote.
Excuse me, do you want to do it
sorry?
with the amendment recommended by P&Z? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, go ahead.
Member Nelson? Yes. Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Ordinance 23-2022, adult daycare facility passes unanimously. Thank you for your efforts on that. City Manager.
On to 9B, which is ordinance number 24-2022, relating to billboards adjoining Interstate 95, and the city attorney will read the ordinance for the record.
Ordinance number 24-2022, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances to establish specific standards for billboards adjoining the I-95 right-of-way by amending sections 28-102 billboard and 32-26 bench signs, bus benches, bus shelters, and billboards, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, effective date, and incorporation into the code.
On 8 March 2022, City Council provided consensus on advisability to amend the code requirements for billboards. The proposed ordinance makes the following changes to the code. Number 1, billboard signs may be permitted on properties adjoining I-95 right-of-way and that share a common property line with the right-of-way for a distance of 200 feet. And the ordinance eliminates the need for a minimum frontage of 200 feet from the existing paved right-of-way. Second, the billboard signs are not required to be the only use on the lot or partial if the property adjoins I-95 right-of-way. And there is a map depicting the locations of the existing billboards along the highway for your consideration. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this ordinance on 18 May 2022 and recommended approval 6-1. The member opposed provided no explanation. Mr. Bisaka is here to answer any questions that you may have on this, your final reading and public hearing on ordinance number 24-2022.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Busaka, anything you want to start us with?
Only if you have questions.
Member Robinson.
Yes, the only one, and it has been given me some information on it, is that if I had, in this situation, and if I had a side road, we used to call them go-to-market roads in Texas, if you understand what I'm talking about. If we had one of those running alongside 95, would that make a difference in this ordinance?
Yes, it would, because if it abutted the actual 95 right-of-way, then this ordinance would be consistent with that, would allow the billboard to be on a use would allow it to be on a use with another use on the same property. But if there were another right-of-way, your road, in between I-95 right-of-way and the billboard property, this would not allow that.
Okay.
So this only, you have to have a common property line with the right-of-way of I-95.
Right.
And I think that the correct name is Farm to Market Road. I had forgotten that. It's been so long since I lived in Texas. But it's Farm to Market Road. Thank you.
Nothing else from council? Call the cards, please.
We have one card. It's Woody Rice.
Woody Rice, 505 Indian River Avenue, Titusville, Florida. I don't think I have to say a whole lot, but what this ordinance really does is there's about 5 properties on I-95 that fronts it. Some of them are fairly large. The one that I'm concerned with is a 3-acre site, and this ordinance, the way it's written prior, without this change, it's a 3-acre site, and the only use I can put on there is a billboard.
Right.
It just doesn't make a lot of sense. So that, that's why I asked under petitions and requests several months ago to make this change. So I appreciate your support. That's really what it's all about. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to share with you anything I have knowledge.
I would just say I remember when you first brought this to us, and I don't think any of us realized the ridiculousness that was going on with that. So I'm glad you did, and I'm glad we're moving forward and can remedy this backwards situation.
I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other cards? Council, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I move that we approve ordinance number 24-2022 relating to billboards adjoining Interstate 95.
A second.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor, a second from Member Nelson. Roll call vote.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
And the billboard ordinance passes unanimously. 9C, City Manager.
9C is ordinance number 25, 2022, updating the water resources technical specifications, and the city attorney will read the ordinance for the record.
Ordinance number 25, 2022, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30, Article 1, General Provisions, Division 4, Technical Manuals, Section 30-8, Technical Manuals by adding subsection I, incorporating the 2022 Water Resource Technical Specifications by revising existing language for clarification, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, an effective date, and incorporation into the code.
Staff has reviewed the existing specification and is proposing changes, including the replacement language, modifications to figures, and new language throughout the document. Both are redlined, and a clean version of the proposed specifications are provided along with a summary identifying specific changes to both the text and details within the specifications. Sean Stauffer's here to answer any questions that you may have on this ordinance number 25, 2022 public hearing.
Mr. Stauffer, anything you want to start off with, or just answer questions?
No, just here if you have any questions on the changes themselves.
Council, any questions? I see none. Cards, please.
We have one card. It's Stan Johnston.
Stan Johnston, I'm opposed to what's going on here. This, I've been into the notes on this particular item, and it talks about disinfection and so forth. I understand this is a quasi-judicial, so I'm going to announce myself as Stan Johnston, professional engineer. So you can report me if I'm saying the wrong
I don't
things.
believe this is quasi-judicial. This is not quasi-judicial.
Okay, this isn't quasi-judicial. Okay, so the next ones are. All right, so these specifications omit a number of things that we got big problem areas, like the boiled water alert, the 4-log virus treatment requirement, overpumping of wells, and protection of people from sewage spills, like spraying people with piss and poop in the city parks, and having open sewage available to people can go and play in, although there's warning signs. The city of Titusville needs to address these issues I just mentioned. For example, the boiled water alert. For example, it talks about disinfection and so forth and notification to the public, but it doesn't notify the public. I don't see how is the city of Titusville going to notify the public of a 4-log virus treatment violation? How are you going to notify the public? This question has been asked repeatedly and nobody's answering. And the question is also what is going on with the correction of this problem of the 4-log virus treatment requirement for the city of Titusville to meet it. All these, I don't know, how many cities in the Florida don't meet this requirement? I mean, it's a matter of the treatment problem. So why aren't we addressing it? Why aren't we getting reports on it? We have somebody, someone came here and said they lost $30,000 in one day because of this boiled water alert. We're going to have it again and again. We've already had it. I mean, when I contact the FDEP, they give me a completely different story than Mr. Stauffer said. Completely different story. So what are we going to do? How can we trust Mr. Stauffer when FDEP is saying something different? Y'all were here when he reported in January. No, was it January? Oh, I don't know what month it was last year, and then he reported again. He changed his story and added 4-log virus treatment. We got a problem. We got a problem overpumping of wells. We need to look at these issues. Overpumping. So I'm saying, look into this, ask questions. Let's get moving. Let's be able to notify the public properly so that they can know what's going on with the contamination of our potable water. And I think it should be in our specifications. I mean, we have state statutes about it, but it seems like people don't know. They didn't know about a lot of people didn't know about the boiled water alert. Too late. So please do something.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Any other cards? Vice Mayor?
Mr. Mayor and Council, I move that we approve ordinance number 25-2022, updating the water resource technical specification.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor.
Second.
Second from Member Nelson. Roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Robinson?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes, passes unanimously. City Manager.
Next two items are quasi-judicial, so the city attorney will read the procedures for quasi-judicial.
During the public hearing portion of the meeting, anyone wishing to speak on a quasi-judicial item must first sign a public hearing agenda card and sign the oath contained thereon. These cards are located on the table at the entrance of the chamber. If you have photographs, sketches, or documents that you desire for the city council to consider, they must be submitted into evidence and will be retained by the city. Please submit such exhibits to the city clerk. City clerk, have all persons wishing to speak before the city council signed an oath card swearing to tell the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have all witnesses that intend to speak signed an oath card swearing to tell the truth, full truth, and nothing but the truth? So with regard to staff, the applicant, and witnesses, be important to submit a card at this time if you do intend to speak. If there's anyone present who has not signed an oath card, and again, I understand there's overflow downstairs. I don't know, is there audio so they can hear me? So again, anyone downstairs who intends to speak on a quasi-judicial item, submit a card if you have not already and sign the oath on the back, when that oath says you will swear to tell the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth when you testify. City clerk, have all agenda items been properly advertised?
Yes, sir.
In the event that a council member has received an ex parte communication, verbal or written, outside of the hearing, the council member shall disclose the identity of person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place and the subject of the communication, including any opinions or facts discussed. Any written communication must be disclosed and made a part of the record. In the event that a member has conducted an investigation or site visit or received any expert opinions regarding quasi-judicial item, said visit or opinion shall be disclosed. If written ex parte communications exist, we'll verify the applicant has received these and has the opportunity to review them and is ready to proceed. So first,
I just wanted to let you know that I received 2 emails, one from Laura Lee Thompson and one from Sean Dunn, and both of those have been provided to the applicant.
which item are you referencing?
I'm sorry, Conditional Use Permit 2, 2022. Do you also want me to read into the record right now for the the SSA 1, 2021?
Well, first, for the CUP number 2, 2022, I don't know, did council receive that correspondence?
I received it. I also spoke to Laura Lee and Dwight Severs at one point regarding what would be considered evidence in this type of case.
Okay. Were there opinions discussed that you would disclose as far as whether or not for or against?
Well, I basically told them, and Dwight agreed, told Orly, and Dwight agreed with me, that evidence would be an expert opinion, and the idea that somebody liked it or didn't like it would not be an expert
Well, just,
opinion.
did you,
and would
right, do
not
you have
be
any opinions
evidence.
as to this item for approval or that you need to disclose?
No, I was concerned about it, but.
Are there
no.
any other than the two emails that were just mentioned by Ms. Bisaka on the conditional use permit number 2/2022, is there any other communications to be
I think I
disclosed?
received the same two emails. I didn't see her email, so I don't know if they're the exact same emails, but I got two emails from those two individuals, and I did go out to get a better visual on the site and get an idea where it was proposed to be, as opposed to the last time I wasn't as sure. But that was it.
Thank you. My suggestion is we would handle CUP number 2/2022. Okay.
Yes, I ditto what has been said. I received those emails, and I did due diligence and looked at the property of concern from the east to the best that I could, from the south to the best that I could from the west as well. It's not easy to look at it from the north end of the property and to observe it, but I talked to no one in the process.
Thank you. Again, I would suggest we do this item, then we can go through this process for the next quasi-judicial item when we address that one.
Okay, I guess I'm next. I did receive some emails also that we need to verify, but I received more than what the other council, so I'll make sure you get that for sure. I didn't do what the Reverend said about the east, west, north, and south. I can tell you that, so that's not the only thing. And I did not form any opinion at all.
I can't hear.
My turn.
Okay.
I received the same two emails from Sean and Laura Lee, did not respond. I drove by the site as well and did not form an opinion.
And if I could just confirm, the applicant, you've received those emails? Thank you.
Conditional use permit number 2-2022, Independence Recycling. The applicant, Greg Morrow, on behalf of Independence Recycling of Florida, is requesting a conditional use permit to operate a concrete recycling facility located at 84 Golden Knights Boulevard. The concrete recycling facility is a recycling and mulching composting facility used per section 28-217, which requires a CUP. The future land use designation on this property is industrial. The subject property is within the airport impact area overlay and is limited to maximum height of 50 feet. Staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit based on the staff analysis, information and evidence presented in accordance with the city charter and the City of Titusville Code of Ordinances and land development regulations, the adopted comprehensive plan, and the provisions of Chapter 163 and 166 Florida statutes, with the following conditions to address factors set forth in Section 3476 of the city's land development regulations. They are listed for your consideration. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this request at their 6 April 2022 meeting and recommended approval 4-2 with staff's conditions and the following recommendations, which are in your packet. The Titusville Environmental Commission considered this request at their 11 May 2022 meeting and recommended approval 6-1 with the following conditions that are in your packet. And Ms. Bisaka is available to answer questions that you may have.
And before I go into to see Ms. Busaka or listen to what she has to say, we are in quasi-judicial. I'll probably repeat this again shortly, but the way this will go is we just had it read. We will have staff give us insight and we will ask questions. Council, if they have anything. Then we go to the applicant. The applicant can give a presentation. We then go to cards, which are 3-minute limited cards. If you have your name on a card, you have the right to speak. That card is your time, your 3 minutes to speak. Then we go back to the applicant to rebut anything that was said previously, or just to summarize. Then we go to a motion and a vote after council discussion. With that, Ms. Busaka, anything you want to start with?
Mayor, if I could just add one more thing to that. That These quasi-judicial procedures are set forth in City's Resolution 24 of 1997. And as you said, we will receive staff's presentation, followed by the presentation of the applicant. Following the applicant's presentation, the floor will be open to public comment, as you stated. Applicant may make a rebuttal. I'd also offer that witnesses may be cross-examined by the applicant, a party, and the council, and staff representatives as authorized by council.
By witnesses cross-examined, who could that be?
The applicant or staff could cross-examine
applicant-
witnesses who could, yes,
the
parties have the
applicant-
right to cross-examine.
Okay, can cross-examine anyone who spoke, I guess?
Sir?
Anyone who spoke could be cross-examined?
Yes, they have the right to cross-examine witnesses.
Okay, well, we'll go from there. All right, now, Ms. Busaka.
I have a brief presentation. Here we go. Conditional use permit 2022. The zoning is currently industrial M2, and it's located north of Golden Knights Boulevard and west of the FEC Railroad. The surrounding uses in this area is a commercial sand mining operation to the west, the railroad to the east, and vacant land. And it's proposed to be a concrete recycling facility. This is the property, and you can see the area in red is the property. The large borrow pit to the west is evident, and there are no single-family homes within 500 feet of this property. This is the information to the left is showing a layout of the property itself. You can see that the intent is for trucks to come into the property through the driveway, offload concrete, put them in stacks not to exceed 8 feet, and then on a irregular basis or whenever there's enough concrete, then the applicant has stated their intent to bring in a mobile crushing unit, which would then, they would crush the material and offload it. The advisory recommendations from the boards are planning and zoning approval with conditions and TEC commission approval with conditions, and the staff had already recommended approval with conditions. The conditions that you see here and the ones that are shown on the staff report are a somewhat modified recommendation from the TEC, who expanded on the planning and zoning commission recommendations. And the only changes that we have is number 4, where it says installation of sound suppression measures. The original TEC recommendation was that a water suppression, that a study would be provided with the information about sound suppression. That study has been already provided, and there are recommendations as to the sound suppression system measures that should be in place. That's the modification there. The 8th one, we've also recommended a modification as a clarification. The recommendation from TEC was that there would be a operating hours from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, and the applicant requested that that be modified or at least clarified to say that the actual crushing operation would be during that time. The actual delivery and offloading of the concrete would then be able to occur in hours which are not from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. If you have any questions, be delighted to answer them if I can.
Member Stokel.
Is there a condition related to how often they are going to be crushing? I know that was talked about before, that it was only a few times of the year, but I don't see any condition.
There is not a condition related to that. You could ask the applicant what their intent is.
And potentially make it a condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then going over conditions with the CUP, can you just briefly describe what type of conditions or why there needs to be a CUP? Because this is industrial, but with a certain type of use, why we need to do a CUP?
Yes. Section 3471 of the code states that conditional use permits are uses that would generally not be appropriate to a zoning district without compliance to more stringent development standards or conditions. And that's what these conditions that have been put on here would allow them to operate with those more stringent conditions.
So would it be fair to say it's to cover things such as noise, the
Absolutely,
buffering,
yes.
safety and health, those types
Yes.
of conditions.
The
Okay.
concerns that were identified had to do with, first of all, visual, and that's enhanced buffers is the intent of that, and the opaque fence along Golden Knights Boulevard. There was a concern about sound, and as I said, a sound study was provided, which showed that the operation could meet the limitation of 65 decibels at the property line. But in addition to that, it was recommended that all of the sound suppression all the on-site equipment would use white noise backup sound. In addition to that, there was a concern about dust, and that's the reason for the water-based dust suppression system. There also is a installation of necessary sound suppression measures as the sound study describes. All state-required reports on testing of air, water, soils, etc., must be provided to the city of Titusville to ensure that they're doing what they said they are. Now, I contacted all of the communities in the state of Florida where these operations from Independence Recycling currently occur, and there are no code enforcement violations on any of their code cases. So I wanted to check that to make sure that they were doing what they said they were doing in other communities. There's also going to be an emergency response procedures that need to be provided to the city and reviewed, and that would be done during the site plan review process. All the stockpile areas will be treated as impervious surface for stormwater calculations to ensure that all of the runoff is being captured. Concrete crushing operations to be from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, and those are the conditions that the staff is recommending.
Okay, thank you.
Member Nelson.
Peggy, I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but when I look at the conditions from P&Z, they're saying number 2, a 50-foot tree preservation buffer along Golden Knight Boulevard. So do you understand what that particular language was for?
It was, I believe it was because they were concerned as people were driving into the airport, that they wanted to ensure that they would not be able to see that operation because it does service the entrance to the airport.
So could we add that to the conditions tonight?
Absolutely, where the condition that has been stated by staff is enhanced buffers, 25 feet on the north and west, 30 feet on the east, and 50 feet on the south, and the south would be along Golden Knights.
Okay, so we would just say on the south, a tree buffer.
Yes, yes, that's what we would, you could say that the tree line would remain, except they have to put a driveway in there.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
that could be
Vice
clarified.
Mayor.
Yes, I appreciate your explanation of everything, and of course, most were concerned about the Indian River Lagoon as far as contamination and everything. You kind of alluded to the fact about the stormwater, and can you explain a little bit about exactly what's going to happen with stormwater and also the topography of the land and how the water is going to flow?
Well, they will be required to, just as all development is, to maintain their stormwater and treat it through their retention pond that's on site. So it will be sized and the area will be engineered in a way in which the stormwater goes into this retention pond and meets the requirements of actually the water management district as well as the city in treatment time, and they look at both quality of the water and quantity of the water.
So as far as the water that's going to be used to suppress the sound and also suppress some of the dust, where does that water go?
My understanding is that they intend to use a well, but they may have to answer that. I might have misspoken.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from Ms. Busaka? I see nothing, so we move on to the applicant. They can't hear you.
I have a PowerPoint presentation if somebody doesn't mind loading that. Good evening. My name is Tara Tedrow, Lowndes Law, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Staff gave a brief presentation. Mine might not be as brief, but I'm going to try to get through this by providing as much information as I think is necessary. It won't be 5 hours. So TEC, we were here for 5 hours, and I think that we spent a good 5 hours going over a lot of incredibly substantive questions. And I have presented in dozens of jurisdictions, and I have never once done a process like that. So hats off to your TEC, because they were asking questions that, thank God, we flew in an expert to be here for that evening to testify, because it was certainly nothing I could have testified to or possibly even given substantive information on. So very good questioning from the TEC, and appreciated the opportunity for us to go before them. In terms of some property information, as you saw, it's 84 Golden Knights Boulevard, roughly 10 acres of vacant land. The site is not within an area of critical concern. It is within the urban services area, and it is within the airport overlay zone, obviously given the proximity. So there's a 50-foot building height restriction. We fall far below that on our subject property. And just for your information too, last week, the owner of our property, who's also the owner and operator of the business, met with folks from the airport authority and from one of the tenants who was with Space Perspective, met with the CEO, met with 2 of those staff members, and also met with Kevin Dowdery, director of the airport as well. No objections were raised. So he walked them on site, explained the operations, and they didn't have any objections, and those are our directly impacted neighbors in terms of any visual issues that might come from the project. The property has a current future land use designation of industrial. You can see on the map that all those areas in gray adjacent to our property in that darker gray are also a future land use of industrial. Similarly, those areas that had the industrial future land use designation have a corresponding zoning of M2, which is the zoning designation on our property. An M2 zoning under your code is an industrial district. It's established for various heavy and extensive industrial activity, wholesaling, warehousing, and distribution. It's supposed to be located in an area accessible to collector or higher classification roadways, and uses that are permitted by right today include heavy manufacturing, freight distribution, dry cleaning plants, and automobile repair. I would argue that all of those are far more intensive in nature from both a use perspective and an average daily trip perspective, hours of operation perspective, and an off-site impact perspective than what we are proposing today. The surrounding properties have zoning and future land use designations that are both city and county. So you have a borrow pit in the county that is also an industrial light. You have vacant land that is public, semi-public, and industrial. You also have in Brevard County retail, warehousing, and wholesale commercial, as well as another industrial classification. Those industrial zonings that are around us, even if they are in the county, also contemplate heavy industrial districts. So the zoning that the city of Titusville has placed on this property is certainly in line with what's already contemplated for uses adjacent to the property on county properties as well. So by background, you heard P&Z made a recommendation for approval. We came before you. I wasn't there that evening, but I was at the Titusville Environmental Commission. You all sent us there specifically so that they could weigh in on the project. They did, and we had a recommendation for approval that evening. So our request tonight is for you to approve the conditional use permit consistent with your professional staffs, the planning and zoning commissions, and TECs, based upon the evidence presented, and to include the conditions recommended by staff as they satisfactorily address the factors set forth in your code. In terms of our operations, Independence Recycling has been operating since 1997. It's one of Florida's largest recycled aggregate suppliers. We have 8 recycling facilities for concrete in Florida, 2 in Ohio. We produce high-quality recycled concrete aggregate by breaking down concrete rubble, removing embedded items such as rebar and PVC, and then crushing it into the pieces of desired size concrete. We take special care to prevent contamination of anything like soil, grass, plaster, and other construction materials by using state-of-the-art demolition, screening, and crushing equipment. We also have multiple means of ensuring this. We have materials that are screened when they come on site. We don't crush materials until they have been inspected and screened. We then have water suppression systems, which are customary at any of our sites. So that wasn't a condition that was imposed that was out of the ordinary of what we already do. Our mobile crushing unit comes equipped with that suppression system, so it suppresses directly at the source. And in terms of the size of that mobile crushing unit, at the top, the width is 4 feet. This is not a large piece of equipment, and it is mobile. So we move it from site to site, which means it's not on this property 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It's only there during the times that we need to crush materials. And we bring it on site when we get enough of a stock of supply to warrant bringing it on to crush it for a few weeks at a time. So if we come 3 to 4 times a year, a duration of 6 weeks is inclusive of setting up the site, setting up the equipment, having the crushing operations, and then decommissioning to move it off site somewhere else. And again, per the conditions of your staff report, that would be limited to Monday through Friday, 7 to 4. Those are the hours of operations we have at all of our other facilities. Anything that might happen after the fact, site cleanup and things like that, which is why we wanted to make sure we were very clear when any crushing operations would take place, again, limited in their hours. The recycled aggregate that we have as a result of our operations are made and tested to FDOT and applicable county standards, as they may exist when we operate all over the state. We are one of the few recycling facilities to offer FDOT certified materials, which means they can be qualified as a clean debris source under DEP's rules, assuring that there are no toxic contaminants in the materials that we produce. The proposed plan is very minor in nature in terms of the actual area we are using on site, 528 square feet of an office building, as opposed to a freight distribution center, automobile repair, or other industrial manufacturing uses that we could have that would have 24-hour truck traffic coming in and out for distribution purposes. This is a very small portion of the site that's actually being utilized. We would have 3 recycled aggregate stockpiles. That's very small in nature compared to what we do at a lot of other operations too. Limit at 8 feet high. Most every other operation in the state of Florida, aggregate piles go up to 20 feet high or 30 feet high. So again, this is a very small operation in terms of the scope of what's being proposed compared to other recycling facilities in the state. In terms of setbacks, the equipment, when it is on site, is set back between 247 to 306 feet from the property line. So it comes to the middle of the property. Again, a pretty small piece of equipment in terms of a visual impact, 4 feet wide from the top vantage point, and then it's set back internally. The existing tree line around our property is above 35 feet high. So we'll show you pictures in a second that the visual impact is non-existent when it comes to when this equipment is on the property. Our property line is 900 feet from the Indian River, 772 feet from the nearest home, and 900 feet from the nearest park. In terms of line of sight images, we wanted to evidence that there weren't going to be any physical and aesthetic impacts of the project, so there will be very low to no visibility of our equipment on site or our operations. And so we wanted to give you some visual photo observations. And this is going to remain true because of, again, the preservation of the tree line and the buffering that's required as a condition of approval under the staff's report. So we took on-site measurements. We brought a piece of equipment that would be equal in size to our equipment if it was brought on site. That first photo is taken internal to the site, and you can see that we measured it out to the height to prove that it would be similar in height. We then took pictures off the site. So these are pictures east of the site, looking from the intersection of Golden Knights and US Highway 1. And you cannot see the equipment. That's a light pole on location number 3, but you can't see the equipment on the site when you're exterior to the site. From location number 4 and 5, similarly, these are taken looking at the intersection of the railroad where US Highway 1 turns into Golden Knights, and then when you're driving into the entrance of the property at location 5. At location 6 is when you continue to drive into the property, and at location 7 is south of the site looking north to the property. So from all of those exterior vantage points, there isn't going to be any type of visual impact. Locations 8 and 9 are along Golden Knights Boulevard, so if you are driving into the airport looking to your right, that is what you would see. Again, it's a significant vegetative buffer that exists today that is going to be maintained on the property once we develop. In terms of operational information, I'm going to bring up an expert who testified during the TEC hearing to ask for the opportunity to classify him as an expert tonight so that we can tender him as the same. So I'm going to bring up Lance Traves. I also submitted his CV with the clerk for the record in case you wanted a copy of the same. So please state your name for the record.
Lance S. Traves.
And Lance, what degrees have you received relevant to your testimony today?
I have a BS in ecosystems biology, and I have a master's in public management. That was a concentration with public policy and quantitative analysis.
Where are you currently employed?
My own firm, Labyrinth Management Group, in Medina, Ohio.
And what is your position?
I am the owner, president, principal consultant.
How long have you held that position?
I've had the firm for about 22 years.
And any other relevant employment positions?
I was a Midwest Program Director for Environmental Resources Management, which is one of the international large consultancies for environmental and sustainability. And then prior to that, I was also with a firm that became part of Bureau Veritas, which is one of the world's largest environmental health and safety testing certification service companies.
What professional licenses or certifications do you currently hold?
Currently, I'm a certified hazardous materials manager. That's a written test qualification. I have different certs for like hazardous waste site operations. I'm a IADC rig pass safe golf person. I've got certified for license to go offshore for BP, which aren't directly related, but do relate to just overall risk assessment and environmental aspects.
And what professional licenses or certifications have you held?
Previously, the state of Ohio approved me for a number of years as a certified professional under their Ohio Voluntary Action Program for contaminated sites, where you actually write private party no further action letters. I also was a Michigan certified industrial stormwater operator for a number of years. I was a state of Ohio certified underground storage tank installer remover. Again, certifying UST removals and certifications on contamination. And then early on, I was a registered hazardous substance professional, which is kind of related to public health, environmental sanitarians.
And what training do you have relevant to your testimony today?
In addition to academic experience, more than 30 years of broad-based experience in environmental assessment, environmental investigation, air quality, risk assessment. I routinely have presented and attend different types of seminars and such like that on all those different topics, and have provided, professional testimony in litigation on administrative proceedings and judicial proceedings and regulatory proceedings and all those topics.
Am I correct that your CV shows that you have presented or had publications over a dozen times?
Yes, and if you look at it in detail, you might think, well, they don't say environmental assessment or environmental impact assessment, but some of them are directly related to that. I've done presentations on evaluating environmental information early on after graduate school because it was based on risk assessment work on contaminated sites using non-parametric statistical techniques, which you use for non-normal population distributions, which is most of your contamination, things like that. So the papers may not look like they have a direct relevance to environmental assessment, but they do.
And have you been qualified to testify as an expert? Am I correct? That's over a dozen times in proceedings for your CV? And have you been hired to ever act as an expert on behalf of a local government and not a private developer?
Yes. I've been retained directly by municipalities, both in this specific topic area, which is the conditional use permitting, environmental impact assessment for, recycled concrete aggregate operations, and also by municipalities for air pollution concerns related to particulates for large industrial operations like non-recovery coke plants, and also landfill, methane, odor emissions, class action certification for plaintiff suits, things like that.
Thank you. I would now like to request to tender Mr. Lance Trades as an expert to testify on environmental impact assessments as he's qualified pursuant to Florida Statute Section 90.702 based on his knowledge, skill, experience, training, and education on environmental impact assessments.
Member Nelson.
I do have one question. Mr.
Trades.
Trades? Okay. Have you ever, let me ask you this, what was your experience in dealing with potential contamination of either the aquifer or water bodies close to a facility?
With industrial facilities or landfills, I certainly have conducted investigations. I've done risk assessment. Actually, I published a risk assessment paper on essentially a large inactive landfill So like I said, the certification process for the Ohio Voluntary Action Program is actually to do private party, no further action letters. So it basically have what's called a certified professional, a CP, go through the whole process, everything from assessment, which is you're looking for, you go to a property, you say, what would be the potential areas of concern, they're called AOCs, or
Right.
sources of potential pollution. And then you would design a plan, a work plan to investigate those based on what you would see as far as the actual contamination, be it soil or sediment or groundwater. You would then determine whether or not it was in compliance with the applicable law or standards. And then if it was not, you would do the corrective actions that you would have to do to get it into compliance. Once it was in compliance, then you would actually have the ability to issue your no further action, which may or may not be issued by the state also as a covenant not to sue for the property owner. Florida has a similar program.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Council, I move that we approve Mr. Lance Travis
Traves.
as a expert witness for environmental.
I'm gonna let that motion hold and go to Member Stokel.
Thank you. One of the concerns I think people have is the health and safety regarding the dust of the crushing of the concrete. Can you speak to any experience you have related to that?
Yes. I have a certified industrial hygienist for occupational exposures, but I both supervised it and provided technical review on many of those types of occupational types of hygiene, if you want to call it, assessments. This is actually an environmental assessment. We recognize, and OSHA and other types of public health organizations recognize there could be, occupational considerations for the workers that would be on the site. I'm just telling you, on my professional opinion, based on those types of assessments, we just do not have any concerns related to the environmental or off-site considerations related to that. And we can go over that further as part of the presentation, and I'm prepared to address prior commentators' comments on that also.
Member Robinson.
Wait, I was just going to clarify
Okay.
too. Also, I appreciate you being here. I will be voting no against this just because this has come up before. I just feel if we go down this, then we open up the window for other people to come up and say that they're experts. So, nothing personal with that. Just wanted to let you know that.
Now, Member Robinson.
Yes, I understand everything that you have presented as level of expertise. What certification do you hold in the state of Florida?
I do not hold any.
Okay. What certification nationally do you hold?
I do hold the Certified Hazardous Materials Manager.
Just a material manager, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Member Nelson.
I think we need to decide if he's an expert witness.
Well, right, that's what we have.
That's what I motion.
And so I would second that.
Okay, I have, I see nothing else from council, so I have the motion to deem him an expert witness from Vice Mayor. I have a second from Member Nelson. Roll call vote.
Member Stokel?
No.
Member Robinson?
No.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
And if I may follow up on one of the questions that you were asked, would a certification in Florida be relevant to your ability to testify as an expert with regards to environmental impacts?
No, not on this project.
Would any certification from the federal government be required for you to testify as an expert in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Is the concrete recycling industry similar amongst states? So for example, what you have seen in Ohio, are those similar operations to what we are proposing on this property?
Yes.
So has your experience in other states nationwide provided you the ability to testify as to environmental impacts specifically to recycled concrete facilities?
Yes, and I was specifically retained by the municipality in Ohio to be their expert on a conditional use permit consideration for 2 recycled concrete operations that were adjacent to residential neighborhoods, directly adjacent to them.
And you were retained on behalf of the municipality, not by a private developer in that instance?
Yes, I was retained on recommendation or requirement, actually, by the city, and the developer had to pay for my services.
I want to ask a couple questions based upon your findings. There's some very detailed slides we could go through. I think it would probably add another 40 minutes to this presentation. So I think I'll get to the chase with the conclusions, and if we want to ask detailed questions, be happy to open those up. We have a lot of data that he could provide you in terms of the report that was submitted to the city. Based on your expert testimony and your review of the operations being proposed in this case, will these operations create harmful levels of silica off-site?
No, not based on the distance setback that's presently involved.
Will any silica produced as part of the operations contaminate groundwater?
No.
Does this operation present any risk profile for groundwater contamination?
No, recycled concrete aggregate operations do not across the United States.
In your professional opinion, would you ever expect visible emissions off-site if we operate under the conditions imposed in the report tonight?
No, they're imposed by statute, by Florida code in regards to their control at the source. And again, the source is the emission point, the stockpiles on site. And again, you have huge buffers associated with this property. So there would be no expectation that there would be any off-site compliance issues associated with any visible dust.
In your opinion and based on your experience, do concrete recycling operations have routine visible dust emissions that create off-site nuisances?
No, and I provided information related to that in my report, and there's supplemental information I know that, IRF has in regards to other on-site, directly at the source, visible emission tests or monitoring that have been conducted, and it's just essentially not going to be present.
Thank you. If there's any questions specific to his testimony, be happy to entertain those now.
Member Stokel.
Yep. Okay, so based on what you just said, you said the distance and the buffers, there's no concern for the silica. What distance would it be a concern?
Again, I know there was some information submitted in regards to concerns about silica, and silica is a natural material, crystalline material that's in earthen material, including brown, if you want to call it natural sand, and then industrial sand. Natural sand is used in concrete production, and therefore there will be silica as a part of that concrete. The release of the silica into a respirable particulate is really the occupational exposure consideration. That is usually an industrial sand, which is, again, that pure white sand that you see. It's used often for foundry operations, or it can be used for filtration. And also, it's actually used in golf courses on sand pits often. That is an actual much smaller crystalline substance that's been homogenized in a way so that it is more respirable than like natural beach sand. So yes, concrete has in aggregate beach sand and natural sand, so it has some silica in it. The way that the silica is released in an occupational exposure standard, typically in concrete operations, would be when you're doing saw cutting, when you see the guys with the big saws, or you're doing extreme operations, such as crushing, where you would be basically pulverizing at least some component of that concrete. Obviously, the crusher in this situation is a potential source. We have demonstrated that at the other municipal projects I did. We physically took dust samples off the crusher, confirmed that there is respirable silica in those dust samples. The difference is that the design of the equipment, the crusher itself, is designed with integral wet suppression or spray bars. So at that operation where you're having this potential production of, again, a very small, in comparison, component that would be potentially respirable silica, it is not actually being emitted. We demonstrated that again by doing what we would characterize as a modified kind of occupational exposure with high vol samplers. They're basically big pumps with big, you know, if you see the little industrial hygiene samplers, they're like this, you put them on a collar. These would be basically like 6-inch diameter filters out in the field about, in this case, it was about 100 feet away from the operation. We look for both total dust, because that's a characteristic that is an occupational exposure consideration, and then also respirable silica. We did find some total dust, and this was during an operating crushing operation, again, with proper wet suppression, et cetera. But we did see a little bit of total dust. We didn't detect any silica concentrations, respirable silica, above the detection limit. So again, given this property and given the nature of the operation, I see no possible situation where there will be off-site silica in any concentration, probably above background, which you're already getting through the natural environment. So if you lower your detection limit and were to like sample for, let's just say, multiple days, and again, if you're building up a material on a filter, and you take that to a lab and they look at it through the microscope and they're looking for that small silica characteristic respirable material under probably TEM, or transmission electron microscopy, they might find some, but I'm going to tell you that I think that would be equivalent to essentially the background concentrations that we all have as part of all kinds of natural processes and processes that occur with roadways, because you have concrete roadways where you have the vehicle traffic or things that actually erode away the concrete over time. You know, you get potholes, you get cracks. Well, that's because you're having structural failures. That creates a little bit of dust. That dust gets up in the air and it gets entrained, right? So this is not going to be causing any type of silicon concerns off-site that are not currently on a background level. That's my opinion.
So because of the suppression system, like I could be the distance between us that we are right now, and it wouldn't be any health concern for me being that close, like 10, 20 feet from it, because of the suppression system?
I don't think it's just the suppression system. I know there was some information submitted that was, you know, an attempt to provide some technical equations and some things associated with a perspective on off-site particulate emissions and how far they can actually migrate off-site. And actually it was just not technically accurate. First of all, they use an equation which is incorporated in a US EPA compilation. It's called AP42. It's a peer-reviewed, plus it's been reviewed basically through the regulatory process, but it's a universal emission factor basis that you use for example, for calculating particulate emissions from unpaved roads. And essentially they'd said, well, you have unpaved roads and you could have up to 76 pounds of particulate emissions from it. Well, the actual US EPA approved equation generates just 4.9 pounds. And that's actually particulate matter 30 microns and bigger, which would not be silica. That's the big stuff that's like, you know, stuff that you can't inhale. It clogs up your nostrils. You might, you know, get a little bit on your dust. Actual PM 2.5 is 0.15 pounds per vehicle mile traveled. Not 76 pounds. It's 0.15 pounds. That's the AP42 equation. That's the speciation that's for that. Also, she was talking, or that party was talking about this source. Then if you just take it and you say the time it takes for a particle that is that size to actually fall to the ground is going to be this amount of time, and then you take your wind speed and then you extrapolate out, this would go half a mile. Let's just, I can't recall the exact specifics. It was one of those attempts to be semi-scientific that had no basis in fact. When you have a fugitive emission source, you have no exit velocity. So you have a roadway. When you're looking at the wheels and you're doing a visible emission test, you're looking at about 3 feet up, right off of the wheels. So that particulate coming off 3 feet doesn't essentially have any exit velocity. It's not like a stack where you have a fan where you have 2,000 CFM blowing it up 20 feet in the air, and it's dispersing out over an entire neighborhood. You have a source, and all the sources at this site are going to be very low. So you have a source. If you're talking the roadways, it's 3 feet high. That's what we typically estimate. You would take a box take this amount of pollution, 0.15 pounds, and it's in like some cubic meter. And then you got to say it's in the center or it's on this property. You would model that with Gaussian dispersion model. But the meteorology, the wind speed dilutes it, but it also dilutes based on molecular Gaussian dispersion. So that thing starts out as a 1 meter cube. By the time it gets 200 feet off site, the concentration, that particle that was in this little 1 meter cube is now spread out over, let's just say, half a football field. Can you imagine the difference? You started out with a concentration that might be, 10 parts per.
For the folks at TV land, I need you to get back over
It might
there.
be like 10. It might be like 10 parts per cubic meter of air, parts per million. Well, it goes down by a factor of 1,000. I mean, these are not small differences when you get into a Gaussian dispersion. So when we do modeling, and I've modeled these types of sites, actually concrete recycling, we've done that. I've modeled big, huge bulk material handling operations. I've done modeling, and then I've had to do from Region 5 under the Clean Air Act, Section 114. I have a client that has a port operation, and they had they operate 8 million tons of coal, pet coke, taconite, stuff like that. We're talking 8 million tons a year. So their piles are like acres. We're talking 60,000 tons a year for this operation. So I have actually had to model, and then because there was concerns for pet coke in Chicago area, it hit the news for a while, the US EPA required my client to put on PM10 monitors. So we designed the modeling protocol, the monitoring protocol. We actually put in monitors. They were basically continuous monitors that we monitored. We did that at a recycled concrete operation. We actually had portable PM10 monitors that we set up on ridge lines around this operation for the city of Medina. And we didn't find anything that was anything remotely above really background on the PM10 monitors. Again, we were not right. I mean, we were maybe 150 feet away from the crushing operation, right? But under normal operating conditions that are standard for this type of sector, they're not going to have huge amounts of dust outside of the immediate area of the operation. They're not, and again, stockpiles also, you got to imagine, stone, you're going to grade this stone. So it's going to be, this size, different grades. When you have a pile of, you get your aggregate, it's crushed and it comes off, it's got spray bars, right? So it's actually putting all that little tiny bit of dust onto the particle. It's in a stockpile. It's not like, it's not like coal fines or pet coke and stuff. It doesn't really have that fine little particulate on it that's readily accessible. Yes, when you do underpile removal, you'll get a little bit of particulate loading, a little bit of dust because you're going to do that. But I would also say, again, from the offsite concentration standpoint, their stockpiles, you're going to pull, you don't pull from 8 feet up, right? You don't have a release point way up here from the stockpiles, right? You're going to pull with front end loaders. You're going to be pulling from 3-4 feet down. So again, your release point, which is the model perspective, again, the release of the contaminant is going to be in that 3 to 4 foot. When you're loading into trucks are basically the perfect thing because they're an open, they're called windshields in our business. I mean, you build them. I just did a $15 million grant application for this client to build big barriers, which are walls. When you load into a truck the aggregate, it's going to create some dust. It's been sitting out there on a pile, right? But that's actually in a enclosed area. They don't overload those trucks. They got to tarp them, right, to go down the road. So yeah, eventually you'll get a little bit. But again, the majority of that load in is, again, going to be controlled by the actual walls of the receiving truck. So it's really surprising, but you just don't have the particulate loading that is being represented by, and I've been doing it for both sides of the side. I work for industry, but I've worked for municipalities that have litigated against particulate sources. And, I do not see this operation at all as being a concern for the city of Titusville.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor. I don't even know where to start with you, 'cause
sorry.
you are really into what you do, that's for sure. I understood what you were saying. I honestly think that I look at all the conditional conditions that we have on the thing, and I think it would have done us all a great favor if, number one, let me ask you a question, the production that we're going to have here in Titusville, you have seen what they've done in other locations, correct?
We support their sister company, which it's a portable crusher. They're essentially the same operation everywhere.
All right, that's fine. Okay, so what I'm getting to, if we had a video to show exactly what this thing looks like, because number one, you talked about a 4-foot chute, right? And then you say it's portable. So it can't be that big. The only thing that you've shown is the height of what the unit would look like. But if we had what this thing looked like and a video to show what it was producing, how the aggregate was put in there and what it produced, I think it would have made it a lot simpler. I understand exactly what you're saying about all the particulates and all that good stuff, but it certainly would have been a lot clearer if we understood. The reason why we have all these conditional, because the people want to make sure that our lives are not in danger. So I applaud all the conditions we have here, but we may not have needed all of these if we had some kind of visual. Our visual right now is this is a big production, and it's going to create all this dust, and it's going to flow over US 1, it's going to get into the Indian River, and all of this stuff. And what you're saying is none of that can happen based on the size of the production that we're doing.
Do you have an overhead by chance anywhere? Because we do have, the other facilities are so much bigger in scope that some of the video that we were looking at, we're like, this is going to make it look like these huge stockpiles, which we're not allowed to have. So we didn't want something that wasn't exactly aligned, but we do have a small clip showing when it's actually crushed coming out. And in the packet, we also submitted a test that was done that we submit to the state. It was on March 3rd at another one of our facilities, and they do what's called an opacity rating. And they have somebody that does visual emission testing where they stand there in different vantage points around the machine as it's crushing, and our average is 0% opacity, meaning nothing. There is no visible dust coming off. And I mean, these are professionals that are putting their certifications and licenses on the line, providing test results that we then give to the state. And with a 0% opacity, there is no visible emissions that come off, and we have wet suppression that immediately suppresses it down. So I don't know if that short clip, is there something to show overhead? If not, I can walk around and show you. I don't know how that does for curious members of the audience. Where is this camera coming from? I wish I could get it up in front of there. But would be happy to show you that if we can have Greg pull it up. Because you're right, and this is why we paid for an expert to come. Because I cannot sit here under oath and make statements to you about operations in which I am not qualified to testify. So I can certainly appreciate not wanting to encourage applicants just to go, pay experts every time there's a conditional use permit. But it's the same thing as you all requiring us to get a traffic engineer or a civil engineer or a certified surveyor. I mean, I think you should actually, in these instances, encourage exactly what we're doing as an applicant to bring you somebody who has studied these facilities to give assurance on issues specifically raised. He wasn't there in the first two hearings because we didn't get a lot of the concerns that you all raised, and then I said, you need to bring an expert in somewhere, somehow, who actually has done work with these facilities and can testify as to concrete recycling specifically and what those potential health hazards are going to be. Because if we can't prove that that's not going to be a problem, then we can't win. There's no way that you're going to surpass the questions and concerns that have been raised. You all require, as part of a quasi-judicial proceeding, for applicants to give you competent and substantial evidence. Certainly what he has is substantial. I don't think there's a question as to the competency of the evidence, and so we brought him here not to make things more complicated, but certainly try to answer the questions that we were specifically asked to address. And so, we don't want to start an operation that poses health hazards. And my client operates all over the state of Florida, and not one complaint has been filed with DEP. And you can call and complain about anything, and not one complaint has been filed. And that's part of a slide in the presentation, but we've tried to provide everything that we could to show that we are good neighbors where we operate, and there aren't concerns that are raised, and we pass all of our testing, and we always have, and we'll give you copies of every test. And if anyone on your professional staff ever thinks they've spotted a problem that somehow DEP and the state and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the EPA haven't spotted, then you have code enforcement opportunities. I mean, your conditions specifically say that conditional use permit operations cannot produce adverse offsite impacts. So if somehow dust particulates, which again wouldn't go offsite, but if they went 200-300 feet to the edge of the property, somehow then dispersed through 50 feet of existing vegetative buffer, and then went 500 feet across US Highway 1, I think it's the apocalypse. I really don't know from a scientific basis how that could possibly happen. And so that's why we wanted him to come in and make sure we gave that assurance, because I don't blame anybody for raising those concerns of saying, well, common sense would make me think if you're crushing big stuff into little stuff, dust is flying everywhere. But the reality is that's just not what the operations entail. There aren't health hazard concerns. There's a reason we have guys that operate this equipment 20 feet away from it, and that we're allowed to have human beings breathing this in from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. 5 days a week when we have crushing operations. It's because it is safe enough for those folks to be that close on a continuous basis all day long when they work. And so I think that those are things that should give assurance that our operation is not going to cause the types of problems that some folks have asserted that they would.
And that's why we're here. And I think that what Member Jordan was saying was, quite honestly, just, I was born in Missouri, and I always like to say, you've got to show me. And now that we're, I would say in the MTV generation, but that was our generation. It's no longer the MTV generation. But we do like to see it. But I will also tell you that what concerned myself and I think our council, and we did kind of sit up and get a little concerned about this. We've had heavy industrial come into our community, but what we hadn't had was open air. And all of a sudden, for the first time, this got me saying, whoa, we got a concrete crushing plant with open air, with a lagoon that we were very concerned about, 400, I don't know, how many yards away? Not that far. And then if you go down a little further, you got some homes along the river. Those things concerned me, and they concerned us all enough to toss it to the TEC. And I'm so glad to hear that, maybe not everybody's glad to hear, but I'm so glad to hear they had a 5.5-hour session to get it right. And I think we did the right thing by sending it to TEC. It doesn't mean we're opposed. I thought that night, the first presentation, your record's impeccable. I knock on wood, but 0 complaints, pass every test. That's important. We need to be 100% sure, and I'm kind of getting a visual here. It doesn't go very far. It's not like fireworks night where you got smoke all over the place and can't see. It sounds to me like it dissipates quickly, and you have a process to do that. But we all want to be terribly assured that it doesn't affect the houses around it, it doesn't affect the lagoon, and above that, we also want to make sure that the noise is not a factor for our neighbors and our citizens. And so we're going to always, do our very best to make sure that's the case. Unfortunately, none of us will really know until we see it do what it does. So at this point, I think your record is impeccable, and I'm very pleased with the answers that you've given. And again, trying to get a visual for myself, it sounds like it'd be very difficult to even leave your facility. But the open air aspect is very new to us. Member Stokel.
It sounds like you guys are okay with the conditions that were proposed by P&Z. The only one that, and I mentioned this earlier, I didn't see was the condition regarding how often you guys will be crushing. I know at previous meetings it was said that it would only be a few times a year. Would you guys be open to adding that as one of the conditions?
So it is, and just to make sure, because I don't want to deceive what that means, it is 3 to 4 times a year, but that duration can be a few weeks in duration. So
Okay.
that's the setup of, bring the equipment on, set it up, and then get the concrete material and then do the crushing during just 5 days a week, those specified hours. And you don't start 7 a.m. to 4. I mean, you bring in the folks on site, you're setting things up, and then they do the work. And so, yes, but I just wanted to make sure you weren't thinking it was 3 to 4 days a year. It still isn't 365 days a year. We're constrained Monday to Friday as is, but those crushing operations, can last from commissioning to decommissioning 6 weeks, 5 days of those 6 weeks, and up to 4 times a year. So what is that? Math is not going to be what I'm going to do well right now on the spot. 200.
It would be helpful if there was like the maximum, I think it would make some of the citizens address some of their concerns, I will say. So
Sure.
if there was like a maximum usage, just so we can have that somewhere in writing.
Yeah, and if you don't mind during public comment, I'll chat with them so I don't hold up the process.
Thank you.
Member Nelson?
And I think I know the answer to the question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. In terms of particulates getting into the aquifer, are there tests that show that it is not going to get into our aquifer? Or studies?
Again, I have no knowledge in any place in the United States where an actual, RCA operation,
Recycled concrete
recycled
aggregate.
concrete aggregate operation, crushing operation, either mobile with, individual sites, or they permanently site them often in places. There's a bunch of them permanently located in the state of Washington. The state of Washington actually did a big study and evaluation of those because they're located at sand and gravel extraction sites or mines. Typically, those are in rural areas, and they're also directly interfacing with the groundwater. They dig the sand and gravel out, they make a pit, right? That's your typical gravel pit you go swimming in, at least in the Midwest. And in Washington, they were concerned about that. Department of Ecology. Department of Ecology is not they're generally considered pretty environmentally sensitive in Washington, I think.
Yes.
Essentially, they found that, there's no real evidence of any groundwater contamination currently at any sites. And they had, I think, 71 sites they identified. On a stormwater basis, they had like 17 sites that had 17 events out of like 4,200 and some that I calculated, where they had an exceedance of the pH of 9.5. We know that concrete can result in some higher alkalinity. They have a stormwater retention basin, pond, and they're going to be subject to permitting. As part of that permit code, statute says you have to be 9.5 or less on your discharge. That's an alkalinity component. The metals, the concerns about like a silica particle, it's just not technically valid. It's not how that's not how contamination migrates through the soils. Now, yes, the alkalinity can result in like conductivity increases, and that would be like a total dissolved solids, because the alkalinity is like an acid, just the opposite of that, right? It's a high pH, so it can still dissolve things. So it could increase the conductivity, which essentially is TDS. TDS is a aesthetic criteria for groundwater. It's not it's not bad per se. It's just, hard water has a lot of TDS in it. Hard water is typically higher pH. Hard water is typically anything above 8.5 in the pH, and most hard water can be 9 or 9.5. So that's when people talk about, oh, I got hard water, I got to have a softener because my own well gives me hard water. What I'm telling you is that at this site, and this is compared to Ohio as an example, and work that I've done in Illinois, we're very alkaline soils. We're mostly like clay, so we're high pH soils to begin with. This soil, in your soil survey, when I saw it, it's a pH of 4.4. That's the native soils on site. This sand you have is basically a buffer. The state of Washington has similar buffering sands in some of their locations with their sand and gravel sites. They specifically talk about the buffering effect of the alkaline aspect of the RCA, if you want to call it, runoff, the stormwater, which stormwater is going to infiltrate eventually. But I'm telling you, in my professional opinion, you have the best case. This is like the perfect site because you have essentially natural buffering for this alkalinity. And again, we're not talking these sites like they have out. I mean, if you saw the pictures, you're talking like 3 acres, 4 acre, huge, 40-foot tall. I mean, they're stockpiling at sand and gravel sites, RCA, that's in the millions of tons. And here you have, 60,000 tons being done 4 different times. So on site, maybe they have 10,000 tons, 20,000 tons at a time. That's like, it's actually from a bulk material handling, I don't know how they make money because, it's just not that much stuff. But, they've got their business plan and they're going to do it under your prescriptive requirements, even though I'm like, whoa, 8-foot stockpiles, that's crazy. But, you have it in your code, they can live with it. It'll be spread out a little bit more, but it's not going to be a concern for groundwater. Silica does not, you're not going to migrate silica. It's not a dissolved constituent. It's a crystalline. Okay. Silica is a quartz, crystalline. It does not go through the soils. The soil pores are microscopic. You could take, benzene from the underground storage tank, which you guys have 25 of those, and I do a lot of UST third-party stuff, and boy, it's a 50-50 chance. I don't care how good of a UST system you have, they're going to leak 50-50. You might have put it in 2010. You give it 20 years, it's going to have a leak. It's going to have a leak from the dispensing island or something. You want to do a groundwater wellhead protection area? Wellhead protection areas, in my experience, you don't have retail gas stations with underground storage tanks in wellhead protection areas. If you're putting a wellhead protection area around a municipal well, you don't allow underground storage tanks. You guys got two. The city of Titusville has 2 underground storage tanks, a diesel fuel for your electric generator and a gasoline tank. Yeah. So, I mean, this is not a groundwater contamination risk facility. It just doesn't meet any of the profiles, and it's scientifically impossible for that type of contaminants to be contributing to groundwater contamination.
Okay. Appreciate it.
All right, very good. That's a lot. With that, this group over here is getting restless. They're starting to mumble a little bit. No.
There is not a quiz at the end.
I'd like to move to the cards at this time. City Attorney?
We have Craig Moore.
I just wanted to clarify the applicant didn't have any more presentation before we go to the cards.
I'm going to read the audience on this one. I actually did have about 56 more slides, literally, to make sure we had all the information we needed, but I'm not going to do those. I'm just going to summarize by saying your staff did a very good job of analyzing all your comprehensive plan policies. One that I found interesting is that the city says that you shall encourage recycling in the city. And Brevard County is 15% below what the state of Florida recommends as a recycling rate. And there are a dozen plus counties across the state of Florida trying to get recycling concrete facilities in their county to help up their recycling numbers. And so your comprehensive plan speaks very specifically to encouraging the exact type of operation my client has. I appreciate all the analysis the staff did on how we met every standard under your code and your comp plan for approval tonight. So thank you very much, and I will take a seat.
Thank you. All right, City Clerk, call the cards.
We have one more card, I think, as part of the applicant. I don't know if they want to speak. Craig Moore? No? Okay.
Thank you.
John Stanton?
Oh, yeah. I remember.
You want me to copy of
Yep.
the email that was sent on today? Because we had to, I retained, I know, I'm learning what the rules are now. I'm John Stanton at 6935 River Edge Drive. Because of what's happened here, we were obliged to hire our own expert, Randy Parkinson, PhD, PG from the University of Florida. He formed his own company, is now down in South Florida doing some testing. And if you look at page 3, it explains everything you need to know about this thing. He's not convinced that there's been a definitive study to show that we're not going to get leaking into the aquifer. We have people with drinking water that, regardless of what you heard tonight, I mean, they have bubbling type ponds right behind their house. That's where they're putting the water. That's how they're getting the water. So, it's not a good place for it. I've said that before. I'll say it again. It's just not a good place. And, we're going to get hit with runoff. You know that. I know it. You get a couple hurricanes in here followed by a lot of rain. It's going to come our way. And you don't want to have to suffer the consequences of legal action or anything else because of that. I think these guys are really good, and they're good people, and I think they do a good job. But they picked the wrong spot, I think. And if you go down to Cocoa, it's a 6-mile drive from my house. Go down to Cocoa and look at the right-hand side of 528, the rock crushing place right there. And they have their own railroad spur. I don't know if these people want to do their own railroad spur eventually, but if they do, that just makes it a bigger deal. And 60,000 tons. Have you ever seen what 60,000 tons look like? That's a lot of rock. It may not be the 8 million, but those are the big plants he's talking about. This is a little plant that they can move around. And they also talk about 4 times a year. That's 4 times 6 is 24 weeks, almost a half a year. And they're doing it from 7 to 4. I live across the road from them, and I sure as heck don't want to have a pounding at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm retired. Why should I have to put up with that stuff? We pay a lot of taxes to live down there, and we didn't expect this to happen. Otherwise, we would have tried to get the zoning changed. But, once again, just read this thing. Because the guy, basically, he says that there needs to be a more definitive study and that the city staff has to get some of these inconsistencies taken care of.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Next card, please.
Carol Stanton. Carol Stanton.
I know that sound. What happened?
I'm Carol Stanton at 6935 River Edge Drive. And my husband just spoke. We are just really upset about this, he especially. That was our dream house, and we're considering selling it now because once this place is built and whoever looks at it hears the noise and whatever happens, it won't be as valuable. And this is all about money. Every decision is about money. Think about who's benefiting from this. It's not anybody on my street. It's not the city of Titusville. They're not hiring a bunch of people. It's all about money of this company. And this is a green industry that's popped up all over because of our green deal with our government. They're supporting recycling, and we have recycling right out on 405. I go there all the time with my paint, my boxes. You can't even get your trash in there because there's so much cardboard in the dumpster. So anyway, it's all about money. And I've lived here 42 years. I'm invested in this town and my house and my husband's dental practice that he had for 30 years. These people come in and tell us that our house isn't worth as much as it was. If it's on the river and the river is destroyed, nobody's going to want to be there. I don't see manatees anymore. We didn't expect them to die, but they have. I see no dolphins anymore. I used to see them at least every day or every couple of days, and something's changed in the river. The grass isn't there for the manatees to eat. These things change before our eyes, and we don't make the right decision. Like my husband has multiple myeloma, cancer of the plasma cells of your blood. Most of you don't even know what that means, but we found out in 2010. And he also had a tumor grow in his heart when he was 35, and I had a 3-month-old baby. Did I expect that to happen? No. But by the grace of God, we got through all that. But the people that sprayed Agent Orange, the government on the men in Vietnam, they didn't expect those guys to get chemical exposure, which my husband has. He didn't go to Vietnam, but he got it just breathing the air that he had breathed in this country. And that disease, when he got it in 2010, he had to have a stem cell transplant. We had to go to Seattle for 7 months. We had to sell his dental practice, okay? And he's never been the same. He's got all kind of problems, he's got chronic kidney disease from this thing. This disease that he got from just breathing air. He didn't go anywhere. He didn't go to he was in the service, but not in Vietnam. But did they think about that? Did the government know that they were going to be paying for people that died of it and paying their families? I know it went over, but this is about money, and very few people are going to come out ahead. This isn't doing a great thing for our community or hiring people.
All right,
so just think about that and what the expert on the paper that we gave you said that this is could cause respiratory.
Got to be done. Thank you.
Fine. I'm sorry that I am disappointed that coming to these meetings that the people that are the applicants get to talk so long.
That's
and the people
rules.
that
That's
it
the
is
rules.
well.
That's the rules.
Whoever set the rules
That's
need to
the
change them.
rules. Go. Wow. Those are like lifelong rules. I just got here. Next card, please.
Tony Sheffalo.
Tony Sheffalo, the Historic Norwood House. I know that this has been difficult. I've been to every single one of the meetings about this situation. You guys probably know me. And I was at the 5.5-hour TEC meeting. And I know that our attorney has said that you're going to have to vote for this because there is no ordinance or there's no law that they're breaking and that you'd be liable, blah, blah, blah. I appreciate the expert witness and all his testimony, but it is a matter of perception, and the citizens of the town of Titusville think this is a terrible thing and a tragic mistake. But I'm not here to talk about that because I know what you're constrained. I want to talk about Little Tico, the Space Coast Regional Airport. You know, a couple of years ago, they decided they wanted to have horizontal takeoff and landings, that it's not going to be just an airport, it's going to be a spaceport. And one of the things that was going to stop them is that they had to have the FAA license for non-federal launch and reentry sites. And by golly, the Space Coast Regional Airport is one of 14 FAA licensed spaceports in the United States. And when you go out into outer space, you're going to go by a concrete crushing facility, and who knows what else in the heavy industrial zoning that's out there. Oh, look at all that. Oh, but what about the dust that the rockets are going to blow? Who knows? They may not be counting on that. But my point is, maybe it's too late to stop the concrete plant and the disaster waiting to happen that is, but maybe we should think about changing the heavy industrial zoning around this airport that is now not just a little airport, it's a spaceport, one of 14 in the country licensed by the FAA for horizontal takeoff and landings of rockets to outer space. Think about what you want citizens driving into Titusville to go to this Space Coast Regional Airport. What do you want them to see? I wouldn't mind seeing satellite building industry. I wouldn't mind seeing rocket building industry. I wouldn't mind seeing things that serve going into outer space there instead of dry cleaning plants and concrete crushing plants. So maybe we should think about the zoning for the rest of the area before it's too late and somebody else comes with a disaster waiting to happen, like a concrete crushing facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Next card, please.
It's Dave, it looks like SCABO.
I'm gonna be real brief, trust me. You guys, I'm not from here, I'm from South Florida. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Dave Zabel at 183 Rocket Road. I'm not from here, I was raised in South Florida, but I know that Titusville used to be known for their fishing industry. Not anymore. All that poison going into the water is creating that. You're just nailing the coffin closed. Sahara Desert wind. These particulates aren't going to move. Are you on something? Because we get dirt over here from the Sahara Desert, for crying out loud. Runoff to the river, 900 feet. That's, again, that's back to my first point that I said. Basically, though, this is not bedrock, and it's not going to be Barney and Fred running around out there. It's not going to be some cute little thing. It's going to be disastrous for us who live there and also for the river. Thank you.
Next card, please.
Shelley, it's SQUIRES, I believe.
Hi.
Hi, Shelley Squires. I live at 212 Rocket Road, Titusville. We live across the street from where this concrete crushing plant is going to go in. It's River Forest Mobile Home Park, 55 and older, retired people. Everybody's very concerned. The air, water quality, what's going to happen to our river, the noise, and I don't think it should go in there. There's just too many things that could go wrong. And, you know, you've got a lot of elderly people over there. There's 3 mobile home parks, you know, kitty corner across from there. There's homes all up and down the river. So I just want you guys to think about this and think about the people, you know, when you go to make your decision. Okay?
Thank you. Next card.
Laura Price.
Laurel Price, Windover resident. I'm very concerned about this crushing facility because Windover Farms, we can get that breeze from the ocean. We would get that dust from the crushers. Don't agree with the person who said he was a professional because this is Florida. We get sea breezes, we get humidity, we get all kinds of stuff in our air. I am a living example, just like John, who has multiple myeloma. I have overcome it, but I have an immune system that is compromised. I have to be very careful about the air I breathe. I have to be very careful about who I'm around because of air quality. I do not want to see this company come in here and have that dust, that silica, whatever it is, blowing into our community, whether it goes towards the river or away from the river, and compromise those of us who have health issues. And I know there's more than John and myself who have multiple myeloma in this area. And I hope and pray that you consider the health risk that's involved with this company. Thank you.
Thank you for your words.
Judith Keelock.
Next card, please.
Judith Keelock.
I don't know if I could hear you.
It's Judith. It's KIHLOCH, I believe.
Do we have any speakers?
Okay, for Wendover? Okay. And then the last card is Stan Johnston.
You always get me cleanup.
Surprise, surprise.
They're telling you no.
tell them no. Surprise, Stan Johnston. And this time, I'm not going to pose myself as an expert. And fact is, I'm not voting for or against this issue, either one. And I'm sympathetic with the residents and what they've said, and I'm sympathetic with the concrete crushing plant people. Sympathetic with both of them. I believe that what should have done, and what you still can do, is that you should hire, the city should have hired or can still hire an expert on these issues that you could be comfortable with. And I appreciate that Sarah and Joe expressed their opinion of the questionable of an expert, because as we all know, there are some experts who are not experts. So I appreciate what they said, and what I'm trying to say is that actually you still can. What you don't want, you don't like to hear me saying this, but what you could do is table this until you get an expert that you believe and that you can feel comfortable about, because whatever happens, whatever you decide here, it's almost like a lose-lose situation. That's what it appears to me. I'm through. I'm going to say it in other words, whatever decision you make, it's going to be, you're going to have some people very, very disappointed. So I suggest that you table it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. And that was the last card?
It is, but I will say again that I did have some cards that had no item on there, so I don't know if we want to check to see.
All right. Member Nelson, are you speaking?
I'm speaking. I appreciate the Stantons bringing us this report from Dr. Parkinson, and it is very site-specific. So at this point, I would like to hear from him. I would suggest that we hire him as an expert. He is bringing up some points that I think we need to consider. This is a situation where if we go forward without having the answers and without making sure that our citizens are safe, our river's safe, our water's safe, shame on us. So the guy apparently, his office is in Melbourne. He is familiar with this area. And before I vote on anything, I want to hear from him. So that's... And I know Stan will be disappointed that I agree with him.
Member Robinson?
Yes, I want to, we can be knowledgeable about a lot of subjects, and but that doesn't make us an expert in them. And I understand. I've been sitting here determining what is facts and what is opinion. And even our expert, he gave me more opinions than he gave me facts. And I'm concerned about that. I think that, and that's, I still stand by my ruling. I think that we need someone to give me some facts, that knows the soil and the requirements of the state of Florida, and what the weather is like. And yes, each state's EPA laws are different. What stands in Ohio does not necessarily stand in the state of Florida. What stands in Washington State does not necessarily stand in Florida. I know what we have to rule on based on facts, not on opinion. But I want to make sure that we have all of the facts before I give you my opinion. Thank you.
Member Jordan. Who? You. I'm sorry.
Let's get it right. I'm getting sleepy. You know that, right?
Not that you notice.
Yeah. I think the challenge, I'm in agreement because this is really important that we get this right. The challenge I have, though, is we got someone who delivered this to us, and that doesn't mean that this is the right person to be the expert for us, correct? And that's my only concern. So I would certainly suggest that staff would find someone that has the credentials that we're looking for. One of the other things we have to be careful of too, for the procedure, it is required that the applicant get to come back and disavow or give us rationale why we shouldn't agree with what we've heard. The unfortunate part, I guess I can say, is we got this from, let's just say as an expert, but he wasn't an expert witness. And so I'm not sure how they're going to question, a document versus there was a lot of feelings about how things are. So I would suggest that, well, first of all, we have to give them an opportunity to come back and speak, and then after that, I think we need to have a discussion about our going forward. Does that make sense? All right.
City Attorney, you had your light on. You had a thought? No?
Well, a couple thoughts. First of all, correct. The applicant has a right to respond. And again, any document provided to you that has not been subject to cross-examination or qualifies as an expert is not evidence. So it has to be, if you're going to rely on competent, substantial evidence, that document has been subject to cross-examine or qualification. And at this point, I would call the applicant back up.
Just so you know, that's the instructions I gave to start this thing. The applicant will come back up, and before they even do that, I want to go back over what I said previously. We've had a lot of industrial things come in here. We have industrial areas. The concern that we had with this one that sent us to TEC to begin with, and I hear that we are still there. We got open air, we've got concrete dust, we've got concrete noise, things that you have and will again say how it's controlled. You do have a good record, but I think a good question was asked over here when it came to what happens with the water runoff when there's a hurricane, and we've never been able to stop such a thing. That's a concern. So with that, we are done with cars, and we are moving up to the applicant rebutting. I can't answer that. That's not an official thing. I don't say it. Sit down.
I'm not sure I've seen this letter that was submitted. I don't think that was provided to us at any point, so I don't know.
I think that's what City Attorney said. He said that obviously that can't be what now?
Well, the point is that documentation, which is purported to be from expert, was not subject to cross-examination or qualification as an expert as competent substantial evidence.
And certainly I would agree. We don't have someone here. We do.
But if something was provided to you, a copy needs to be provided to the applicant's attorney, so she understands what you're looking at.
All right. So to the applicant.
And just to make sure I understood, because it sounds like there are remaining concerns. So is the process suggestion that the city hire somebody to perform a separate analysis? Because we thought that was the function of the TEC, was to do the environmental review. So is there now the second hearing, the city's going to hire an expert, we come back, we do?
I don't say that we have that plan in mind. It's something we're talking about and may have that plan in mind before we get done. TEC is the environmental commission. They are people we refer to. There are certainly some people on there that I admire and feel as though have some expert insight, but we didn't send this to them to get the expert opinion. We certainly got them to get what you had noted you got, 5.5 hours of questions and an understanding. The first time we heard this, we were all very concerned and ready to move another direction, and decided instead to go back to TEC and then bring it this way. Like I said, I really think for me, if this thing was all inside a big building, I know you can't do that, but I don't ever recall a heavy industrial thing like this in our city that's open air like this. Before I go further because this may be related. Let me go to Member Stokel first.
Yeah, I think my concern is, to your point, is you guys brought in, you paid for an expert. We have TEC, which is full of volunteers, not necessarily, as the mayor said, an expert. And then we have some citizens that may not have the financial means to go off and hire. So I feel as a council member, a due diligence as representing the city of Titusville, if we need to put funds forward to make sure that we have more than your guys' one expert witness to make an informed decision. That is where I'm coming from.
Member Nelson.
And I think procedurally, the easiest way to do it would be if we kicked it out a couple minutes, tabled it, and allowed the staff to find an expert who could also be here at the same time. To me, that makes more sense. So I'll ask Mr. Broom what he thinks of that.
Probably going to be about a 2 to 3 month process.
Correct.
And I know that's difficult on any company, and I get that. But at the same time, this is a one-shot deal. And I feel like a lot of people have come up and felt like we already decided where we were going. I hope, if nothing else, this discussion kind of shows that we're thinking this thing to the end and, you know, hearing more and more. I said a long time ago, I said at the last meeting that I was concerned about, you know, open air and dust, open air and sound. Open and again, I mentioned last time, I didn't this time, and I heard it from somebody over here. The storm water rushed through your area over the railroad tracks and into the river. I don't know what that is, and again, that would
in accordance with council or the TEC's recommendation, the site actually has, and it's detailed in my report, which I would also add, you know, I modeled that report based on reports I was retained by municipalities to do RCA, recycled concrete aggregate plant, environmental impact assessments for the municipalities. That report actually talks about it, and you have specified that essentially the somewhat permeable zones that are actually identified on the site, like the stockpiles, which actually would be classified under the Florida watershed manual as semi-permeable. You've required them to be classified as impermeable for the purposes of stormwater management. So the stormwater retention basin already designed by the engineer for this site actually is hyper-conservative, because areas which the state of Florida watershed management manual and guidance actually says can be classified as partially permeable, meaning 50%. Those areas you have already mandated are to be classified as impermeable. So any concerns related to stormwater management have already been over-designed already into the stormwater management plan and the retention basin. I mean, I'm just astounded that you will use basically a undocumented allegation letter submitted by a citizen that basically, did I talk about alkalinity? It's not leachate anyway. Leachate actually is defined as the material that's present with the leaching of the material, like a metal out of a material. The alkalinity occurs because you actually have the concrete dust changing the pH of the water. He's talking about chemicals and contaminants. Does he actually say that they're a concern? No, he says, oh, you know, there's a potential that you could have some of this because, oh, we know there's sometimes are metals actually in concrete. If you actually read this piece of paper and actually looked at the environmental concerns, we have addressed them, or they're addressed in my report. Now, if you want, you were asking about facts. I have facts in there related to ambient air quality. This area is like 30 micrograms per cubic meter of air for PM10. That's, the standard is 150. And we have done similar, identical types of operations and modeled them and actually evaluated them. You can ask this gentleman if he's actually physically ever operated on a recycled concrete aggregate plant or any bulk material operation. But, you know, I'm thinking based on what he discussed, he hasn't. Or he certainly did not do a very good job in preparing the materials in any factual basis. It's essentially a bunch of like what ifs and, you know, it could be, and, you know, oh, you have an aquifer. It's not based on science and technical information. I understand the lagoon might have a water quality problem. You have a lot of residences that have septic fields. Guess what? I did studies even on undergraduate about septic fields and nitrates. And you know what? All the lakes have problems because they have a lot of houses around them that have septic fields still. You have large sewage overflows. That's going to cause eutrophication in the marine environment. I mean, this is basically getting to the point where you're rejecting the science that we're providing you and going on speculation. I mean, I'm just very surprised at the turn when you should have counsel or someone else read this report, which really is not a scientific report at all. It's just a bunch of speculation, potentials, allegations, and et cetera.
All right. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Truthfully, that report is not anything I've talked about. What I've talked about are the concerns I had to begin with, and I think that Member Stokel did say something that, you know, always lines up when you have an expert. But let's face it, you're being paid for by the company that's looking for that information. So, and I only say that because we're sitting up here and I think the best thing we can possibly do is, I voted you an expert. I think you know what you're talking about. But again, you're not going to get paid to say this is a bad idea. So that being said, I think the thing we need to do if we're going to move forward with this would be to have our expert, somebody that who's neutral as far as, you know, we're not for them, we're going to tell you what the truth is. I'm not saying you didn't tell the truth. You've got the truth as you see the truth, but at the same time, we have some concerns here. We've never dealt with something like this before, and it's very concerning, and we're not saying anything right now except we feel like we need perhaps an expert that is Titusville based, or not based, but city supported. With that, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, I think, you know, the struggle we're trying to have with how to move forward on this is where we draw the line, only because, you know, your staff did a professional evaluation. They said we've met every criteria. Your staff's opinion is competent and substantial evidence. The only competent and substantial evidence tonight has come from our expert and from your professional staff's report. And so when we've met all of those criteria, I understand there are still lingering concerns. I just wonder how that line ever gets drawn if a conjecture of what if something could happen is the basis for denying projects when nobody might ever be able to answer the what if a catastrophic event happened. I mean, I would have never been able to get a single gas station permit in the state of Florida if there was not an option that maybe what if a gas tank leaked. Of course, a tank could always leak in a catastrophic event, but that's not a legal basis upon which to say you could never have a gas station anywhere in the state of Florida because something might happen even though there's no scientific basis for proving it to be true. So is it that we're going to have an expert come and they're going to give an opinion as to whether what we've designed is safe in your opinion, or because I guess we're just trying to understand what that person is going to do or say, because it doesn't sound like it's tied to the code standards.
All right, hold that thought, and let me go around the horn here. Remember, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Okay, if you remember, hopefully we get this cleared up. I say we need to hear your rebuttal first. We've heard the rebuttal. He's pretty emotional, I can tell for sure. And my challenge really is, based on the instructions that we got, was we have to make a decision based on what is presented to us as fact and from expert witness. The question I have, though, is if we had said, no, he's not an expert witness, would we be making a determination based on just what we received here today? Forget about the expert, but for the fact you have an expert witness, now there's a question, should we have an expert witness? And I think that's the confusing part. So I have to go back to staff and ask, what is our process as it relates to what we're supposed to do? Because this is a quasi-judicial thing. We have to make judgment based on what we have in front of us. We don't have an opposing expert witness. What we have is a document that is not an expert document. They cannot go back and ask this guy all kind of questions to rebut what he's saying, that it's just a document.
That's right. You have to have you have to have a finding based on competent substantial evidence that this is in compliance with your comprehensive plan and addresses the conditional use criteria of your code. That's what the staff's report was based on.
And the staff has gone through it and he's explained to us in the documentation what everything is.
That's correct. To deny something, you would have to have competent substantial evidence to support a denial, and you'd have to state what sections of the comp plan, the code, or other law justify denial based on that evidence presented to you.
Right. And to me, that's pretty black and white. I was leaning towards making sure we do everything we possibly can to make this right. But I don't want to say our hands are tied, but we have a procedure in place that says, listen to the information that is at hand. We did agree that this is an expert witness. He has told us the facts as he knows and with his experience. And the question is, what do we do next? If we deny this based on our question of whether we should have an expert witness, to me, we're going beyond what we're supposed to be doing. Is that correct? I just need to understand,
Right. Any denial, you would have to state findings to support that based on evidence presented. The only evidence thus far has been staff's recommendation and from the expert. You would have to have competent substantial evidence to support a denial based on the code, and you would have to cite the sections of the code or the comp plan that supports that denial.
And I must point out to council that we had P&Z and we had TEC to look at this, and they came up with all these conditions for this to happen, which is acceptable to the applicant. So for us to say, well, we want to wait and get an expert witness, I'm not sure if we have the wherewithal to do that. Question about tabling is another question I have. Can we actually table this? And we have to have rationale why we're going to table it. For us to say that we want to go and get an expert witness, isn't that beyond the scope of what we should be doing based on a CUP? I know these are hard questions, but we just want to get this right.
Again, if council wants to table an item, there can be a motion to table the item and bring it back for further consideration. That's up to council whether you're interested in tabling an item. That would take a motion and a vote to table the item. That's not denial, but we'd have to set it to a time certain to come back and address this issue.
But the rationale, you have to have rationale for tabling it. And right now, what I'm hearing is council would like to have an expert witness to basically rebut what the expert witness has said. Correct?
Yeah, that's the way I see it.
That's what I'm hearing up here.
First of all, I'm not hearing anybody talk about the word denial. But I am hearing people say, starting over here, that there are some concerns. And again, I voted that this man had the credentials to be an expert witness. I still believe that to be the case. I believe he gave the best information he had. But I have concerns about a project like this that we've never seen the likes of in our city, and the concerns of our citizens. And I'm not saying that everything you said wasn't true. But I also would like to have an expert witness and I don't think I realized that's something I want, or I would have said it before till I got to hear more, and I still have some concerns and don't really, and again, I think that Member Jordan might have been serious, might have been kidding, but some sort of visualization of what this looks like. Because I've never seen one, some kind of video of, when I think of smoke or concrete chalk or whatever, I don't think of it dissipating before it goes 20 feet. I see it in the air, and I can't, that's my perception. I'm not the expert. But that being said, I think that the discussion is to table it and look into an expert, not to deny it. And I know that they don't want to hear that, but that's what I'm hearing.
Can I clarify that the conditions under your conditional use approval standards, when they say things like shall require dust and particulate matter to meet the standard of no significant deposition off-site to adjoining lots, shall have on-site activities be controlled to prevent the emission of odorous gases or other matter in quantities as to be readily detectable to produce a public nuisance, those are then standards that are enforceable by the city, meaning if we operate and we produce off-site adverse impacts, code comes and we have enforcement active cases opened against us in violation of what those standards would be, meaning we are not given the green light to operate forever with no oversight. So if there was somehow a dust event, which is not going to happen, or somehow runoff, which again won't happen, that the city has the power and authority to take action against our operations.
That's correct. With regard to the conditions are imposed, you would have to comply with those conditions, or it would be a code enforcement action against this operation. So when you have a conditional use before you, the purpose is to look at the potential nuisances and impacts as discussed with plan and zoning and your TEC, and what conditions does the council feel are necessary to address those adverse impacts. And any conditions you impose pursuant to Florida statute on the property owner's use of their property must have an essential nexus to a legitimate public purpose and be roughly proportionate to the impacts. So what you have to do is listen to what these impacts may be and impose those conditions to address those impacts, and those must be proportionate. So if council's wanting to table it, we'd have to understand what's the purpose of that. We do have conditions. You certainly impose those conditions and enforce those conditions that you feel necessary to address the impacts of this use. And there would be a code enforcement action, or other regulatory agencies may be regulating them as well.
If I could, I'm sorry about interrupting, but the code also allows conditional use permits to be revoked by the city council.
Member Nelson?
May I? I agree that he is an expert because he has more knowledge than the rest of us. That makes him an expert. And we do have the staff presentations, staff reports. We have the TEC reports. We have planning and zoning reports. But now we're talking about very specific knowledge that I'm not sure any of them has, talking about our groundwater, our drinking water. And what is this potential of the, alkaline, am I saying it right?
Alkalinity.
Alkalinity going into the drinking water. When you're saying that it's 4.5.
No,
and
that's acidic. But,
acidic.
right, that's the sand.
And then we're talking about going up. So I sort of glanced at this report that Dr. Stanton gave us, and I do have additional questions. The questions being...
Does he say, though, quote, in general, however, effluent alkalinity is not considered to be an environmental hazard because it is effectively diluted and partially neutralized at a very short distance from the stockpile or stormwater drain outlet by much greater quantities of rainwater. I mean, if you actually read this document.
Correct.
There's a lot of potentials and there's a lot of injection of uncertainty into this. This is not an expert report. I've testified. I've had 20-hour depositions on air quality issues at Coke
And
plants.
I have no idea who this guy is.
Right.
So I would agree with you there.
It's the fact that we prepared an expert report that was modeled upon expert reports that I physically have conducted for other municipalities on their behalf for this specific type of operation, concrete recycling. If you want us to go through the actual facts
Would
of the
you
report,
agree with me that this is something new for this area, correct? Haven't done it before.
yes, I can tell you that a heavy industrial site like this, I could put a chemical plant there. I could put, a gazillion different types of operations that would have much more significant environmental aspects that are negative.
Can I talk?
Yep.
Okay. So would you agree that, yes, we are being conservative and we're being a little cautious, and that is not necessarily a bad thing?
I go back to advice from counsel and say, on a scientific basis, you're not tabling this and you're not retaining an expert based on any factual environmental impact that you can point to that would actually be a legitimate concern. And actually, this expert report in his back section, the 5 parts,
and he
actually restates that these are good. He talks about one inconsistency about your own plan with water quality and your area of critical concern, and you need to look at, how is this apparent contradiction reconciled? Otherwise, he just talks about like the 500-foot distance to the nearest residential use and like, oh, it could be maybe if then or what environmental impact. There's no factual basis in this. And he's basically agreeing water-based dust suppression system to be provided on site. This is consistent with BMPs for RCA plans. Yeah, it's actually not consistent with BMPs. It's actually a requirement by law as part of their air permit. It's actually a lawful requirement.
And that was one of the things that we had submitted were the test results that we quarterly do stormwater runoff discharge reports in compliance with federal and state law at our other locations. And we have emission studies that are done. Again, the one we submitted just from March at another facility, we pass every single one of them. I mean, there would have been years since 1977. We haven't failed a single test. That's a lot of years of data that we could have failed any one of those tests required by the state of Florida, specific local governments, and the federal government for our operations. And that's where I think I'm struggling, where how do we prove nothing's going to go wrong with, we gave you decades of assurance.
Are you assuming the next expert's going to walk in and say everything's wrong?
No, not at all. Not at all. But I
mean, based on what you're saying to me, I would expect the next expert to come in and say, yeah, maybe change some of the things, maybe add a condition or two. But, I mean, the way you sound is like the next expert's going to come in and say, this is horrible.
No, I don't. I certainly don't expect that to be the case. I just want to make sure I understand if.
I see what you're saying. Member Robinson.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not against you, and I'm not against the people out here. My concern is that when I make a decision, I want to make sure that I have all you have to give and all they have to give, and make sure that everything to the best of my ability is balanced. I'm not concerned about, right now, money is a driver on one hand, and probably property value is somewhat of a driver on the other hand. But I want to eliminate all of that and see if this gentleman who is ill here, the lady who is ill there, make sure that they don't become any more sicker because of the decision that I make. That's all I'm about.
Understood.
Let's go with Member Stokel.
Yeah, that was actually kind of to my question. Do you have any experience or background in the medical field? Or it seems like you have a lot of experience in concrete facilities and environment, but in the health aspects?
With due respect, this is not a toxicological consideration. There's no question silica is a lung carcinogen. I would not speculate, and I have specifically been excluded from expert testimony I've done on plaintiffs' class actions, and I'm not the toxicological expert for those aspects. But this is no in any way related to, in my experience, any toxicological, medical concern, epidemiological, or anything. This is basic 101 exposure assessment. Exposure assessment is essentially this question of, you have a operation or a contaminant, or you might call it a pollutant. It's at point A, and you're concerned, what is the exposure at this residence, at this location? That's what we do. I mean, that's literally what we do. You do it in contaminated site assessment, it's exposure assessment. That's the last step. You do it in air permitting because you have to do off-site air toxics modeling now. You do it in particulate modeling because you want to make sure you meet ambient air quality standards that are federal standards that you have nothing to do with. Okay? I'm telling you, that's the expertise. That's all we do. And
that's kind of my point. And to Member Robinson's point, I feel like you have to understand, I don't think any of us have medical backgrounds out here, but we all have a duty to protect the citizens of Titusville. And so, like, you think about firefighters, they go in and they work, and then we didn't discover till years later that a lot of them are coming down with cancer. Like, we don't want to unnecessarily put citizens at risk when we don't have the background in that field, and you don't have the background necessarily in that particular area as well.
I will say OSHA doesn't even require our workers to wear masks. Okay. Because it's not a health hazard.
Okay.
OSHA has a lot of requirements for mask wearing indoors. Something that we had discussed earlier was whether you have to wear a mask on a machine, and it's not a requirement for preventing particulate.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, you good? Okay. All right, Vice Mayor, we need to figure out what we're doing right here.
Honestly, you should have brought a picture. You really should have. Because I'm going to tell you, I understand.
I show you on my phone.
No,
I
okay.
emailed it, but I don't think they have
honestly, I understand exactly what you're saying. I can sit up here and say, okay, based on the data and everything, yeah, this makes sense to me. The challenge we do have, though, it is perception. Mm-hmm. And we don't need to have one of these. You said something that I kind of chuckled at. You were talking about the recycling, that we're at 15% or whatever the number was. And we know that we have a problem with recycling because we can't find anybody who would take the material. So it's not something that we are proud of, that, maybe we're less than everybody else. Recycling really is not very beneficial when you're talking the economics of it, because we just can't find it in place. So to add this, I mean, to me, the manufacturing and the production that you're doing is fine. The challenge we have, though, is we're dealing with human beings. And there is a perception that there is going to be a problem. The TEC and the planning has come up with conditional requirements that mitigates all the concerns that they have had, and the staff have also added or modified some of those things. So I'm comfortable with that. The unfortunate thing is we still have people who really feel that there may be a danger to their lives. And I think you can understand that. So with all due respect to the expert, I believe you know exactly what you're talking about. I understand the toxicology. I understand that, you don't need to wear a mask or anything. It's not that toxic. It's not toxic. Matter of fact, the only thing I was thinking about is last year my wife and I spent all year redoing the inside of my house. I had a lot of toxic things going on when I started knocking down tile, sheetrock, and all that stuff, very fine mist silica and all that good stuff. We had to wear a mask. This is totally different for sure. And with the machines that you're using, they actually have the water to make sure you bring all the things down. We have vegetation that is going to make sure it doesn't happen. I asked about the water and actually the topography of the area basically makes the water come this way instead of the other way. I understand all of that, but we still have a problem with perception. My challenge I'm having, though, is how do we go, what do we do next? Because we actually have a document that has caused us to question what we should do, and that's why I asked the question. But for the fact that we qualified an expert, would we still be in this situation, or would we have made a decision based on TEC, planning, and staff on what we should do next?
I can give you my answer.
Go ahead, Member Nelson first, and then you, Member Robinson.
As an attorney, I'd say you'd be in the same position, because we're sitting up here as judges. We're supposed to listen to the evidence. Depending on what kind of case it would, this is different than a courtroom. Mm-hmm. So we have the option of turning around and tabling it and asking for an additional expert. And that's what I would suggest that we do. But the fact that he's an expert doesn't really change anything.
Now let me go with Member Robinson.
Yes, I didn't read this document.
I didn't either.
Was sent, that was handed up here, because I knew what would happen if they hadn't read it. So, again, I'm not against the company, but I want, again, to make the best decision for the people of this city.
And I think that takes us to, instead of a denial, I think that takes us to a table and discuss with staff, getting a city expert. We're not going to decide all that here tonight, but again, I think there's an expert there. I think the questions were answered. I think your record is solid, but I, from the very beginning, have had concerns with the open airness of this. That being said,
So Mayor, just to clarify, what do you want this expert to tell you? What would you like for the expert?
I would like the expert, the main concern I have, I think this expert is an expert. I voted him expert. I'd like the expert to have Titusville's best interest at heart instead of the company's best interests at heart. That, and I have said in the past to other people, I know there are experts out there and take you guys out of it, but I'm always leery of who's paying the expert. So that's what I want from an expert from the city of not from the city of Titusville, but that the city of Titusville is paying. And then he doesn't have the, the commercial profit behind him or her, and we get the other side of that. I don't doubt, and I think Member Nelson felt the same way, I don't doubt that that expert would come in and very quickly see that this guy's right. Hey, this is great, this is super. But I want to hear that from an expert that represents the city of Titusville, and again, not a company.
So I've got you, and I think Peggy, but we, just to let you know what your process ahead now is, we'll have to create an RFP, request for proposal. We'll need you to let us know that that's what you want. So that's probably the July meeting.
Right.
Okay.
The procurement will take at least 60 to 90 days.
And I know they don't want to hear that, and this just popped in my mind, so she's probably running around here right now, but my mom always used to tell me it's better to be safe than sorry.
Yes, sir, I'm just letting everybody know what the expectation will be. So, and then we'll need, within the RFP, to give the consultant, that's what he'll be, or she, or company will be a consultant. We'll have to give them a period of time to complete the work. So that would probably be a 6-month window.
Would they not be reviewing his report?
I don't know we'll have to figure out what city council wants us.
Would the review just be of his report? Because
I think I made it clear what my concern is.
Yeah.
This not his ability. I voted him an expert. I believe that, you got so many acronyms there, he's got to be an expert. So and he said some very wise things. However, the fact of the matter is he represents the company, which, quite honestly, they're not going to pay him if he's not going to say the right stuff.
That's a big
So
statement.
I'm going to just tell you that's how I feel about it, and I'm allowed to have that opinion, and that's the opinion I'm going to express. All right? So that's where I'm at. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say it, and I don't expect you to agree with that. I hear you. But let's be honest about it, folks. I mean, they're not going to pay you to come up here and say, this is terrible, don't do this, this is the most dangerous thing in the world. I'm not expecting you to say that. I believe what you said is probably true. But I also don't think there's anything wrong at all with having somebody who represents the city tell me what's best for the city.
Mr. Mayor.
I would just say this in respect to council, that there is not an existing operation for this expert to physically evaluate, like I have done for other conditional use permit operations. So literally, the body of evidence is our report and our submissions, and that should be something you certainly are allowed, and due diligence. You hire your own expert that maybe is not prejudicial because they're working for a plaintiff, and you
Absolutely.
basically have them look at the material and the body of evidence that we've submitted. I would hesitate to ask, but based on my experience, I would think that he would be able to do that type of a review within less than 30 days, including literature that's readily available, given our great internet these days.
Mr. Mayor.
He would be able to support a report back to you in that short of a timetable. There is no existing operation for him to go out and do monitoring at, for him to basically do noise samples, for him to do anything at all to do.
All right, I got that. Here's the bottom line, and I'll say it again. We're going to take a vote to table this thing, or I can see it being a vote to deny this thing. So I'm thinking you guys might say that we might do a good job to table it and get some more expert advice from somebody from the city of Titusville. So I'm feeling like we need to move on from this thing.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
All right. This is, I think, is going to be the easiest route to go. Yeah, there's going to be probably a couple of months. We got to do the RFP. But I think to make it succinct is we have a report from the applicant. That report should be part of the job that the our expert is going to review and give us basically a rebuttal of what they have said.
Or an agreement. Doesn't
Or
necessarily
an
have to be an
agreement.
agreement, but just
at
give me
least
what it is.
But at least it will be apples to apples. So you submit the report to staff. Staff will make that part of the RFP, and then I think it could be done a lot sooner than 6.
And I just have one question on this. We've had at least one member ask if someone was a physician. Do you expect the staff to find an expert, a medical expert, as well as other technical experts, or is one technical expert sufficient?
I would just like them to be able to speak more detailed towards the health impacts would be my concern.
Okay. I don't want to go against her. I know what she's asking for, but we have to just be careful because there really is no toxology type stuff you're dealing with here. I think the cleanest way to make sure we're fair with the applicant is they've given a report. We have our expert look at the report and give us their opinion of what that report is.
Absolutely.
That
That's what
way
I said.
you're balanced and just leave
That's
it like
exactly
that.
right. I think that's what we're saying. I'm just trying now to get us to move on that so we don't say another 30 minutes is what we're
Okay,
trying to do.
then I'm gonna move that we table this.
I would second it. I would suggest September 13th. What do you think?
Well, I'm going to come back to you with an RFP to make sure it meets your expectations
Okay.
in July. And then we'll publish the RFP. And
Okay.
through our procurement rules, there'll be a window for that responses to be obtained.
Okay.
Then you will approve the contract of that, and then we will give the contractor time to submit a report.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can we get that in the form of a motion?
That's 4 or 5.
Just say that.
You made the motion.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Say it again. Well, I heard you do a lot of talking. I didn't hear a motion. I want to clean this up. Give me a
Okay.
motion.
Well, I move that we table this item and allow staff to develop an RFP that would include the report from the applicant for his review. And so staff bring it back to us at RFP back at our next meeting.
I can get the RFP back to you before your next meeting, but then, we'll put the RFP out, and then you'll have to also approve the contract
Right.
and the budget amendment associated with that contract.
Yes.
And then as long as you understand that once the contract's awarded, there will be a time period that the respondent of the RFP said they can do the report in such and such time.
All right, all that, we can
So-
call that the motion.
Yeah.
We
So-
have the motion to table.
Second.
Hold on, City Attorney, you got anything? Okay. All right.
Second.
I have a motion and a second roll call vote.
Member Robinson.
Yes.
Member Nelson. Yes. Mayor Diesel.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Member Stokel.
Yes.
That is, whatever that is tabled. All right, with that, mostly because I absolutely have to, take a 6-minute break and we'll come back and take care of the other deal. 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning. Find your seats. All right, everybody, you're about there. If you're in the corner over there, have a seat or get quiet, please. We're getting ready to get started. Thank you. I would kid you and tell you we got 15 minutes to get this done, but I won't do that. So I hope everybody had a nap. Hold on. I lost. Hold on one second. Member Stokel, can you come look at my computer? I don't know what to do. You guys know what I'm talking about. Something popped up and I have no idea how to get rid of it.
Oh, it's not touch screen.
Oh, she's touch screening or something. There we go. All right. I'll call this meeting back to order. Thank you guys very much. City Manager.
We're now on to item 9E, which is Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment, SSA number 1, 2021 window for partial 22-3532-009. The SSA involves two ordinances. The city attorney will read ordinance 21-2022 and 22-2022.
Yes, this is small scale amendment number 1, 2021, which includes two ordinances. One is the land use ordinance amending the future land use map, which is ordinance number 21-2022, and the zoning ordinance, which is ordinance number 22-2022. I'll read them both at this time. Ordinance number 21-2022, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by amending ordinance number 60-1988, which adopted the comprehensive plan of the city of Titusville, by amending the future land use map by changing the land use designation on approximately 13 acres of property located on the south side of Columbia Boulevard, State Road 405, just west of Wendover Way, parcel ID number 22-35-32009, from conservation and commercial low-intensity future land use to conservation, commercial low-intensity, and low-density residential future land use designations and providing for an effective date. Ordinance number 22-2022, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending ordinance number 5-1993 of the City of Titusville by amending the zoning map made a part of said ordinance by reference by changing the community commercial CC and open space and recreation OR zoning districts to the community commercial CC, open space and recreation OR, and single-family medium-density residential R1B zoning districts on approximately 13 acres plus or minus of property located on the south side of Columbia Boulevard, State Road 405, just west of Wendover Way, parcel ID number 22-35-32009, and providing for an effective date.
Amending the land use and zoning on property of approximately 13 plus or minus of land located on the south side of Columbia Boulevard, State Road 405, just west of Wendover Way, partial ID 22-35-32009, by changing commercial low intensity and conservation future land use designations to commercial low intensity, conservation and low density residential future land use designations, and rezoning the property by changing community commercial and open space recreation zoning districts to community commercial, open space and recreation, and single-family medium-density R1B zoning districts as submitted by Jason and Megan Wright, the owners. Staff analysis is attached, and a copy of the email from Megan Wright, including the conditions that the applicant have voluntarily submitted. A minimum residential lot size of an area of 5 acres is required. Access will be limited to one access per 5-acre residential parcel unless emergency access is required by the city or government agencies. On April 2022, the Planning and Zoning Commission, acting as the local land planning agency, recommended denial of this action 6-1 of SSA number 1, 2021. The reasons provided were that the two houses can already be built in the OR zoning district and that the R1B zoning is too intense and concerns about the impact to trees. Mr. Busak is here to give staff's presentation, and I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. Again, as we did the previous quasi-judicial item, we'll have any ex parte disclosures that we read previously. Again, I mentioned that we would do that for this quasi-judicial item. So if there's any communications, verbal or written, that council has received in this regard, we need to disclose those. Any emails, any opinions or site visits, and disclose that. So that, and Peggy.
Yes, the staff has received and has provided to the applicant letters from the following individuals. Based on my review of them, all of them are not in favor of their requests. We received them from Jeff Schlackman, and I apologize up front for any mispronunciations. Sandra Klinger, Jennifer Ubar Parsons and Jeremy Parsons, Sandra Berry, Michael Salmonello, M.E. Kelly, Carol Delgado, Trudell, Monty Mayhew, Nancy Lambert, Arlene Perez, Matt Hayden, Karen Koulis, Lisa Smith, Connie Milton, George Minto, Laura Lisi, David Poole, and Raul Perdita.
My understanding is that these are emails that were sent to council members that council has forwarded to staff that have been provided to the applicant to comply with the disclosure of the ex parte. Again, council members, if there's any other ex parte communications you've had other than these emails which have been provided, you would disclose this at this time.
None.
None.
Thank you, and I'd like to confirm with Ms.
I had a couple that I don't think were read off.
Okay.
I just want to make sure. Jenny Gooden, Dan, these are all against, by the way. Dan Gallagher,
Deborah Dinsler, Laurel Price, Raul Peretta, I don't know if you read that
Yeah.
one. And then Carrie Brenner, Nancy Lambert, Carol D., and you read Arlene. You read Michael Simonello, Diane Froggy, Laura Losi, and I think George Minto, Sandra Klinger, I think you read, Kelly Edens, Karen Kay, Connie Milton, and I think that's all.
And these emails, are they for or against? What was the substance of
They're
those
all
emails?
against. Most of them say they don't want anything and believe that the applicant can build the two houses as is right now. They did not impact my decision. Clearly, I have my own mess here of me trying to make my decision.
I'd ask the applicant or their attorney if they could confirm that they've received the ex parte emails,
We have not received all those.
the emails that were read by.
We have not received all the ones read by Mr. Holm.
Okay.
I trust that what she says is accurate, though.
Then
Yeah, I will tell, I don't know, I don't know if you want me to read them all in their entirety. Right now,
well, several of those were emails that you have received. Correct?
Several.
Okay.
All right. So
What do you mean, no? Oh my
you received, and if you've read them, if you,
I skimmed some of them, I
Okay.
will say.
and I don't know which of the ones that you've identified were provided and not provided.
If she sends them to me, I can print them out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you want to take 5 minutes, you can email to Peggy. She'll print them out. We'll provide them to the applicant because they
Okay.
need to be made part of the record.
Some of them I forwarded in between CRA and council meeting because some of them were still coming in today. Just a FYI.
Okay, or if there's someone else you can email. If you don't want to hold up the proceedings, someone else can copy those and bring those to Mr.
There's also a text message we received, but we do not know who it was from. It came from Councilman.
That was from Liz Micatarian.
Thank you.
And I think I have the same emails as Sarah. I did not read any of the emails, including the one from Ms. Micatarian, because I knew that we would be in a hearing tonight. So I don't know if you want those emails, you're welcome to them, but I did not read them.
If you didn't read them, I don't need them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
It made it a whole lot easier just
So-
not to read them.
All right, so Member Stokel, if you have,
I forwarded, I don't know if you got them.
I've gotten some. of them.
Okay, thank you.
Unfortunately, my printer has
No,
to go
that's
be
fine.
awakened.
Yeah, they should be, they're all the ones from
They're not,
today.
it's asleep too.
I didn't look into that part well.
So I need to go turn on my printer. Do you want to do something else? You want me to print them out now or later?
I would, you want to take 5 minutes and get those? Or you want her to? So I would suggest we go ahead and do it.
What are we doing?
Can we take just 2 minutes and?
Well, if you didn't get to the restroom last time, apparently we got 3 more minutes. Yeah? Yeah. We're gonna be here till 1. 1 or
Yeah.
1:30, 2.
Let me tell you, it's going to take
I
a
don't know why.
lot of
I'm the same way.
caffeine.
I was planning on this. I didn't think that last one was gonna go so high. So that's put me probably an hour and a half off. I told her at 12:30, and I just now retexted her, said 2 a.m. Oh, don't say that. Are you kidding me? 1:30 easy. 1:30 easy. You're gonna need to go in at 9. And truthfully, even if you do that, because I'll get up at the normal time.
Yeah, like,
By 11 or 12. All right, back in session. Apologize for that break, but we are back. All right. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, I forget where we were at. Who were we talking to?
Make sure that the attorney doesn't have any more in quasi-judicial verification.
We were just
Oh, that's right.
validating
That's right.
that all ex parte communications have
Okay.
been provided, and Ms. Busaka was going to print out those last few emails that were
Okay.
forwarded and provided to the applicant. Has that been done?
Yes, sir, it has.
I just want to confirm, Mr. Zinka, could you confirm you received the communications?
I have received them, thank you.
Okay, so we're ready to move forward? And you've done your quasi-judicial talk? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and then I just want to add the part that I have found out you are not very fond of, but the process with which I must follow is the applicant, followed by cards, 3 minutes, applicant, council, motion, vote. We've had the quasi-judicial rules read to us. We've had staff, city manager read it. And so, staff, do you have anything to add here? That's awesome.
Yes, I know you're all going to enjoy
Let's set the tone. Here we go. Thank you.
Okay. This evening, we're here to talk, as was discussed, to amend the future land use map and to amend the zoning map. The property is located on the northwest corner of Windover Way. It's approximately 13 acres. And the applicant has provided a voluntary stipulation for 5-acre residential lots with 1 access per lot. This is to the left of the screen is the existing future land use, and to the right is the proposed future land use. The applicant is requesting that the pink area, which is commercial, will be reduced in order to allow a 10-acre area for residential, and that would be then a portion of that which has been designated to be uplands will be moved into low-density residential. You can also see from this diagram that the other zoning in land use in the area, the buff color to the upper left-hand corner is multifamily, and immediately across the street is commercial high. The conservation land use strategy says that if the environmental assessment indicates that only wetlands are present and the wetlands are to be preserved rather than mitigated, the city shall accept the wetland designation and amend the future land use map to align the conservation land use with that delineation. The future land use strategy 117.1.1 states that there's an analysis of land use changes. This is a summary. The staff report that's included within your report, starting on page 596 in the agenda, discusses these in more detail. Essentially, you're going to be looking at the following criteria for analysis in considering the land use changes. What are the surrounding land uses? As we showed, they are residential, commercial, and conservation. The surrounding zoning is single-family residential, multifamily residential, commercial, and public zoning, and that's within the county. The acreage size is 13 acres, so that is adequate to meet the minimum requirements for the lot sizes. The description of the site is it's vacant with a mix of wetlands and uplands. Soils and topography, the soil map is included within your study, within your agenda, and the slopes are between 0 and 5%. The next item that to be considered is the flood zone. It's in zone X. That means that it's outside of a special flood zone area. That map is also in your report. The recharge potential is this property is not located within the area of critical concern. You're to look at traffic counts there is a concurrency study that you've been provided. The traffic counts on the adjacent street, basically Columbia Boulevard, is currently less than 50% of capacity. Impact on adopted levels of service. The adopted levels of service are not impacted negatively by the 2 proposed homes, and there is adequate supply of water. You saw the map showing what the land use is in the city, the land use in the immediate area in the Brevard County unincorporated. Immediately across the street to the east is residential 15 units an acre. There is also public and public conservation to the south of this property. There is, as well as residential 4. The residential land use is all at 4 units an acre, but the land is developed at larger lots, largely 1 acre. And to the west of this property is public conservation. The land use amendment was considered by Planning and Zoning. The recommended denial 6-1 as being too intense and they were also concerned about overwhelming community opposition and concern about impacts to trees. The staff has recommended approval of this is consistent with the future land use strategy 1.16.2.1 based upon the submittal of the wetland survey. The next question is the zoning. This one is as you can see on the left, the majority of the property is in OR, which is currently in the conservation land use, and immediately the northern portion of the property is community commercial. The request is shown on the right, which is the community commercial, again, is somewhat reduced, and a portion of the OR has been proposed for R1B. This might be a little easier to see, and the green is currently conservation. The black dotted line is the wetlands that are being shown on the site. And the area to the east of those dotted lines in the conservation area is proposed for the R1B. Please notice that there is a small area. If you look to the part of this, I'm sorry, I don't have a pointer, but if you looked to the caption that says subject property, you'll see that a portion of the property currently proposed for residential is within the community commercial zoning. And that's that pink little bit of an area there below the red line. In the event that the city council chooses to deny the land use change, that small area cannot be put into a residential land use because the zoning is commercial. So please be aware of that. Like to go through the criteria for the rezoning application, and this is from section 3440. Again, this is a summary which is more detailed in the staff report. First, whether the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan as it relates to concurrency, street access, the land will support the proposed development, and environmental impacts. There is a conditional use permit required in OR. It is the applicant has stated the intent not to build any homes within the wetlands. However, if that were to happen, that would be regulated by the regulatory agencies. And again, a conditional use permit is required to put 2 homes in the OR if that is if the rezoning is not approved. The second one is the existing zoning, if deemed consistent with the comprehensive plan, shall be presumed correct unless there's a substantial area change in the area has occurred since the original zoning. The original zoning was put on this map in 1993. And the staff has done an analysis, and we have taken the area between the 2 Windover Farms entrances. As you know, there are 2 Windover Farm entrances along the area of State Road 405. Since 1993, these developments have occurred. You can see that many of them are commercial, but there are some single family, and there are also some, in this case, there's industrial. The next Whoops. The next set is, again, this continued change, and a total since 1993 of 18,770 square feet of public uses, 376,000 square feet of commercial, and 489,000. I can't do math in my head very well, but I believe that's over 800,000 square feet of uses that have been put on the ground since the 1993 zoning. The next one is the density or intensity of the proposed zoning and use shall be consistent with the development in the area and not likely to cause a depreciation of property values. The development in the area is single family, large lot. They are at generally about a 1 acre. This proposal would be 1 unit per 5 acres for the residential, and the commercial is consistent in that it's actually being reduced in this area. It's also consistent with the regional commercial land use across the street and the multifamily along Columbia. The development in the immediate area includes multifamily, commercial, Brevard County Sheriff North Precinct, the Brevard County Fire Station. To the south is conservation, to the west is multifamily and vacant, and to the east is a restaurant and vacant, which is zoned 1 unit per acre. One of the questions has been whether 1 unit an acre is consistent with the proposed R1B zoning category. The staff has identified that those uses are found beside each other on multiple areas within the city. I have noted here that there are at least 7. This is one example of the large lot, which is the blue, up against the R1B, which is the grayish color. The next issue is the application consistent with the zoning in the area? Again, the zoning is a mix of uses: multifamily, commercial, agricultural, and open space recreation. Next criterion, number 6, is whether the applicant has sufficiently protected adjacent land uses and zoning districts by adequate buffering. First of all, there is a requirement for the application is for single family. I'm sorry, I'm reading two things at the same. The application will protect the health, safety, morals, and welfare. The application is for single family residential in an area of residential, commercial, and conservation. Whether the applicant has sufficiently protected adjacent land uses and zoning districts, the buffers and screening shall be consistent with the land development regulations. But I also want to show you this map, which is a little difficult to see, but the area outlined in red is immediately south and west of the subject property, and that is owned by the Water Management District as a conservation easement. So the property that is under review to this evening is not adjacent to the single family to the south. It is adjacent across the street from the single family to the east. Last criteria is there are substantial reasons why the property cannot be used in its existing zoning. Open space recreation, and this is taken from the code, is established to provide for the conservation and protection of sensitive lands within the city. There is no specific definition of sensitive lands within our code or the comprehensive plan. However, there is a discussion in the comprehensive plan about sensitive lands being those which are wetlands and which may have some issues with protected species. So by and large, the open space recreation was put on properties with conservation land use based on the 1985 USGS map. So basically what happened in 1993, the future land use maps used by the cities was hand-drawn. The original 1988 map was drawn at 1 inch equals 2,000 feet. In 1990, a new future land use map was drawn at 1 to 1,000, which during this drawing of this 1 to 1,000 map, the 1983 National Wetlands map was used to determine the conservation land use boundaries. The National Wetland Inventory is at a scale of 1 inch equals 58,000 inches. So you can imagine that a pencil lead change could have made a significant impact on this property. That's why our comprehensive plan says that wetlands and conservation areas in general were not ground truthed. And that's why the policy that I read for you at the beginning says when you provide us information that the city will move forward to more accurately reflect the wetlands on that map.
Ms. Basaka, hold on that. Vice Mayor Jordan, would you make a motion? We have to extend the meeting after 10:30. So we're going to do that now and make it official. So I'd say at least say 12:30. I mean.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I move that we extend our council meeting to 12:30?
12:30.
12:30 a.m.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor? Yes. Meeting extended. Thank you, Ms. Busaka.
Of course. I don't have much left to talk about, thank goodness. Here it is. Okay. So the first question that you want to talk, I'm sure that has come to your mind, is what are the permitted uses in the current OR zoning? The permitted uses include a golf course, a private, public, or not-for-profit park, and a tennis club. In addition to that, limited uses which do not require a public hearing there's one, a bed and breakfast inn. I'm bringing this from a verbatim from the code, which includes a bed and breakfast or boarding house facility. It has to appear externally as a single-family resident, and it must have a resident manager. It may also have 1 parking space per each guest room and 2 spaces for the resident manager. They are not permitted to be in the front yard. That is a typo. They must have a common kitchen and a dining area, and they may put 1 unit per 5 acres. So if there is no change at all to either the land use, or as long as this remains OR, this use is permitted without a public hearing. There are 2 uses which require public hearings, and those are conditional uses, and that's a single-family dwelling and a public utility. One of the issues that the state has required is that the city adopt a property rights element. The goal to that property rights element is to respect, judicially acknowledge, and constitutionally protect private property rights to ensure that private property rights are considered in local decision-making. The applicant has submitted a binding plan, and the binding plan says it's a minimum residential lot size of not less than 5 acres, and that the access is limited to 1 access per 5-acre residential lot. This does not impact the commercial portion of the property to the north. And finally, the recommendation, we just went over this a minute ago. Planning and zoning has recommended denial, and the staff has recommended approval of the rezoning as being both consistent with the comprehensive plan, section 3440 of the code, and the criteria as I went over. The staff believes that this is the requested R1B is a excellent transition between the commercial and multifamily to the north and the surrounding single-family uses. The staff would recommend this R1B zoning even without the voluntary limit of 5 acres of residential lots with 1 access per lot. I think that does it. If there's anything I can answer, any questions,
Member
I'd be
Stokoe.
happy to try.
Come on.
Sorry, I have a few. Just clarifying questions to help me as we move forward. With the wetland survey, is that approximate, or do we have accurate numbers that would help us to determine setbacks, for instance?
We have a wetland survey, and it has a it has a description of where it is. Now, as I described to you before, if I take a survey, when it's provided to the city, it is done electronically. So by the time the city gets it electronically and then prints it out, that may have, the scale on that may have changed.
Okay.
So I would not be able to say precisely where those setbacks would lie. However, since you used the word setbacks, there's been a discussion about how are setbacks measured.
Correct. That was my next question.
Great. Setbacks are typically measured from property lines. However, each zoning category has a separate and perhaps different setback. So in a case where one lot has multiple zoning categories, the setbacks are measured from the zoning category because it would be different. So if the entire property is one zoning, it is measured from the property line. If the property has more than one zoning, it is measured from the zoning line.
Can they pull up that comparison map, actually?
Sure.
That would, just so I want to clarify.
Sure.
Because this is one of my questions I had in our briefing.
Oh, thanks. I usually have a 20-something help me with this.
That means you said.
No, I'm not in the 20s anymore, guys. No.
I,
Because this was a question that
wait,
happened
is this
at,
the one that helps you? Is that the one?
no, the comparison one would help me.
This one? Okay.
No, the color comparison one. I
color?
think it was the second.
Oh, yes, it was the land use.
Wait,
There. All right, there.
Okay, so this was a question I had, and I know some of the citizens had this before, is do we measure it from the property line? So we're thinking the applicant owns the property, we'll measure it from the outskirts of everything. But if, for instance, if we left things as they are right now, we have the commercial and the pink portion on the left, and then the green portion is the conservation. If they were to go build, they would have to go from the commercial squiggle line and do their setback from there. If we change the land use to the one on the right, then their setback count would start from there, like where the commercial now becomes the LDR.
Yeah.
To clarify.
Both of these have the same answer.
Okay.
Follow the color. Because in this case.
Okay, that makes sense.
Does that make sense to you? Because the color is based on what the zoning is.
Okay, so I want to clarify this. So okay, this is my next question actually, and we can leave this up because this will help me. Do we have to do something? Because you said, I think, with the wetland survey, does that mean we cannot keep it conservation? What does that mean for the land use? Because they came back with this wetland survey. Are we able to say, thanks for the wetland survey, we're just going to keep it conservation, or do we have to change the land use?
This is what the future land use policy says, and it uses the word shall, which I believe is mandatory.
Okay, so
But-
then, no, thank you.
You're welcome.
That leads then to my next question of, and I'm saying this for everyone that's planning to speak tonight. If we have to change the land use because we have this wetland survey, the applicant is proposing an LDR land use, I would like to know why that land use was chosen, and if somebody's against that land use, which land use do you propose? There were other ones I saw that might have been compatible, residential 1 and residential 2.
Okay, so
That,
you're talking zoning and land use.
I think that, no,
Yeah, well, low density residential, that LDR up there, that's a land use.
land use, yes.
So that
But then
is
there's
the,
also, these are the other land uses, the res 1 and the res 2, that's what I'm wondering.
those are zoning.
What these say,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. You're right.
so that's where I'm curious,
Okay.
is why was
You
LDR
will-
picked versus
Right.
res 1 and res 2?
Right. You will have to ask the
Okay,
applicant.
so that's one question I have. So I want to make it clear, it would appear to me, and I'm open to hearing things, that we would need to change the land use to something for part of the portion. So that's one. We went over the setbacks. Now, the question is, if we go ahead and change the land use, we have the issue of the commercial portion.
Yes.
So I want to make that clear. If we change it, say we changed it to LDR, and we wanted to leave it open recreational, for instance, and say, okay, we're going to go ahead and change it to low density residential, but we're going to go ahead and keep the zoning the same. We would have an issue with that pink portion there because we would now have low density residential on top of OR zoning, which is inconsistent with the comp plan and we cannot do.
You were
Correct.
so close.
Okay.
You would have, what you would have is residential land use and commercial zoning.
Yes.
That's what you're not allowed to have. OR zoning can be put into any land use category. So the problem is,
We would have okay, I see what you're saying, the section of commercial there. So something would have to happen with that. That's not what the applicant's proposing right now.
Correct.
So we can't just say.
but something would have to happen. And
Okay.
OR can be put on that pink little half moon part.
Okay, so that is.
But it's not currently OR.
Okay, and if it was, so that's my other question. If that was OR, that portion, then we could potentially go the CUP route of having the setback okay at that portion. But then you would have to deal with the LDR and the OR. Okay, I'm okay there. Do we have, and I think you touched on this in your report, what information do we have so far as the property being able to be built? If we make this change, or if they were to do a CUP, I think you mentioned the soils, stormwater, do we have anything?
The soils, the tree survey, none of that's going to change, obviously.
Okay.
That does not that's just what the land is. That's not has anything to do with the zoning. What changes in this is the setbacks. And so I can't tell you where the applicant can put the septic tank. I know it has to be 75 feet from the wetlands, but I can't tell you other than that. So I can only tell you that those underlying conditions are not obviously impacted by
Right.
the zoning or the land use.
So one of the things I feel like we don't know for certain is if they went the CUP route, we don't know for certain it would be buildable, and even with us potentially doing a land use change and rezoning, we don't know what's actually buildable. Would that be a fair assessment?
Well, any land is buildable. I mean, you can demuck it and you can do all these things. The question is, could the applicant put the house they want on the property where they want it? I don't know that.
Okay.
I can't design that for them.
Okay, so then my other question I'll have is, so say we have changed it to some type of future land use. Then I would like to know what type of zoning the applicant, any of that are opposed, feel would be appropriate. I know that it was the R1B is what the applicant is proposing. I would like to know why that particular zoning is needed versus the RE, the RR, or the R1A. I believe all of those are zonings, if I'm looking at this chart correctly. That would be a question I have. And then you touched on this, voluntary stipulation from the applicant. I want to make clear, is that saying that there would be a binding agreement?
That is my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I have that on the table. And then Richard, if you would mind just explaining the two portions of this. The land use would be one, and I believe it's legislative, and then we have the zoning, which is quasi-judicial. And if you could just explain again what criteria we need to kind of consider for both of those and how that works.
Correct. Your land use is a legislative decision. I understand the presentation for tonight is all the information will be provided in one presentation, but you will be voting separately on the land use and the zoning because there's different criteria and there's two different issues. Again, comprehensive plan amendment, which is the land use is legislative, the rezoning, quasi-judicial. As we stated previously in your last item tonight, your decision has to be based on competent substantial evidence. So when you vote, you're going to have findings that there's competent substantial evidence that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan and with your code criteria for rezonings, which is which addressed by staff earlier and is in your package. I think it's 34-40.
Yes,
and you'll apply the evidence to the
Yes.
criteria. And if you want to deny it, same thing, you'd have to have evidence to support the denial. And according to the law, you would then have to cite what section of the code, comp plan, or otherwise supports your denial and the evidence that supports that denial. So that's that quasi-judicial analysis that you're going to have to do when it comes to the rezoning.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, my brain is slowing down. First, I'm going to say to everybody in this audience, I'm really disappointed that we couldn't have come with some compromise before it came back to us again. With that being said, I want to listen to the applicant. I want to listen to the other side, and hopefully there's going to be some type of decision that everybody can live with. My character is I want everybody to get along. I do have a challenge when it comes down to you could win this thing, but then you got to live with your neighbors. One of the emails that I got kind of disturbed me because it's basically talking about really the character of this country, wherein we have become so stovepipe in either you're for me or you're against me, and there's no in between at all. And that always has bothered me because we all will never agree on everything. That's just family. Family just don't agree on everything, but you still love each other. And what I don't want is for whatever happens tonight, it causes bad feelings on one side or the other. Unfortunately, one of the emails basically said that the future could be blight if certain things don't happen. I didn't take that as a threat, but it sounded bad to me that we would come to that level with something that, you know, people have rights. And I will guarantee you, if you put yourself, and I'm speaking the homeowners association now, if you put yourself in the applicant's place, you would say, I don't want anybody to tell me what to do with my land. I just want to do what I'm going to do. I think everyone has gotten to this point because there is a lack of trust on what is actually going to happen. And so, and I understand the homeowners, my existing homeowners, they just want to make sure that something in the future won't happen where if we grant what you're asking for, that someone in the future can't come around and say, okay, I changed, I want to do something else with it. And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Anyway, thank you. What I like for you, Peggy, to really emphasize again, if you would go back to what we have existing now. You had a chart up there was talking about the boarding school. Boarding school, my God. I told you I'm getting tired here. Could I go home, please? Boarding school. You had a bed and breakfast there. Yeah. Right now, the existing zoning allows the owners to put in a boarding house, correct? Does it allow them to put in one home? But right now, the property is not even split.
Required for the one home. There is no public comment or public hearing required for the boarding, for the bed and breakfast.
Right now, if they just leave it the way it is, and we're talking about the 13 acres, because it's not split.
And they may actually put 1 unit per 5 acres, so they could put 2 boarding houses on there.
Right now, they can have 2 boarding houses on the property without asking for permission.
That is correct.
You need to understand that, okay? So this is not time for comment. You all, hopefully you're going to compress all your comments because we all know you all said no, okay? So you're just going to come up here and tell us all no again. But
that's what it says. That's what our code says. It appears externally as a single-family residence, and it's utilized as bed and breakfast or boarding facility. It says that
a boarding facility?
it's something that has common kitchens and dining areas, and you feed the people a meal, usually at breakfast is what the code says.
And what
It does not, have a maximum number
Right.
of rooms or people.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to emphasize. Actually, the applicant is doing your favor by reducing the.
All right, everybody,
All right,
calm
hold
down.
on,
Let's
guys.
go.
Come on.
I get it. Let's go.
Yeah, let's make sure that after all this is over, you still love me, okay? I'm just trying to come up with the right decision here. But right now, based on the zoning that we have, you can have 2 boarding houses, and you can have a number of rooms in that boarding house. So you could have a lot more traffic going into that area, right?
Yes, sir, and it would have it would also require a parking
Parking
area
area
that would
and
have
all
to
that.
be paved and all of those things in order to, and the parking is 1 space per guest room plus 2 spaces for the resident manager.
So now that it's being split into 2 basically 5-acre lots, if we change the zoning, they would be allowed to build 1 house per 5 acres, which is basically what is out there now, correct? Are they on 1 acre?
They could get, right now, they can only get a 1 unit per 5 acres in the OR zoning with a conditional use permit.
With a conditional
They
use.
can get 1 unit per 5 acres boarding houses without a conditional use
Without-
permit.
Right. So that's the challenge for sure. So,
Yes, sir.
right, and you did say even if we change this, then there is a requirement for a septic tank, and then you have to come off of the wetlands,
Yes.
75 feet, right?
Yes, sir, you do. That's 75 feet from a wetland for a septic tank.
For a septic tank, okay. All right, can't wait to hear from the applicant and go from there for sure, so thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Member Stokel, one more time?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Just to follow up from that, with the boarding house, what the required setbacks are, would that even be doable with this piece of property? Given
The setbacks would be the same as 50, they'd be 50 feet from the property line
Okay.
because it would remain
I just feel like
in
looking at the
OR.
map, I don't know how, with the same setbacks, how they would be able to do potentially 2 bed and breakfasts
Well, they can
unless
do-
something did change.
It'd be 1 unit per 5 acres, and they would, of course, they could get, anybody can make impact to a wetland if they get a permit, but this is strictly zoning, so this
Right.
does not require coming back to city council.
Right, okay.
All right, I see no more council lights. With that, we will move to the applicant. Ooh. Hi, Megan. Oh, yeah. Hit your. No?
Other one.
There
Okay.
goes.
There we go. We're
There
there.
you go.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Megan Wright. My address is 5121 Bridge Road, Cocoa, Florida. I would like to present each of you with a PowerPoint that we printed off, if that was okay,
Yes?
and that will help.
Run it down to the clerk and she can hand
Okay.
it down.
I would like to thank you guys for staying late and extending this. I'm sure that this is not a fun process to endure for multiple hours, so. Yes. And thank you to staff for your report. I appreciate that, Peggy. Looked very good and very accurate. So we are trying our best to appease the neighborhood. We are willing to put the restriction to the zoning to allow for the 1 residence per 5 acres. Is there not enough?
I think we're 1 short. Do you have one?
Okay. I know, it's past all of our bedtimes. I'm gonna be honest, right now it is. Okay, so we have a couple issues going on here. So when we're looking at this and you look at the first slide that's in there, it's the same one that Peggy had, but it's not color coordinated as nicely as she had. We have to take part of that community commercial land in order to go to residential in order to have a 5-acre parcel. So if we don't do that, then we won't have a 5-acre parcel, which now becomes another problem, which makes it to where you couldn't apply for a conditional use permit even to build on that 5-acre middle parcel. So that's one of the other issues to consider with this. You know, when I look at this and I go to the next page, 67% of our property will be conservation. It will be not built on. It is staying wetlands. It is staying OR. So the 67%, I don't see any houses anywhere in Brevard County that have 67% conservation on their land. So we are being good stewards of this property. Our goal is to build excuse me, just the 2 homes. That is it. That's why we're willing to put the restriction to the zoning that ties to the property, not to us. Doesn't change with the ownership. It stays with the land. And we were hoping that would appease the neighborhood to make them feel more, I guess, okay with the fact that we're wanting to build the 2 houses. They've repeatedly told us that they are okay with 2 residential homes being built there. And the reason that we picked the R1B zoning, and that one keeps coming up over and over and over again. If you'll look and you'll keep going through this, sorry, I put a couple pictures in here. The conceptual plot plan that you can look at. This is breaking this into 3 different parcels. So parcel A, B, and C. The reason that we picked the zoning that we picked is so that we are able to maneuver the house to avoid taking down the big trees. We love the entrance of Wendover, just like they do. I love the oak canopy. We can't get that anywhere else. That's why we want to preserve it. So our goal is to literally maneuver our house around those big trees, and the R1B gives us the most flexibility to do that because it has the minimum setbacks. The conditional use permit has a 50-foot setback from the zoning line, so that messes us up to some degree. If you can see where our buildable property is on this, it's a very unique piece of land. There really isn't a lot of space to build all these houses that they're concerned of. It couldn't even happen even if we wanted to. That is not our goal. It's not what we're doing. We put in a couple pictures of what the concept plan, or for the right residents, that household will look that way because we have ordered our trusses. And then the other family that is purchasing, that's my brother's family, the lot that's in the middle, this is what their house will look like, which is the McLaughlin family residence. So we just did a comparison, just as though Peggy did. I feel like I'm saying the same thing, and I don't want to keep repeating what was said to you by staff and take more time here. Really, the main goal here is the flexibility to save the trees. We are willing to put the limitation on the zoning to only have the 1 house. I don't want to go through the conditional use permit. The conditional use permit expires with the cost of everything and the way everything is going right now. I don't want to have to come up and do this if the condition, I don't even know the length of how long they are, but I believe is it 2 years, 3 years? Peggy? 4 years? Okay. So God willing, we will be in a house in 4 years. But I don't want to have to keep going through this. And I think that it's good to have a permanent zoning tied to the property that's consistent with what we're using the property for. And then the last thing is the property rights element that we put in there. And this is obviously your property rights element, which I'm sure you are very aware of. And we're trying to do everything we can to appease the neighbors. We don't want to start off on this bad 100+ people at 11 o'clock at night angry at us. This is not a fun way to start. I understand that. We are willing to tie that to the zoning so that it will only be 2 houses, 1 house on each 5-acre parcel with a driveway each. And then I would also like to give my attorney time to speak unless you guys have questions for me directly.
I do have at least one,
Okay.
And that is the 2-house agreement goes with the property, not with you.
Correct. It's not tied to me, it's tied to the zoning. My understanding. Yes.
That is correct.
I've got one question. There it is. And this is for Peggy. If someone wanted, let's just say they sold the property, let's say it's 30 years from now, and they sold the property, they would have to come back to City Council in order to get it changed.
That is correct.
Okay. So it's a binding agreement, but
It runs with the land.
it runs with the land.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Stokel.
Yes. Do you have, for this concept plan, what this is in feet by chance?
I do not. No, I do not.
Okay.
I'm just showing you tentatively where the houses are going to go. So a lot of that is going to be dependent upon the tree survey that's going to be done so that we can see which trees. Obviously, we don't want to take down the big ones. So it will have to move to some degree. So I don't have it in feet.
Okay. And then you talked about why you picked the zoning. Is that similar? Did you run into that same issue when trying to pick the land use? the LDR land use?
Well, it was just, no, the LDR was really, I guess, the two go hand in hand to some degree, zoning and land use. And so we wanted the land use to be consistent with what we were building as a single-family residence. We picked the one that we did because we wanted the maneuverability to be able to move the house. Knowing that the property is very unique and funky in shape, we have to move it around to some degree, and it's going to be close to that lot line, or the zoning line, sorry. You can see where the wetlands are.
Yeah, I think I think the residential one requires 1 house per acre. Is that right, Peggy? And then the residential 2 requires 2 houses per acre. But when you pick the LDR, which probably concerned the citizens, was that allows for 5 houses per acre, and they probably weren't sure why that one was selected.
And that was what I explained I tried to explain, is that it's because of the fact that we have a very funky shape that we can build on. We have to move the house in a very tight area where it's going to be close to that line, that property line. So that's why we thought, okay, we will put this stipulation on the zoning, which stays with the land, not with the owners, that says 1 house per 5-acre parcel.
Okay, so this might be a question for you, Peggy. With the land use, when it says, you know, the one house per acre, 2 houses, or 5 houses, are there setbacks tied to that, or is that just?
Setbacks always tied to zoning.
So not to the land use?
Correct.
Okay, so it is potentially possible to pick a residential 1 or residential 2 land use and then still pick potentially a zoning that's residential, one of the zoning options. Would that be accurate?
What the comprehensive plan says is that the land use determines the maximum number of units per acre, or if you think about it conversely, the minimum lot size. So if you are at Res 1, then you've got to have 1 unit an acre. So you could not go to R1B in Res 1 because the lot would be too small.
Okay, that makes sense. And then the rural residential would be fine, but that one has a 5-foot higher setback, which you said you're not sure really what the setback.
I would need to talk with them just to be sure, but I mean, a 5-foot setback, I think we could probably work with.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what I'm looking at this chart. I don't know if you have this one. So this chart shows the setbacks. I think from what you've explained is, I feel like your houses are going to be at least 2,000 square feet. You're definitely doing 1 house per acre.
Yes.
You're meeting that. The difference is the setback. So
it is.
What you're wanting is a 25-foot setback, but if we went to the more low density, it would be 30 or 35. So there's that 5-foot or 10-foot difference is the issue. And those are all permitted if we pick that, and that would not be a CUP.
Okay.
But, yeah.
All right, I'll double check and see if it's okay to give my attorney time to speak.
Yes,
If there's any other questions.
I have a question.
Vice
You have a
Mayor Jordan
question?
has one more.
I do have a
You
question
do?
for
Okay.
Yeah. First of all, I did drive by there, and there is a little road or something. What do you visualize as what a person will see when this is fully developed?
Good question. Virtually nothing. I would like it to stay the same. So our houses will be set very far back. You will not see the houses from the road. So ideally, we're trying to keep that entranceway as close to what it is right now. Now, granted, we will have a driveway that will have to come out. That would be the main thing that they would maybe see, is a little bit of concrete from the driveway.
That's one of the concerns they have.
And a mailbox.
The pristine, drive and everything. And that's what I'm looking at on here. And basically, you said that 67% of the area, and I'm assuming 67% of each 5 acres is what you're talking about.
Right,
So you're
yes.
talking about maybe an acre and a half for each 5 acres is what you're going to build on.
Right.
So you can definitely do all the setbacks and everything that you were worried about. 75 feet or 50 feet. It really doesn't matter. You got an acre and a half that you can do.
Yes, but this parcel, so you'll see, if you look at the parcel A, B, and C, so parcel C is obviously a little tricky because when you're looking at the close to the property line there, that one is difficult. So when we start talking about 50 feet setback and having a driveway that's going to go on that side, it really makes it virtually impossible to do that. So that's why the 50 feet is really what kills us on that parcel. The other one, obviously, commercial is going to be butting up to it, so we want that one away as far from the commercial as possible, so that one wouldn't be as big of a problem.
Okay. But you're only going to have one entrance.
Each Each property will have a driveway. We plan to use the same driveway that's coming in and out.
Right.
But in order, I believe in order to have your own address, I don't know, so we wanted to make sure each property had their own.
No, I understand that,
entrance.
but the entrance is only going to be one.
Yes.
And then you're just going to split off in a Y.
Right.
Go for
Right,
each one.
correct.
So, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I see no more, so we'll bring up the lawyer.
Okay, thank you.
We got books.
This is not all from me.
We need a bigger podium.
Yes.
Yes is her answer.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Diesel, members of the City Council. My name is Kim Rosanka of Lacey Lyons Rosanka in the Rockledge office. I'm here on behalf of Megan and Jason Wright, and would like to thank you also for your patience, endurance, and fairness, your past, present, and future. You've had a lot of reading to do over the past several weeks, several months, I suspect. And I want to start with something I hadn't intended to, but Councilmember Jordan, you started with that lack of trust, and that is prevalent throughout everything I have read from the residents as well. That is why the Wrights did work with staff, and I helped too, with those conditions that are in the zoning ordinance. So it's not a binding site plan, it's not a binding agreement, it's in the zoning ordinance. So it is for all times until City Council decides to change it. And we had hoped that would help with the lack of trust, but it apparently has not, as you continue to see emails coming in at 5 o'clock tonight. In fact, in my 30-year career, I cannot recall any quasi-judicial hearing with more animosity, accusations, and misstatements as this one, when the request will have so little impact on the neighbors. 2 houses, only 2 houses, a land use that is consistent with nearby land uses, a zoning consistent with nearby uses, both in the city of Titusville and in Brevard County jurisdiction. The opposition claims changes will open a Pandora's box. You know that's not true. Every zoning is unique, and this property is super unique. The opposition claims lies by the owners. They have not lied. I don't know where they're getting it. They're speculating that they're investors and they want to build 39 homes. That's never going to happen. It can't happen with the zoning condition. And also, the emails have smeared not only the good name of your staff, but also you all too, that you're cozy with the Wrights. I just saw that in an email that came in. And I don't for a minute believe that you're anything but upfront and just and do your job in a quasi-judicial fashion. None of the other complainants that I have read, nothing I have read, said they've looked at anything over than their own interests. And in fact, their own interests seem to be the entrance of Windover Way, Windover Farms, Windover Way. Windover Way is a public street. It's 141 feet wide, and that buffers everything to the east of this property. So there is a very large buffer. It does go down to 80 feet in different places, but it's not the homeowner's land, and it's certainly not these residents' land. It's a public road. I did just receive the petition, which I will give back to you. I understand it may be the only copy. This petition that was presented to you, from what I've read in the email, should be 890 names. And I presume they're all Windover residents, all county residents, I might state. It's important that this be read into the record, or at least made part of the record, but we don't have time for it, and I apologize. You guys haven't seen it. I suggest you not read it and not look at it, because it's all speculation and it's just statements of objection, and nothing in here is competent or substantial evidence. As you know, petitions are not evidence, and the signatures cannot be cross-examined, as you discussed in your last meeting. You do not weigh how much the paper that they have submitted to you. You have to weigh the evidence, the substantial and the competent evidence. There's one thing I want to state in here, that they're talking about how Jack Eckerd used this piece of land, this 13 acres of land, as part of the sale brochure to Windover community lots. And whether that's true or not true, I don't know, but there is a letter that I will present that I think you may have seen, dated April 4th of 2006, signed by the Jack Eckerd Company representative, that says there was some incorrect information during the public testimony portion of your intent to have the property rezoned. The property has been owned by 30-plus years by Jack Eckerd and was never owned by Windover Farms. It was Jack Eckerd's intent to develop the property. It was never actively considered a donation to Windover Farms. So again, misstatements in the petition that is not evidence. I will make sure the clerk has that. This is what I call catastrophizing. They all think that this is a slippery slope to having 1 million homes next to them, and you know that's not true. And I hope you ask each and every one of these people how they are going to be adversely affected by 2 homes, because they're not going to be able to tell you. You've heard from Megan Wright. Their goal is not to even have anyone know they're there. They want to keep the trees. That's why they need the flexibility, so they can keep the heritage trees and the specimen trees that you all spent many, many, many hours protecting with your new tree ordinance. For the comprehensive plan amendment, the comprehensive plan contains mandatory language, as you all have discussed and Ms. Busaka also discussed. The comp plan states the city shall change the wetland line. Since the uplands must be designated with the future land use, it's incumbent to apply a land use to it. P&Z was remiss in doing so, and its stated reasons for denial are unsustainable, legally unsustainable. You saw what they were. Those weren't competent legal reasons because the community was in opposition. It appears that the opposition acted like an improper polling of the audience, which, as you know, cannot be done in quasi-judicial. And there seemed to be confusion on the standards for the comp plan amendment, and this was a 2-step process. At this point, I would like to ask Ms. Busaka a few questions about her presentation. I believe I have been provided with her resume, and I believe that she is considered an expert. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've been, at this time of night, no, I have actually been declared an expert in planning in both judicial and administrative hearings.
Can I just confirm, Ms. Busaka, that your resume is part of the record?
It is.
And now I have to find it with all this paper that I have. I'm going to give this back to the mayor and this to the clerk. To get rid of
Fine, thank you.
Read it all
I think it's their petition.
And these are the first set of emails I received. And I seen, oh, there it is. Okay. Ms. Busaka, have you read all the emails that have come into the city?
I've read most of them. Some of them were a little repetitive, so I didn't read them all.
Did any of the statements change your opinion and recommendation for approval?
No,
For either the comp plan amendment or the rezoning?
no.
Did the staff report change since the Planning and Zoning Board staff report?
It did.
Okay, how, was it substantially changed?
The recommendation was not changed, but we did add some additional information. And if I'd like to clarify that, at the time that the original staff recommendation was developed, there had been no stipulation by the applicant as to the 2 units an acre. So when that information came in, we reevaluated based on the stipulation that was provided.
Thank you. You had mentioned that there had been multifamily developed in this area, 489,630 square feet of multifamily, in fact. Has there been any single-family homes developed in this area?
Since 1993?
Yes, ma'am.
I did not find any new subdivisions. I'm sure that new houses have been built in existing subdivisions.
You had stated that this property would be adjacent to the single-family homes to the east. Did you mean that was adjacent to the Windover Way Road, or was there actually single-family homes?
No, it's Windover Way, and those homes are in East Hills. They're not in this Windover subdivision.
But does this property abut any single-family homes to the east?
It does not. It's across the road.
And I just wanted to ask again, do you believe that this 2-unit home development on 5 acres is a good transition from the multifamily homes to the west to Windover Way or East Hills?
Oh, yes, I think the R1B is a good, without the stipulation of 1 unit per 5 acres.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for you eventually.
Yes.
I'll wait. So I don't want to break your.
Okay. Well, I'm only on one page of 8, so. I'm going to try to condense it. I apologize. I did not know that we'd be here this late. There are very diametrically opposed positions and approaches of the rights. I do want you to know that the rights are apologetic. In fact, they sent an email to you all, which I believe you have seen, and said, "I'm so terribly sorry this process has turned into what it is. I feel horrible. Our rezoning request is the cause of all this. I hope the council knows that we never intended to put this through the ordeal, and we've tried everything possible to explain to the neighborhood our intentions." The rights have had meetings with the most vocal opponents of the Windover community. They met at the city of Titusville on February 10th with Connie Milton and Sandra Klinger and Brad Parrish, and it went nowhere. They met on the Wrights Windover property on February 15th at noon. The Wrights mailed to the neighbors, inviting them to the property. Only 4 Windover residents attended: Connie Milton, Sandra Klinger, and Wayne Rogers, and a gentleman named Watson. The Wrights walked them around, told them they only wanted to do 2 houses, and that they were going to try to avoid the trees. On February 26th at noon, there was a community meeting at the Pavilion in Windover, which the Wrights believe there were over 125 people present. At the meeting, they were berated and spent 2 hours defending themselves, their character, and their plan for 2 homes. It was so bad that Megan left in tears, is what she's told me. I was not present at that community meeting. There's an email to the mayor by an Arlene Perez that says, "I was at the community meeting. I wasn't there. I wasn't hired to April 26th. And that was the first reading, and I couldn't be there to other commitments." I do have a packet, and it's large, but I can go through it really quick. Is there an attorney representing the group here?
They're right there.
All right, first page. Oh.
Great. Yeah.
He's looking.
The first page is just the property detail of the Wrights property that they did purchase for $250,000. People have claimed, wow, that's way overvalued. Well, if you put a 2,400 square foot house on there at $200 a square foot, you're gonna have a $480,000 home. And you have 3 acres of commercial that are valued conservatively at $350,000. So please don't listen to that there must be another reason because they bought it so high. And they plan to have 2 houses on it. The next set of pages 2 through 4, is the Klingers property detail information. And I just put that in there because on page 4 from the property appraiser's website, it shows that the Klingers live 1.3 miles away from this property. So how they're adversely impacted by this 2 residences, I can't figure out, and I hope you will ask them. If not, I will. Ms. Klinger and her 28-page objection manifesto claims that 2 homes can be built with OR zoning with a CUP. However, OR zoning is not appropriate because over 3 acres are not wetlands. You've got the staff report telling you that. You have the expert report.
So OR zoning is not appropriate on at least 3 acres. Because you have to change the future land use, you're going to have to change the zoning. And it should be zoned for actual use. Section 28-322 states that open space and recreation zoning is to provide for conservation and protection of sensitive lands within the city, for the residents of the city to enjoy the benefits of the natural environment of the city. The rights have proven that a portion of their lands are uplands, and they're entitled to have proper zoning to use it under your property elements rights. Their uplands are not for the enjoyment of the residents of the city, and they're not for the enjoyment of the residents of Brevard County. Also, a CUP is another public hearing process where all these opponents will come out again with some other conspiracy theory. Finally, the setbacks for homes in OR zoning are onerous and do not allow the flexibility needed by the rights in the McLaughlins to work around utility easements, which there's a large utility easement there on the east of the property, wetlands, and large heritage trees. The next set of documents, starting page 5 through 6, is the property detail for Connie Milton, who asked you to disregard the county's future land use of 15 units to the acre and 4 units to the acre that are right next to this property. In fact, are the Wendover Farms and East Hills property. She impugns the city staff and claims the staff report is misleading and falsely misrepresents the real world. She sent the 5-page email to Wendover Farms and East Hill residents claiming the conditions in the proposed zoning ordinance are not binding. They are binding. You've heard from your staff. She's also stated that there are long-term negative consequences for the Wendover residents. Again, how? How does she even have a right to claim the Wendover entrance? Also, Ms. Milton is at least 1.24 miles away, which is what you see on page 6. Page 7 through 8, Laura Losi, a retired high school science teacher, believes the staff wrote a faulty report and should have written a staff report recommending denial. You should promptly deny the rezoning request. Ms. Losi lives at least 1.01 miles away and again is not adversely impacted. Her co-owner, Matt Hayden, in his email blasts your staff, demands a CUP, and simply disagrees with the staff report with no legal reason or evidence. And I had something out of order, so the next skip to page 12 through 13, Karen Koulis expressed frustrations with the rights and claimed the rights have been insincere. On page 13, she is about a mile away from the property. There are other comments. Arlene Perez says that that this will dash all the dreams and current lifestyles of all Wendover residents. I don't know what that means, and I don't know how that's really possible. Liz, apparently Mkhitaryan, in her email, her text to Councilmember Nelson, also claimed that the rights have not been truthful. Again, these people have been slandered and defamed, and all they're trying to do is build 2 houses. The rights have told everyone repeatedly. The opponents refuse to believe the rights only want to build 2 homes. None of the opponents have explained how they're adversely affected by the change of the land use or the change of zoning. There's been some speculation of property devaluation. Your staff has refuted that, and I think I have as well. Most opponents seem a very far distance away. If you go back to page 9, Mr. Wayne Rogers' property is probably the closest, and he apparently is represented by an attorney. And he, the vacant parcel is on page 9. And he bought that for $40,000, got a good deal because it's now worth $55,000. It's a little over 1 acre. He bought it from a nonprofit corporation, the Mayo Clinic. His other property, possibly his homestead, is a little to the south and over the other side of Wendover Way, so probably 140 feet away from this property. Again, his property has substantial trees, as shown on page 10, and he will be properly buffered. Now, let's review the real conditions of the surrounding area. If you, and I would start on page 21. No, excuse me. I do have in here page 14 through 17, the plats of Wendover Way and East Hills to show that this is a public road. that Windover Way is a public road and that the surveys show 141 feet at the entrance of 405 and changing to 80 feet. It's a good sized road and it's very heavily wooded, as you all know. So I want to start on page 18 with Mr. Stavros Kountanis. He owns 13 properties that cost $405. He's in the county. He is probably maybe 125 to 150 feet away, as you see on page 19. Page 20 is all the property he owns. He hasn't complained to my knowledge. He's in an old plat, small plats, and if you look on page 22, it's Res 15. It's residential, it's Res 15. And there are houses in that Sun Hill subdivision. So on page 22, this is the future land use map of the county. It's the, Miss Busaka explained it, but I thought a visual was worth the time to go through it. The X is the property of the rights. And you will see that to the east is Res 15 and Res 4, actually immediately adjacent is Res 15, although that's a commercial use there. And then you have all this Res 15. So why Res 1 would be appropriate when the county has Res 4 or Res 15 around is not clear. If you look at page 23, this is the zoning map of the area, and this shows commercial abuts both sides of this property. Commercial is on this property. The BU1 is a zoning commercial for the county. And then you have the multifamily going further to the west. So again, the RR1 is to the east, but you have commercial, you have RU111, Mr. Stavros's property. So it's all over the place. And this is a excellent transition, as Ms. Busaka said. Page 24 is the single-family residential zoning code for Brevard County for RU111. And I put this in here because those minimum lot size are 7,500 square feet, which is the same as your R1B. Now, continuing with what's really around in the surrounding area, you have on page 26, secure fence. This is high-intensity use, regional commercial. This is what you see. This is the direct view coming out of Windover Way. So why this, according to the maps, that's what you would see coming out of Windover Way. So then if you go further to directly adjacent to this property is the WW Apartments, which is medium density, future land use, multifamily zoning. There's 100 apartments on 6.6 acres at 6 units to the acre. Now this is right next to the rights property. There's an argument this would be appropriate for multifamily. And that's page 27 through 32. On page, starting on 33, is the Summerhill Apartments, which is just adjacent to the WW Apartments. And summarizing, this is 55.44 acres. They do have a lot of conservation on their property as well. 265 units, about 4.5 units to the acre. So it's higher intensity, again, could lead to this being a higher intensity if the rights hadn't committed to 2 units on 10 acres. Page 41, that is the survey that was provided to the city to show where the R1B and low density residential would end. Page 42, I believe this was provided to you all. This came from the city. This is the comparison of all of the different zonings. And what has been requested is in the blue, that single-family residential, single-family medium-density residential next to the rural residential county. And those setbacks are nearly identical. So this is one of the reasons that they have requested this zoning, because of that side setback of 10 feet. This is very difficult for them to develop a piece of property with these squiggly lines of the wetlands, uplands. And so this is the same setbacks that Windover Farms and East Hill has. So, As I stated, multifamily or low-intensity commercial could be appropriate for this per the city's comp plan. For policy 1.14.5, medium-density residential units, a maximum of 10 units to the acre, shall consider the surrounding areas. In fact, this property was intended to be developed with 44 townhomes when initially annexed into the city and included the zoning of multifamily residential R2. Turning now to the well-written and detailed staff report. I don't want to go through it in detail, but it does recommend approval. Your staff are experts, and that staff report is competent and substantial evidence to support both the comp plan amendment and the rezoning. The future land use, the Wrights have chosen low-density residential, so the zoning of R1B is a consistent zoning choice, as we've discussed. It gives them the setbacks they feel they need. They haven't done the tree survey. They haven't done soil borings. They haven't done every bit of surveying that has to be done, and they want to protect the trees. The county's future land use nearby is Res 15 or Res 4, and that was the county's vision for the area. Obviously, you don't have to agree with the county's vision, but that's what they thought it was. Policy 1.14.4 of your comp plan says low-density residential, maximum 5 units per acre, shall consider existing proposed land uses to ensure compatibility. Again, the existing land uses are Res 15 to the north and east, medium density to the west, and there's commercial around it as well. Low-density residential is consistent with the use across the street as to zoning, RU 111, that is 7,500 square foot homes. There's a policy that was not cited in your staff report, policy 1.16.2. And this, again, it's the policy that comes before what's actually in your staff report. It says, when the city receives a wetland delineation on specific sites, the delineations will be accepted by the city of Titusville, and the future land use map will be amended accordingly. The conservation land use shall be amended to include all wetland area in the site to be preserved. So again, this is another shall, will, must. As to the zoning of the uplands to R1B, again, this is with conditions. There are 2 conditions, as been stated. I'm not going to read them again. It is perfectly legal and appropriate to adopt conditions in zoning ordinances that run with the land. There's statutory development agreements that could be done as well. There's binding development plans. This is not a binding site plan. There's no concept plan to attach, to rely upon, because the zoning, the engineering has not been completed. The R1B has been requested again for flexibility in the setback requirements. And those unusual circumstances are the irregular border of the wetlands, the atypical area in which to build, the heritage trees on the property, the FPL lines and easements on the eastern portion of the property. The zoning is appropriate, so a conditional use permit is not needed. The opponents merely want to control and micromanage the development of the Wrights property, hence their demand for the CUP. Staff did do a great job of going through the 7 criteria for the rezonings, section 34-40. Number 1, consistent with the comprehensive plan. Number 2, substantial change in recognition. In my opinion, the recognition of the 3.36 acres of uplands is a substantial change to the property. Number 3, the density is consistent and is transitional, and there will be no property depreciation in the area property values. Number 4, the application is consistent with the area zoning. Number 5, there's no detriment to the public safety and welfare. Number 6, setbacks and Windover Way are more than adequate buffers. So the setbacks that Windover Way and East Hill has, along with the very large Windover Way, are adequate buffers. Number 7, the substantial reasons that this zoning can't be used. The staff did not provide a large analysis. You don't have to have all 7 criteria to make this zoning, but from our opinion, the CUP that was last granted did not result in the development of the property, and it expired. Requiring another CUP is not acceptable to the Wrights and may expire as well. Then you don't have a stable zoning. B, there's a reason this property wasn't developed, and that must be in part due to the mischaracterization of the 3.36 acres of wetlands. The failure of the property to be developed can be considered by you as proof that the property cannot be used in the existing zoning district of OR when reviewing the 7 factors. C, you must change the OR on the uplands, and D, the flexibility due to unique circumstances. Those are all what we believe shows that condition 7 is met. The zoning requested is compatible and consistent to the limitations agreed by the rights. Failure to approve the comp plan amendment and the rezoning would unreasonably and unfairly burden the rights property. We request approval, we request rebuttal time, and we request, as you all have said, that the opponents explain why they're opposed to 2 homes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. The wording that was provided to us on June 7th for the stipulation says a minimum residential lot size. It doesn't mention whether this is going to be a single-family residential development or more. I mean, I know that the zoning will only permit single-family, but I just wanted to confirm that that was the intent.
That is the intent, and if it needs to be amended to change that, we can do that.
Thank you.
But that is the intent. There'll be 2 homes on 10 acres and a little over 3 acres of commercial.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Member Stokel.
Not necessarily a question, more so comment. And I think this is what makes this item a little challenging for me. Peggy provided the lollipop, as we call it. And I think this is where we might have like differing opinions at this piece of property. So we have the subject property. The blue represents single-family residential zoning, which allows for 1 unit per acre. You also have conservation area here in the green. The yellow is multifamily, so there, and then the red is commercial. So I feel like the challenging part for us as council is to determine what is the best land use that is consistent with the surrounding area. So you might have somebody that says, you know what, I think it's consistent with multifamily, the R1B is fine. You might have somebody that says, no, I feel like it's more of the conservation area, we need to keep it, or the 1 unit per acre. So I think that's where the legislative component of determining the land use first comes into play. So we might have differing opinions on that. That being said, and this is again for everyone that plans to speak, where I'm coming from, of what I see as options and what's consistent. So looking at it and considering this, and my view might change after I hear more people, I lean more towards, I think the land use, the better land use would be the R1 and the zoning RE. I think that's consistent. I think that's 1 unit per acre, which seems to be consistent with a lot of the Windover area. Another option is to be a little bit more dense and go with R2 and RR zoning. That requires less setbacks, but it is more dense. There's another option. Another option, which I don't necessarily agree with, is to change it to the LDR, but to keep the OR zoning, also making that commercial piece OR. That would require the CUP. It has higher setbacks. I don't think anybody would want that option. And then the third option is kind of where we are with the LDR R1B, because those are both consistent with the binding agreement. I have a little bit of a challenge with that because I don't necessarily feel that R1B is consistent with the surrounding area, but that's another option, I think, with the binding agreement. So that's kind of the options I see if people come up here and speak. I would like to know what your viewpoint is on what options are available, what you feel like is consistent, just to help me determine, and then if you have any comments on that.
Well, when you have residential 4 and residential 50 on one side, and you have multifamily on the other, the requested low-density residential makes sense and is a perfect transition, excellent transition. That's why it's been requested. And if we don't have that, we can't get the R1B. And those two categories that you mentioned have much higher setbacks on the side. And the side setback of 10 feet is important.
Correct.
So, I mean, you've got a 25-foot setback in RR and a 20-foot setback in RE.
Yeah, it jumps 5 feet or 10 feet. But
what we've asked for is exactly the setbacks that Windover and East Hill has. Exactly the same setbacks. So that's why.
Yeah, and that's, I think the challenging is where do you determine what should make it consistent? Do you go consistent with that? Do you go consistent with
the window, that's what's the challenging part. And
that's what
that's where I wish there was a little bit more detail, because I have a feeling these setbacks won't be necessarily an issue, the 5 feet and the 10 feet. You might have to cut down some trees, but I don't feel like the setback's going to be an issue with this piece of property. And I think, again, that type of zoning and land use would be more consistent. I might hear otherwise. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Member Nelson.
Well, I do have a question.
Okay.
So when I'm looking at the conceptual plan, there's a setback from the wetlands, which I can't remember what it is.
Are you asking about the septic tank setback, or are you asking about the zoning setback?
The zoning setback.
Okay. If the zoning, which zoning do you like? And we'll talk about setbacks.
Let's say R1B.
R1B has a front yard setback of 25, a rear setback of 25, a side corner setback of 20, and a side setback of 10.
Is there enough room to actually put a driveway there between the property line and
Okay.
wetland?
The driveway doesn't relate to setbacks.
Okay.
This is for the main structure.
Okay.
We don't have a setback for
'Cause there's-
driveways.
Doesn't seem to be much room there. Thank you.
Okay, we good? All right, let's move to our calling of the cards, 3 minutes per person. And let's start. Again?
Jose Garcia.
I didn't even know. In about 45 minutes, I might ask how many left.
Jose Garcia. You're going to pass? Okay. Edward Williams.
Here we go.
I'm going to have to take some time on my qualifications.
All right, I'll start the clock here. Let's get a qualification here. Are you, what are you, the expert, or are you
Yes.
a lawyer?
No, expert.
Okay, and then we, ultimately, I guess we get to decide that, so go ahead.
Yes, sir. Ed Williams, Williams Development Services, 29 Pine Street, Orlando, Florida. I'm a land use planner with 42 years of experience. My bachelor's was from Manhattan College in New York in biology, and my master's of science in planning from the University of Tennessee. I was employed out of graduate school by Orange County for 14 years. The last 8 as the director of the department. I formed Williams Development Services, a land planning and development permitting consulting firm with specialized and expert witness in eminent domain, contract disputes, permitting issues for both governments and property owners. I've been accepted as an expert in the courts in over 40 counties in the state of Florida, including the appeals court and the Supreme Court of the state of Florida, as well as administrative hearings. I've never been denied expert designation in any litigation. I've been qualified in comprehensive planning, zoning, development permitting, and wetlands. And that would sum up my qualifications.
And specifically, you would say you're an expert in
Comprehensive planning and zoning.
comprehensive planning. All right, counsel, hopefully you listen. I'm sorry?
Sure.
I don't know. City attorney? You're asking me.
Yes.
I'm not a real judge. Ooh, this is getting serious.
I was looking for a resume. I was just handed more paper. I don't see a resume.
I think we have some.
This may be it. So it says a report.
In the back.
Yep.
Mr. Williams, have you ever been qualified as an expert in Brevard County?
Yes, numerous occasions.
Where?
For the Department of Transportation on road projects along the causeway. it's been so many, I don't even recall all of them.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert before the Brevard County Board of County Commissioners in a zoning or comprehensive plan amendment?
No, in the courts of Brevard County, in conjunction with eminent domain and contract disputes and permitting issues, and including in a bankruptcy of a hotel where the issue was whether additional development could occur on the site.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert before this council?
No, I have not.
Have you been qualified as an expert before any council or commission in Brevard County jurisdiction on land use and comprehensive plan?
No, I have not. Only in the courts.
And you recognize the standards, or do you have an AICP designation?
No, I do not. If you had my resume, you'd find that I was the first president of the APA in the Central Florida area, and I served on the state board of APA, but I have not chosen to get AICP because I don't believe their qualifications requirements are sufficient to be professional certification. It was a 50-question multiple choice test, which to me is not professional certification. I've spent my career trying to convince the state to allow a true certification for planners, because many attorneys, many engineers, many surveyors try to be planners and provide testimony when they shouldn't.
And how does being a member of the American Planning Association qualify you as an expert?
Serving as their board, being elected as the local president, the first local president of APA, and serving on the state board of a national organization doesn't qualify me to be a planner.
It may
And
qualify you to be a planner,
42 years
but
of
I asked
planning.
you how you qualify to be an expert. I would ask you to deny his qualifications as an expert.
So, council, I can't move forward with that. I have to have a council member make a comment or a motion. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, what are you going to testify?
I was asked to look at the various staff reports, and again, I didn't see the one that was for tonight, so I won't have comments on that. Review the city codes, look at the application and all the documents that were submitted in conjunction with the application, and to point out any issues or problems comparing all of those. Did the application meet all of the city codes? Did the staff report address all the issues in the proper depth, or did it miss something? And those are the issues that I'm prepared to testify on.
Interesting. All right, so there was a question that was asked. So you've never been an expert with any municipality in Florida or Brevard County?
No, Brevard County. I don't come over to this area to do permitting in front of commissions. My practice doing eminent domain work, I spend probably 40 hours a week consulting for the city of Winter Garden. I don't have the time, as I did when I was younger, to travel all around the state on cases and frankly, permitting is not as financially rewarding for a planner as the other issues are, so I concentrated on those.
Okay, one more time, because I want to make sure I understand. You're going to be looking at what our staff has done as far as recommendation for this particular site?
The staff, the application and documents that the applicant submitted, and your codes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve him as an expert witness.
I would second that.
I have a motion and I have a second. Roll call vote.
Member Nelson? Yes. Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
No.
Member Robinson?
Yes. Motion, I don't know if that's a motion, but passes 4-1.
You can chill now.
All right.
Thank you, and I will summarize it and be very brief.
Okay.
First question or first issue is one that should cause the city council to not approve the comp plan designation or approve the rezoning. You have adopted a development review procedures manual as part of your land development code, and it is very specific. 4111 says that if you don't provide additional site-specific data, and if you don't prepare a concept plan, you look at certain other issues, a wetlands determination such as they did, which was appropriate that they do the study, approved by the St. John's Water Management District or other appropriate regulatory agency, valid at the time of submittal. They submitted a wetland, an environmental evaluation and a wetland delineation. It's never been approved by the Water Management District or any other regulatory agency. It has to be for you to accept that application. It wasn't done. You cannot approve it because you're missing an important component of the application. Proof through the Water Management District or other regulatory agency that that is the appropriate wetland designation. I don't believe there's anyone on staff that you've hired that's a wetland expert that verified where their consultant drew the line is the appropriate place. And without that, you can't go forward on those two applications. It's in violation of your code. You have to have that certification before you get the application and proceed with the application. It was interesting in the staff presentation tonight, the second issue that I came up with was there wasn't a lot of proof of the changing character of the area, and that is very big on comprehensive plan amendments and on rezonings. Staff had tried to correct that by coming up with the square footage of buildings. In my personal opinion and professional opinion, a better indication of change conditions is changes to the comp plan and zoning in the area. The comp plan and zoning could have been there, well, the one subdivision she talked about was platted in 1912. You know, yes, if they built on that subdivision, you're saying that's a big change in conditions. It's not. Those approvals were in place. Staff did not tell us how many comp plan amendments have happened in this area and how many rezonings have occurred in this area. In addition, when the attorney was testifying, you have to picture the whole area. What you have done in that area has been fine. Along the major road, you have it lined with commercial, multifamily, higher intensity uses. That's where your force main sewer line is and your water lines.
You need an extension. I'd like to say 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
all those in favor? Yes. Go.
So you did really well there. And on this piece of property, you actually designated the piece fronting on the road as commercial. But the stuff in the back where you have the wetlands issues and the water issues, those are the areas that you kept at very low density, or the county kept at very low density, and now you're getting pressure to approve development. My concern, and this is as a planner and how planners work, the R1B to us is a red flag because it allows 4 to 5.8 units per acre on the property. Once you put that on a piece of property south of the road, it becomes a precedent. And everybody will use that precedent to get more density. And the courts do look at how you deal with precedent. Once you approve one, it's very hard to approve one right next to it or one close by to it that has the same circumstances and location and characteristics. The other issue that I had a problem with was, again, your development manual. It says that if the applicant doesn't submit a concept plan or additional data about their development proposal, and again, we didn't get that. That came to staff, where the houses were going to be and the restriction. That just came in the last couple days and nothing has been made available to us. When you don't have that, your staff is supposed to review a project based on the maximum that zoning allows. That raises a red flag to us. The R1B on the 3.36 acres, they could have done between 13 and 19 units. Depending on if they went to septic tanks, they get 13. If they hook into the sewer, they get 19. That raises a flag. No discussions, no offers by the staff or the applicant to put that restriction that would make sure that didn't happen. My first question to everybody has been, why are we fighting when both sides say it's going to be 2 units on the property. But it's how we got there, and I'm not sure we're still there yet. Those are the major issues that I brought up in my report. And then in the second appendix, which I won't go into now, is where I address certain staff comments and where I felt they didn't address the issue properly, and it could have been done a different way and maybe addressed some of the concerns. They had a criteria, but the answer didn't address the issues in the criteria. But those ones that we just discussed are the big ones. And I don't see a way for you to get around not having the Water Management District approval of that wetland and environmental and wetland delineation.
Member Robinson?
I have staff question. Did we not find out that they don't do that anymore?
I'm afraid that Mr. Williams is at a disadvantage. He reviewed our code, which was last amended on January the 9th, 2021. I'm sorry, according to Muni Code, was last adopted on January 9th, 2021. Unfortunately, the most recent amendment was on April 12th, 2022, which is on our webpage as recent amendments, but it is not in Muni Code yet, because Muni Code only codifies a code on a, I don't know, every couple of months, twice a year, maybe, Wanda, something like that. So I don't think he knew quite the right place to look.
No, I did look on Muni Code.
Okay, right, he looked on Muni Code, and unfortunately, that is not the most recent information. So Ordinance 11, 2022, and that was amended, and it does not anymore require the formal determination by the Water Management District or DEP, because as you may remember, when we went through this change, the agencies no longer do formal determinations. So I think Mr. Williams was just at a disadvantage in only going to Muni Code and not knowing that there were changes that had not been processed on Muni Code yet.
Were the changes in the city?
They are on
any
the,
other place in
they,
the city
they are on the
code?
city website, yes.
Well, that's where I went to, and I'm not sure we found it, but I
Oh,
will
but,
go
so
look
I
again.
think that that's a disadvantage for him, because it is difficult if you don't know everywhere to look. So that, I can answer that question, that, in fact, the original, so they did meet the requirements. The requirements of the city is that wetland survey would be done consistent with the Florida Administrative Code for determination of wetlands. And the person who did the survey is a certified wetland delineation expert. That's not the proper term, but I think you get the idea.
And I think he would tell you, just as I do, I wrote, got adopted, and had enforced the Orange County Wetlands Protection Ordinance. Different consultants, different experts will have different lines. And it is not unusual by any stretch, because it takes a lot of professional judgment to determine where that transition zone from wetland to upland is.
Council, any questions? Member Stokel?
Yep. You mentioned the concept plan. Are you suggesting that if we waited for a concept plan, that would be sufficient?
No, my problem was that we have never seen a concept plan, and this version of the code said if you don't turn in a concept plan or additional data, then you have to evaluate the property in the worst case condition at the highest density that zoning they're asking for allows.
If I could, again, I think Mr. Williams was at a disadvantage. That plan was submitted to the staff last week, and I have a date. It was submitted on June the 7th, and I believe that the application, we were receiving weekly requests for additional information from several individuals. And it may be that that information was not provided to him because of the requirement. I'm sorry, because of the date.
But there was no concept plan when it went to the P and Z
That
or
is
to your
correct.
first hearing, and
That is
that's
correct.
how we evaluated it.
Right. Yeah,
And-
Mr. Williams is right. There was no concept plan. It was provided later.
And again, with the applicant proposing 2 units, staff could have evaluated the request based on the higher density, but also ran it with the applicant's question. It's a little more work. You just say if it's with 2 units as they're requesting, it's this, but if it's the maximum density, it's X. So you have both options in front of you to say, okay, we understand the impacts both ways, and here's what we're going to do.
And to clarify real quick with Ms. Busaka, the concept plan that you're talking about, are you talking about the email that was sent?
I am.
From
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just want to make sure.
All right, thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Next card.
So, he's coming in.
Good evening, Andrew Mai, Fishback Dominic, 1947 Lee Road, Winter Park, Florida. I submitted a letter for the record. You should have a copy of that. I represent Sandra Klinger, Wayne Rogers, and Connie Milton. The comprehensive plan and the land development code amendment should be denied. There is no reason to change these. You don't have to change it. You can leave it the way it is. The proposed amendments violate the code. They create urban sprawl and adversely affect natural resources. There's no need for a change. The proposed development can already occur on the property. Staff has said so. Other members of the public have said so. The area has not changed, and the code provides that the existing zoning is presumed correct unless substantial change has occurred since the original zoning. And as Ed Williams just testified, substantial change should be something more than just building its change in zoning. The proposed change is inconsistent with the neighboring properties. There's a density of 5.8 acres with this change, which is inconsistent with neighboring properties, which in large part are conservation or 1 home per 1.5 acres. There's clearly a negative impact to the environment. The development will affect Bird Lake March, which is connected in a way to the property. Lack of infrastructure, including especially sewer, will require septic, which will definitely have an impact on the environment. Upland forest and forested island at the entrance where Windover Way is divided will be affected. The current zoning that's in place on the property was intended to be permanent. Section 28.322A provides, quote, "The open space and recreation district is established to provide for conservation and protection of sensitive lands within the city. It is intended that this district will not function as a holding designation for land, but rather as a permanent classification in order to ensure that the present and future residents of the city are able to enjoy the benefits of the natural environment of the city." Once again, there's no need to change this permanent classification. This zoning change violates due process. It lacks a legally defined line designating the boundary of the rezone, makes it impossible for an ordinary person to comply with the regulations. Staff just said so. You can't legislate squiggly lines. You can't go to a picture and expect someone to know where that is. You need to have a legally defined boundary. The City Council should follow the Planning Board recommendation, deny the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code amendments. The conditions that have been suggested, they lack clarity. We're not sure what they mean.
You need a minute, 2 minutes? What do you need?
I'm almost done.
Oh, we can start extending anyway. So let's extend another minute. Second, opposed, go.
So, as I was saying, the conditions that have been suggested lack clarity. They're hard to interpret. We don't know exactly what they mean. We recommend that you deny this, both the comp plan change and the land development code change. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Member Stokel.
Yes, okay. This is one of my questions I asked earlier. You're saying we don't need to do anything, we have a wetland survey that has lines marked, I guess it's up to interpretation if people feel it's accurate or not, or by an expert. So we have to do something.
Well, I mean, you have the ability to deny this. I think you can consult with your city attorney. You have competent, substantial evidence on the record. And just because someone brings you a wetland survey doesn't mean that you have to take action on that wetland survey.
We have to change it to something, though. Would you agree with that?
If you approve, if you are not including all the wetlands, then your code requires you to include wetlands. If you're over including, then I don't think you have to do a thing. I think you can leave it just the way it is.
Can you, I'm not sure I'm tracking what you're saying exactly.
So the current wetland, or the current zoning designation of conservation,
Yes.
it was set forth because they just did this broad overlay over the whole. Right.
It wasn't ground truth.
Right. And so what they did was they over-included. So maybe there are some uplands in that area. That's what their expert is indicating, although not clearly, like I just said. But that doesn't mean you have to shrink it. Certainly, if you didn't include wetlands, the code requires you to increase it. So if his survey came back, and it did, it said you missed wetlands up on the top corner.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, you should include those because those are wetlands. But the ones on the bottom, as long as you've captured them all.
So this map here where they said this doesn't need to be, this can be developed or something can be there, you're saying that that might not be true?
You can remove it, you could, but you don't have to, is the point. You have to include all the wetlands pursuant to your code.
I feel like we have, based on what we read, it says if you go and you find that, hey, these aren't all wetlands, then the property owner we have to give them something. They're saying, hey, we put this all as wetlands. Now somebody went out, found that actually these aren't all wetlands. We have some property here. What type of land use do you want to give it? That's my understanding. And
my interpretation of the code is the purpose of the code was to protect wetlands.
yes, and then if you find that there's not wetlands,
it's
and
not,
somebody owns the property. Do you see what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah. Do we want to real truth it?
Yes.
I think you do, regardless. Right. But do you have to? I think you have to include the wetlands, and you can choose to not necessarily go to that real truth yet. Would it be better from a practical perspective to real truth the actual boundary? Of course it would be. But you've got to actually have a boundary that you can define. You can't just use a squiggly line on a survey. I mean, how am I supposed to, as a person that's trying to develop the property, even know where that squiggly line is, especially since it's been transferred from one document that is in one format to another document, and it's kind of, it's kind of guesswork.
So, okay, question then for staff. Since we did have that recent ordinance change that says they no longer do the formal determination, what happens since the applicant has provided a wetland survey? What happens next? So say that is true or it wasn't true.
The applicant's surveyor provided us with a AutoCAD file that had the specific location. So we would then, of those lines, we would use that AutoCAD file to put it into the city's GIS system. So it's not just a squiggly line, it's just that that AutoCAD file is not readable by most people. So we don't include that AutoCAD file.
Does anybody go and validate the truth of the wetland survey, or is that considered truth?
It is, the code says that it does not have to be a formal designation. I'd also like to make one comment. Mr. Mai talked about the fact that all wetlands should be shown in conservation. Our comprehensive plan and our code says that conservation is intended to protect wetlands that are 5 acres and larger. So there are wetlands within the city that are less than 5 acres that are not considered conservation. They're still required to be mitigated or whatever under the regulating agency, but they are not considered conservation. And then I have a few other comments to some of his comments, but I can do that in a minute.
Okay, just so we're clear, that's kind of where I'm, like was said, we kind of guessed for lack of a better word, on, hey, this is all wetlands. If somebody chooses to go and pay and have it ground truth, and we see, I feel like it's a duty of city council to say, okay, you have your property, it's not all wetlands, what land use can I do? And city council makes a determination. So that's where I'm coming from. People that are speaking, if you say, no, I don't think that's accurate, or if you're like, yeah, that's accurate, but I'm proposing this land use, I would like to hear that. But that's where another challenge I'm having.
Understood.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah,
Stay awake. Let's go.
I try to stay awake. I guess I'm looking at your document that you sent, and I'm a little confused because from what I hear from the residents, they believe that they can build on the zoning that we have right now. But when you look at your document, when you say that, where is it? You're saying that, first of all, infrastructure is not available, where the infrastructure is water and they have to put a sewer in there.
Or septic tank.
Septic tank,
Yes,
that's what I meant.
yes, sir.
A septic tank in there. So water is available in there.
Yes, sir, that's
right? So the septic tank comes after, you get your plan and everything, and you got to find out where your setbacks are
Correct.
and all that good stuff. So that to me is not true. And then you talk about the negative impact on the environment when the applicant was saying they don't want to knock down any trees at all, and they're trying to put the building in a place where they don't have to knock down any tree. What I'm trying to get to is the negatives that you have on here goes against what I thought I was hearing from the homeowners, that we don't have a problem with you building your house as long as we keep the zoning the same. But if I read your document, it makes it sound like they can't build anything because of the infrastructure is not there, because it's a negative impact on the environment, because it's inconsistent with the neighboring properties, and all those things to me is they're all there. They can do this. If you want to be a good neighbor, to me, the negatives that you have on here should not be why you are fighting against the thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and
Because we're trying to come up with something, and
maybe I could have written it better, but the point is that sure they can build on it. They can use the CUP process and they can build on it, but they have to follow the code. And if the code requires infrastructure and sewer is considered infrastructure, then they got to wait till they have sewer before they build it. Now, if septic tanks are considered infrastructure,
yes,
and if you're going to read the code that way, which I don't read it that way, then maybe they can build with that, but they got to follow the CUP process, and that process was put into place to protect these areas that they're in, and it was meant as a permanent designation. The code says permanent designation. It was never meant to be changed.
I can't give you a license when you say that. I'm reading it a different way when a septic tank is part of the infrastructure. We don't have sewer for the residents in Wendover Farms. Mm-hmm. Wendover Farms is also in Brevard County. They're not part of the city. Anyone who's in part of the city has to be, or I don't know if it's a requirement, but if it's available, they have to hook up to our sewer system. On this piece of property, they're going to be going with the septic tank. I guess the bottom line to me is that the negative that you're saying doesn't get us to where we are trying to go by having the HOA or Wendover Farm people happy and having the applicant happy if you're saying that everything that we're doing is not due process. Because that's one of the things you said. Proposed zoning change violates due process. What due process are we violating? I don't know.
Well, you don't have it before you don't have an ordinance that's clear. You don't know what the line of delineation is for the zoning. And when you have an ordinance that isn't clear, that violates due process.
Okay. You're an attorney, right?
Yes.
Are you an expert in planning?
No, but I'm an expert in constitutional law, which is due process.
You know, I ain't gonna, it's too late. You know.
But I am not an expert in planning, and that's why Ed's here.
Let me ask you
so-
something. Do you have any kids?
Oh, yeah, I got
Do you have
3
any
of them.
kids?
They were
Are
watching
they
this
young?
before. They
Are
were
they young?
laughing. They might be watching now.
Wait a minute, Mr. Attorney. Are they young?
17, 15, 12.
Okay. If it's at 12, 15 at night, are they ornery if they're still up?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Robert.
Wow.
Well,
that's
two
what
of
you're
them are.
seeing
One
with
of
me.
them
I'm just
kind of
going
a
to tell
night
you
owl.
right now. So let's go on
I
with
got
this.
you. I got you. No problem.
Member Robinson.
Yes, I have a couple of things to say. I know that we have some mandates that is the driver of our decision in a lot of ways. But I also believe that Mr. Williams presented well, and I was happy to designate him as an expert to help be part of that. But I also, in talking with staff, believe that he was operating with insufficient information. And I think, or I believe that he would come to a different conclusion with more current information that is more in alignment with the rights and what they as they move forward. I understand that we like to keep things the way they are. I love land that's been set aside for conservation and so forth. Of course, I like to see the deers, the jackrabbits, if you had any here in the state of Florida, and so forth to make that happen. But because that Mr. Williams did not have, again, all of the information, I'm concerned to be able to say that to do what they need to do, they have to do it, and by the rules and regulations that is set aside. It is my at this particular time, it is my opinion that they need to do what they need to do to make it happen because they are in the right. That's my thoughts.
Member Stokel.
To piggyback off that, I did have a question about that. So that concept plan that was emailed June 7th, was that made part of the agenda packet?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, so that is in the.
And it was also provided to people who requested it. But as I said, they may have had Mr. Williams review it before it was available to them.
Okay, and then my other question or comment I want to say is, I know you mentioned again, and I think some residents are going to mention this, they can build 2 houses as it is now. I want to reiterate, if we leave it as is, we have this chunk of commercial here. And when you look at what they did with the wetland survey, and then you look at the CUP criteria of the 50-foot setback, and you kind of make that, it will be very difficult, in my opinion, looking at this, to build 2 houses. Maybe 1 here. So I just want to make that clear if residents are saying they can do 2 houses now with as is. I think if you leave it like this and add the CUP, and then they have their wetland surveys saying, hey, no, you can only, this is the only part that's buildable, I don't think they'd be able to pull off 2 houses. So I just want to make that clear. That's all.
All right. I'll be honest with you, I'm sitting there with Member Robinson right now looking over this, and I'm looking for something more concrete. I'm looking for something that gives me something to hold on to from this presentation. But there's one line in here, proposed zoning amendment inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. And then it speaks, if adopted, the zoning amendment will, because the zoning amendment creates urban sprawl. The public facilities are not available. I think both of those are debatable, and you'd have to explain to me more about how, I get, the concern and the perception, but I don't see a plan of urban sprawl over here. Do you see a plan of urban sprawl with the 2 houses on I'll be very honest with you. Most everybody who emailed me when they went into that area from over here, and some who were over there, and some are sleeping probably, they were fine with 2 houses on 10 acres. And so the word urban sprawl coming in there, I don't think that the people who have emailed me haven't worried about urban sprawl, and they haven't said too much about infrastructure. I think what they've been concerned about, and so far, I feel like they gave a reasonable answer, and you heard me re-question that, and that was my concern. Not today was my concern. Down the road was my concern. And if we get that answered from over here, I need to get more over here. So with that said, I'm kind of there. I'm looking for something more concrete as well. Anything you want to add?
So urban sprawl being that it's the zoning designation, although it does have a condition on it that limits it to
Quite a
2,
condition, actually.
is 5.1 or 5 to 1 for every acre. And that's what designates the urban sprawl. And as Ed Williams testified, it creates the, you start bleeding out. It sets a precedent. It leads to urban sprawl because you have that zoning designation there. And then future development that comes in can look at that as a precedent.
Okay. All right. With that, we move to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Question.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, are you board certified in constitutional law?
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Please,
Wait.
There you go.
Are you board certified in constitutional law? I mean, constitutional law. All right, thank you.
If I might be able to help you with urban sprawl if you'd like me to, or do you want to go on?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The policy 1.7.7 of the future land use element says the city shall define and designate infill development as vacant, skipped over parcels of land in built-up areas that have been platted or previously developed more than 20 years ago. As you've heard, the Windover was platted in the early 80s through 1985, and the other property in East Hills were earlier than that. It goes on to say that infill development properties must also meet one of the other characteristics, and this is the characteristic number 2, is within an area that contains lots of 2 acres or less, where 80% or more of the lots or tracts are developed and have been for at least 20 years. So under our land use designation, this is I'm getting really tired. Under our comprehensive plan, this is not urban sprawl, this is infill. In addition to that, when we started the comprehensive plan way back there in the 80s, 1 unit an acre was urban sprawl. And I've got to tell you, I lived in Windover Farms of Melbourne, and urban sprawl is when you have large lots with a few people on it, because you're using up a great deal of land to put a few people on it. I lived in that neighborhood, and I knew when I bought it that I was participating in urban sprawl. But urban sprawl, this is infill according to our comprehensive plan.
All right. Thank you very much. Now we move. You ready? Are you? Oh, no. We've got more cards. Okay. Next card, please. In 7 minutes. Yeah, not yet. We might be done in 7 minutes. Go ahead. Next card, please.
Sandra Klinger.
We'll only go 1 hour. We have books. I'm trying.
It's got a tab on it and you pull it straight out. It looks like this.
I think. Yeah, I had that.
This is a map you've been waiting for. We had a surveyor, because this is a map we've been waiting for from the applicant, which we have not gotten to date.
Okay.
It is the property. It took the CAD map that the applicants, actually Rodney Honeycutt, gave to the city, plotted it, added the 50-foot setbacks, added a 15-foot wetland buffer, because under our approach, you would keep we actually did a bunch of analysis. We had them run it different ways to see what happens. And what we found was when you create the setback issue by conforming the zoning boundary to the wetland line. That creates the problem. When Ms. Busaka read strategy 1.16.2.1 and put it up on the projector, that wasn't the whole wording of the ordinance or of the comprehensive plan policy. It says if the environmental assessment indicates that only wetlands are present, then you conform. That is not what is happening on this parcel. It's not only wetlands. That's why we're talking about what happens with the uplands. So that is right out of the code. I'm a little concerned that, what gives us concern is when your staff is talking about the development in our area at the Wendover Farms original entrance and compares it to what's happened at Wendover Trail. That's what we don't want at this entrance. She pointed right to exactly what we're trying to avoid at this entrance. So that's why we're here, and that's why we continue to show up at these hearings. I reviewed there are a lot of errors in the staff report, and I mean no disrespect. There are, in the description of zoning in the area, rural residential, RR1, which is all the residential homes around the site, wasn't even listed. How is that possible? How are you assessing the development in the area and not include the dominant zoning pattern? In addition, there are other comprehensive plan policies that should be affecting your decision. We talk about environmentally sensitive lands, and it seems the consensus, and it's a wrong one, is that only includes wetlands. It does not. There are other important lands that should be protected. Rare lands, your code says any rare communities are supposed to be protected in the city. In this case, the applicant has had an environmental assessment where the assessor, who is a wonderful consultant, he's a great guy, does an excellent job, indicated likely presence
Finish that sentence.
of listed species, but that he had not surveyed the whole property. You have a policy that says until you shall not amend conservation land use until property owner submits a study that confirms presence of listed species.
Okay, now I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What is it you're trying to avoid? You said you were trying to avoid that. What is it you're trying to avoid?
What am I trying to avoid?
Yeah, you just said that.
Burger King, Wendy's, Walmart.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so the other side.
Yeah, when they said there's a restaurant in the area, a new restaurant in Wendover, an old restaurant, where is that? Because I've lived in Wendover since '78, so we were one of the first homes in there. I don't know what restaurant. The Roost was the only one I know of, and you got to be an old timer to know that story. Yeah.
I remember. Thank you.
Wait, I got a question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Member Stokel.
You meant the RR1 zoning. What are you referring to exactly?
That is the county's zoning for Wendover. It's rural residential 1. It's 1 unit an acre.
I think I do have that on mine, and that
Right.
was very similar to our
E.
RE.
Yeah, RE, correct.
Okay.
The only difference is we have different setbacks. We have 50 feet from the front lot
Correct.
line in Wendover.
And that was the one, if you remember, that was my first option of what I do think is most consistent is the R1 land use and the RE zoning, because that's what I found.
And
as
that
well.
RR is listed on the
Yes.
existing use. It's on page 598, which is page 3 of your staff report. In addition to that, I would like to read the information that we were talking about with the future land use and the change.
Yes, that was my other question.
I'm going to
the
do
full
that.
code.
I just have to find it because it's my fault. There's global warming, all the paper I've killed today. Okay. This is policy 1.16.2. As of 2000, in the future land use element, as of 2009, the wetlands shown on its conservation land use on the future land use map were established using the National Wetlands Inventory map of 1988. These wetlands shown on the map may not have been ground truthed. or have not been ground truthed. In order to provide more accurate mapping of wetlands, when the city receives a wetland delineation on specific site, the delineations will be accepted by the city of Titusville, and the future land use map will be amended accordingly. The conservation land use shall be amended to include all wetlands area on the site to be preserved unless such wetlands are preserved by a conservation easement as part of the plan development or other master plan development, and any other upland areas to be permitted for preservation for state and or federal listed wetland species. Let me go on. When conservation wetland land use is present on a specific site, a property owner shall submit a preliminary environmental assessment, including a wetland delineations when wetlands are present prior to any future development. If the environmental assessment indicates that only wetlands are present and the wetlands are to be preserved rather than mitigated, the city shall accept the wetland delineation and amend the future land use map to align the conservation land. That's what Ms. Klinger utilized. This is strategy 11622. When conservation land use is present on a specific site, a property owner shall submit, this is for the conservation area. When the conservation land is present on a specific site, a property owner shall submit a preliminary environmental assessment, including a wetland delineation when wetlands are present prior to any development. We now have a wetland survey showing that on the area being requested for R1B, there are no wetlands present. If the environmental assessment indicates that state and or federal listed wildlife are present within the areas of the site that are designated as conservation, the city shall not amend the conservation land use until the property owner submits an environmental study which confirms the presence and or potential locations of the state and or federal listed species. The environmental study that was provided stated that there was a listed species on the uplands portion, not the wetlands portion of the property, because the specific species is a uplands xeric. It must use that. They can't use flooded property. And although I'm not at liberty to say what species, it is designated on the uplands. The way I read this comprehensive plan is that the uplands can be moved out of conservation for two reasons. One, there is a wetland survey showing that it is uplands, and the species to be protected are not in the wetlands, they're in the uplands. So the conservation, as I can read to you from the conservation.
Before you read that.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
I know you want me to extend this thing, but I think we need to have a discussion. Where do we think this is going to end? Because we don't know how many.
Yeah, we don't.
How many do we have there?
Ooh.
Hey, we got to be careful because I don't want to be here at 2:30, 3:30 in the morning.
Are there more people outside of this room? Yeah. Okay, that's what I was curious about.
But you got about what, 40?
Some people might pass. Yeah, I feel some people have left.
Well, let's extend it to 1 and go from there.
Yeah.
All right, so I move that we extend the meeting till 1 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Meeting moves forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Please look at, I just lost it now. You need to worry about your squiggly lines, because there's an email in this book with your staff saying they fudged the line on the map.
Does what line?
Fudged the map lines. They had to fudge the lines, trying to incorporate them. I have an email, it's in your packet.
Do you know where that is?
Yeah.
And then I do have a question about the map itself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The survey that's not a survey. Here it is. It's Q4.
Q4?
Yeah.
Okay. And then this map, can you just explain what this is? Is this including the wetlands survey?
Yeah, the wetlands are in the dark. You can see the wetland on the commercial part that's up there.
Okay.
And so basically, we just took that wetlands map. We had a
Okay.
surveyor put in the property boundaries based on their plot plan. He did it correct to scale. We had the city surveyor verify that our scale was in fact correct on the maps. And then we just had him look at trying to figure out, is there some way that we can find something that works? And when we started doing it, and it's like, moving that to the wetland line creates a huge problem, because then your setback is off the wetland line most of the setback is off the back of the property for a lot of it. And, if they want to move most of the setback then is over here, and it's already in wetland, so they wouldn't be impacted by it.
So
But
what
they
are you
still have a buffer for the wetland. They'll still have to stay, I think it's between 15 and 25 feet.
So what are you proposing that they can do with this map that is provided? Are you saying that this shows that they can do 2 houses?
Well, obviously, our preference would be that they retain the conservation and OR on the property and conform the boundary to the property line, so that we don't have this weird line. How are you ever going to build off of this line? How is anybody in the field on your property going to know what their setback is off that line?
So that part of that is still commercial right now. Are you proposing that?
We're fine with them
moving the commercial,
yeah,
and making that, so you would just want them to keep it as the conservation and the OR,
yeah,
and just moving the commercial part.
and I would hope that you all would ask staff a little bit more about her description in OR, because there is a conservation land use that goes with that is going to greatly restrict additional uses in OR when it's with conservation. When OR exists in other districts, then yes, you have those other uses that can happen, but with conservation, not so much.
Okay, and then this shows that this can meet the 50-foot setbacks on both of these sections.
And they have lots of room to move around and lots of room to avoid trees and stay out of the wetland. And that was,
Hold on a second, please. What I'm getting confused about is this is a quasi judicial, and you're speaking with all due respect as an expert, and you're really a novice, right?
I've worked as a coastal planner.
Okay, but
Well, we haven't declared her as an expert, so that's not even a factor.
Right,
It's
right, it's
even
not
been
a
discussed.
factor here, so.
I think that she was basically discussing, and when Ms. Busaka put that out there, she was basically replying to that. So with that, I'm good, and
And this is from
we
Honeycutt
can
and
move on.
Associates.
No, we hired a
Because it says Honeycutt on it.
That's their base map that they submitted, that they sent a base map with wetlands, and we just had a surveyor put the 50-foot the setbacks and all that on it. But
Okay.
the applicant certainly could have done that.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
I have 2 questions.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
Now look what you did.
If you're an adversely affected party, sure. Ms. Klinger, who was your surveyor?
I didn't hire him, actually another neighbor did. So I'd have to find out, and I could get that information for you.
Did you talk to the surveyor?
Me personally?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Do you know why there was a 15-foot wetland buffer or a 25-foot wetland buffer?
Because we decided we wanted to look at the different scenarios, because wetland buffers are between 15 and 25 feet.
And do you know St. John's requires 25 feet?
It depends.
Okay, so you don't know.
Ms. Busaka testified at the first hearing that it was 15.
No, what Ms. Busaka said was that typically, I have seen many wetland permits, and that typically
Recently.
they require a 15-foot buffer. That's what Ms. Busaka said.
Well, we also did 25 feet.
And the final question is, did your survey realize there's an FPNL easement that's not on this survey that you can't build on?
It is on the survey. Look on the front, on the first one.
There's no FPNL easement
I don't
shown
know
on here.
it is on mine, so I don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Here.
Hey, that's fun too. Still, I need some clarification. I didn't know, and.
That's a line, that's not an easement.
Hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second. I'm trying to get clarification. She's not an expert witness, so is it acceptable for the applicant to question each person who comes up?
The applicant, as a party, is entitled to cross-examine witnesses.
Every speaker.
These
Right.
witnesses or these?
Yes.
Okay.
But your decision has to be based on facts, not opinions. Only experts can render opinions that you weigh as evidence. Okay?
Okay.
That's the
So
difference.
these are opinions.
No.
Well, they're going to describe them as facts and the other people.
Right. You will look at the
If
facts.
we
gotta
proffer
decide their
you
opinions.
evidence that you can verify.
I'm just trying to make sure everybody is on the
That's
same
what-
page.
yeah.
You'll look at facts that have been provided.
Any speaker. I only learned that today. All right, next card, please.
Christine Rowland, or Boland, sorry.
We do have to figure something out. I will tell you that I'm going to go separate with you guys.
I can officially say good morning.
So here we are. I'm
So,
sorry. Everybody get quiet, please. Let her speak.
Christine Boland, 2755 Armadillo Trail. Nobody's trying to accuse you guys. This is just a topic. We're covering all of our bases. Asking if any of you have a personal conflict of interest with investments that you need to disclose that requires you to abstain from voting. I'm sure if you did, you would not be sitting here. Topic number 2 that I have, this is something that Vice Mayor brought up, that he was very disappointed that we didn't all get together and come up with some, mediation. Once the owners identified on the record they had retained an attorney, the Wendover Farms community also retained an attorney to represent our interests as a community, and they are here tonight. As you all know, 890 owners in the Wendover Farms community signed the petition against the zoning and land use change on this property. Our attorney had contacted the owners on 2 occasions in the last month in the interest of providing mediation to come up with a mutually agreed upon win-win. However, the owners did not respond to the requested mediation meeting, and the owners never provided our attorney with their attorney's name. The owners refused to have their attorney meet with our attorney. We as a community have a win-win discussion included in our input tonight and our on-the-record input to you. The owners can build what they say they want to build, 2 homes on 10 acres in the OR zoning district with conservation land use. We are not opposed to that. We do not object to the adjustment of the north zoning boundary line between OR and community commercial zoning, so long as the community commercial has no access onto Wendover Way. We object to the proposed rezoning to R1B, and we object to the change in land use to low-density res. OR is the correct zoning, and conservation is the correct land use on this property. SA 1-2021 should be denied. That's my piece, and I just had one question that I don't know the answer to this. What was the date that the applicants put in their application? Does anybody know that off the top of their head? Last year in July? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next card, please.
The next card is Karen, and the last name is Kulas.
Yeah. Yeah.
My name is Karen Kulas. I live at 6638 Wendover Way, and I submit for the record a copy of all signed petitions from Wendover Farms residents who object to the proposed land use change to low-density residential and R-1B zoning. I'd like you to look at Exhibits 9 and 10, please. Exhibit 9. A copy of all petitions signed by the 890 Wendover Farms community owners from over 550 addresses, and more signatures are turned in daily. Wendover Farms residents and owners include East Hills Plat, East Winds Plat, and Wendover Farms Plat. They have signed this petition against this rezoning. If you look at the bottom of the petition, Exhibit 9, we've all signed that we will have someone represent us as residents. Exhibit 10 is a petition signature statistical data and petition roster as of May 1, 2022. It contains statistics on the owners and addresses that have signed. You have one copy of the 19-page roster of the addresses we have obtained signatures from. Anyone here tonight that's still here tonight that signed the petition and are against the rezoning attempt, please stand up or raise your hands for us. Some of our petition language reads, "We object to any change in zoning that would result in an increase of intensity or density of use on the property at the Wendover Farms entrance on West State Road 405, zoned open space and recreation, OR, with property boundary along Wendover Way. More than 10 acres of the 13.22 acre parcel is zoned OR. We oppose any development activity that would damage or destroy the island or the forested canopy along Wendover Way adjacent to this property or at the State Road 405 entrance to Wendover Way. OR zoning was established in 1992 for conservation and protection of sensitive lands and is a permanent classification in order to ensure that the present and future residents of the city are able to enjoy the benefits of the natural environment. OR zoning is most compatible with Wendover Farms, requires setbacks most similar to deed restrictions of Wendover Farms, and it will maintain the beautiful and unique park-like setting of our community entrance and our community character. R1B zoning is not compatible with Wendover Farms community. This property was purchased with OR zoning all along Wendover Way and should remain zoned that way. It was bought with that zoning and should
All right, your
be.
time's up. I need to find out. I mean, we got to kind of get an idea here. I was going to give you a few seconds to finish, but so with that, I get the idea that you want to not do this. So anyway, thank you very much.
I have one
appreciate
question
it. Wait,
for you.
oh, here we go.
Yeah, I have one question for you. Because you're representing over 800 people with the
I
petition.
can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I am talking in the mic. Can you hear me now?
Some of us are old and hard of hearing.
Yeah, like me, for sure. So since you are representing some 800 people on the petition, and you've heard some of the presentation from the applicant, and you hear them say that you won't even see much of a difference on Wendover Way, and you talked about the island being changed, that's not going to happen. And they're saying they will sign a document that says they're only going to put 2 houses on the 10 acres. Is that not enough?
We've all said this. We're okay with 2 houses on the 10 acres. But where is something to me that guarantees me or alleviates my fear that if they get the approval and they get that zoning to R1B, which potentially could be 50 houses, where is my comfort that they won't walk out of here? Maybe they would be in a car accident and then they don't end up building their 2 houses. Now somebody else can come in there and do what they want with it, and we can't stop it. That you keep saying binding, but we're just simple people. What are you showing us that is binding? That's all we're saying.
Okay.
Didn't I show that?
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
I hear talk. I hear talk, and you can belittle me all you want to, but I am just a simple person. But and you've been trying to find something. Give us something that would alleviate that fear. We would welcome them. We would welcome them to come in there and build those 2 houses. Damn it.
Didn't I hear something binding?
Can I clarify?
Say again?
Can I clarify?
Yeah, please do. I think there's something to be clarified there.
Yes. So the way that the binding, I understand why some people are concerned about the binding agreement. I will give you that. So the way the binding agreement would work is if we were to go through and change the land use to LDR and change the zoning to R1B and add the binding agreement that has been provided saying that they will only build 1 house per 5 acres, what that means is they have to go by that. They cannot build 2 houses per 5 acres. They will not be able to do that. Should something happen to them and the property goes to someone else, they will have to meet those conditions as well. If they say, you know what, no, I want to build 5 houses or I want to do a subdivision, what they would have to do, and this is why I think some people are concerned because it's already zoned now R1B, they would have to come before whoever's on council, probably not us, and say, hey, we inherited this property, it has this binding agreement attached to it, and they would have to make their case of why they want to get the binding agreement removed. And council, I know, then that's, I know why some people are concerned. And then the council could say, you know what, that's fine, R1B is fine, we don't need a binding agreement. So that is the concern. As of us right now, if we were to make that, the binding agreement stays in. And again, if something were to happen to the property, they would have to come before council, but then now the burden of proof is on them to say why the zoning should potentially be changed. So I understand your fear. As it stands, if we were to vote in that direction, that is all that would be required from this council that were to vote. I know some people are shaking their head no, but that's, we've done, I think, binding agreements before with some pieces of property. If you feel that that's not correct when you get up to speak, potentially we could clarify that, but that has been my experience since being on council. Again, I understand the fear because now you've already changed the zoning. So I would argue that it would be easier to go down that path because it's already zoned that way to get the binding agreement removed. That's all I want to say.
Member Nelson?
But I gotta say, if these people are agreeing to it, it makes it hard because it's like, I would look at it and I think everybody else up here would look at it and say, they agreed to it. So what do they mean coming back to us and saying, we changed our mind? Or 30 years from now, coming back to us and saying, we don't like this. This is an agreement that was made. So for me,
I'll never pass.
I would never pass it because you already made your agreement. That's it.
We've been through that before.
Yeah.
In 2005, City Council, people who were sitting in the chairs that you occupy today said no, we're not going to approve a zoning request of a lesser density. Can we get his name for the record, please?
Klinger.
No. We'll wait.
Yeah. Next card, please.
George Minto.
Good evening or good morning, I guess. I'm George Minto, 6225 Windover Way. I'm not an expert on anything except catching redfish and walking my dog. But I did want to show you, and this is a theme throughout Windover, volunteers. There were 60 volunteers that went out and got all those signatures. And of course, the ones in orange are the people that disagreed with changing the zoning. Frankly, we don't have a problem with two homes on the zoning. But what we do have is, why do you have to change the thing from R1B or to R1B? That is the issue. Because we're not sure what's going to happen downstream. Now, maybe I've got a little bit of comfort from what you said. Okay, second subject I want to talk about is the entrance area itself. We do have a lot of volunteers. I have 24 volunteers that pick up trash at the entrance. They take 2 weeks out of their year, pick up trash at the entrance, and I have another set of volunteers that chip in money so I can have a guy mow the entrance because we found out we weren't very good at doing that. So the whole thing about Windover is it's a very cohesive community, a lot of volunteers, and there's no malice toward the applicants to build 2 homes. It's just that we don't understand why you have to change zoning.
Well said. Oh, that's how they all need to be said. That was well said. Next card, please.
William Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is William Wright. My wife and I have lived on Wendover Way since May of 1984. So we've had 38 years there, and we have watched 3 separate attempts to rezone that front area. Fortunately, up until now, none have been approved, but they've been a cat fight each time we had to do one. I'm personally against any rezoning of the land currently zoned OR and CC within their 13.2 acres they've purchased. I'm also opposed to any change in land use other than conservation land use, which is what the entire Wendover Farms development was based on many years ago when EKS developed it. I have an Exhibit 1B, which shows the Brevard County tax cards, which describes the property as 10 acres zoned OR, 3.2 acre zoned CC, and this was the existing zoning when the applicants purchased the property in 2021. This is described in the warranty deed signed off by both owner and applicant during the property purchase on 24 June 2021. The deed states, quote, subject to taxes for the year 2020-21 and subsequent years, covenants, restrictions, and easements of record, and most importantly, existing zoning and government regulations. The existing zoning on the southern 10 acres, 7 in wetlands and 3 in uplands is zone OR, open space and recreation, or 3/4 of the 13.2 acres. The other 1/4 of the total acreage, or 3.22 acres up to the north, and that's where the old roost is now. That has an existing zone of community commercial. And I guess that kind of begs the question, and why is the staff report for this SSA predominantly focusing their analysis using the community commercial portion of the property as the basis, when in fact the applied for change to this property is predominantly with the 10 acre zone OR and conservation land use? They're requesting the city rezone their property to R1B zoning, and we feel that zoning is totally incompatible with Wendover Farms community front entrance and totally unnecessary in order for the applicants to accomplish what they have told the Wendover community and the city repeatedly, that they desire to build only 2 homes, 1 on each of 2 5-acre plats. If that's actually the case, the existing zoning with 2 conditional use permits, if necessary, would satisfy their desire with no zoning required.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time and good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope she's
Thomas McLeod.
Tom McLeod, 7557 Egret. The Wendover Farms community has identified numerous places where the proposed land use change and rezoning is not in compliance with the city's comprehensive plan and land development regulations. We have submitted for the record an objection submittal document based on noncompliance with existing established city policy with exhibits, a 2-scale analysis of the property with setbacks, proving the proposed land use and zoning change is unnecessary, and have expert witnesses with credentials presenting evidence documenting our objections for the record. The Wendover Farms community, through our representatives, have retained legal counsel here tonight to protect our interests and provide guidance and advice related to any conditions or proposals that may evolve during City Council discussion. We have provided 2-scale maps demonstrating the landowners can develop the 2 single-family homes on the 10 acres of the OR zone property with frontage on Wendover Way. OR zoning was established by the city's adopted LDR in 1992 and applied in a citywide rezoning. The Wendover Farms community has relied on this uniquely defined, as written by the city, permanent zoning and not intended to be a holding designation for the land. The landowner and Wendover Farms developer at the time knew full well it would limit development potential for that 10-acre portion based on the city's definition of open space and recreation zoning. The vice mayor has stated at multiple meetings he believes the problem is simply an issue of trust between the community and what the applicant says they want to build. That is only part of the problem. The bigger picture is, can the public trust the Titusville City Council to uphold the city of Titusville's adopted policies and live up to their purpose and intent that we have relied on for over 30 years? Will the City Council approve an unnecessary land use and zoning change in violation of the City of Titusville's own LDR's comp plan policies and strategies? We move to a system of regulations to level the playing field, ensure proposals and development of the city would be assessed and reviewed using adopted criterion policy created through a public process that would persist even as city council members changed over time. If the city council follows the city's land development regulations, comprehensive plan and policies and objectives, then you will deny SSA 1-2021.
Oh, you're good.
I got it down.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. Here we go. Our extension time is up again. So, I don't know what to do except keep going.
Go ahead. Hold on a second. Can we find out from the list that you have how many people actually want to speak, or does everyone want to speak? Oh, my God. Mr. Mayor, we have to have a limit.
Issue.
Yeah, we have an issue.
No, hold on a second. We're doing this. And I don't have city attorney here, so that was good.
He's gone home.
All right, for now, extend it and we'll have to figure it out. I mean, we can't get through this.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah.
no comments from the peanut gallery?
I can fill in the time while you're waiting, if you'd like.
No, we're not
No,
needing
we
any
ain't doing
fill-ins.
that. Want to go another hour? Is everybody willing to stay another couple hours?
Absolutely.
Oh, my.
Past my bedtime anyway.
times have we come here?
Yeah, how often do you get to stay out till 1 o'clock in the morning? Our age, right? We're talking sunrise.
I know, it's gonna be, if we've got, what, we got 40, at least 40, and that's times 3?
Hours. 3 hours.
Yeah, so we're talking 2 hours.
No, 40?
Do we want to expect, you got 40 left?
2 hours. That's 3 o'clock. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Member Stokel.
I'm going to clarify this, and then I have a question for you, Peggy. It sounds like everyone that's saying that they can do their 2 houses, I want it to stay this way, needs to tell me what you want to do as far as that commercial piece. Do you want that commercial segment to be conservation and open recreational? So if you get up and talk, I would like to know that, because there's a good chunk that's still commercial, which doesn't really allow them to build there. So if you're saying they can do their 2 houses, just leave it as is. Please clarify what you want that commercial piece to be. If it's the conservation, it needs to be something, because I don't think they can do their 2 houses. So I want to clarify that. And then Peggy, if we do the binding agreement and then they go find out like something pops up and it's not going to work for what they're wanting to do, and the binding agreement needs to be amended or changed or something, what's the process for that?
Comes back through the planning and zoning and then back to city council.
And is it just a binding
The
agreement
binding
amendment?
agreement is actually in the ordinance.
It would have to be a change to the zoning because the zoning is dependent on that binding agreement. So it would be a reason, it would be
Okay.
a zoning action to change that.
They're one and the same. So nobody
Yes.
can just come and say, I'm going to amend the binding agreement.
No.
It stays this way.
That's
It has
correct.
to be the, okay.
That's
Thank you
correct.
for clarifying that.
Mr. Mayor, I think, I'm just trying to resolve the thing. Everybody says they want to stay and speak their 3 minutes. But the 3 minutes is going to be totally, no, we don't want to do it. And the last speaker was pretty eloquent in what he was saying. I mean, is there anybody out there who's going to give us new information? And besides, you know, this is a quasi-judicial.
We're not getting, we've got to get judicial facts.
Right,
because
and
for
we're not
people-
getting in facts, we're getting feelings, and that's my challenge. I mean, I understand you, we have to listen to every last one of you all for sure, but my question is, having another 2 hours of hearing no, I've always told people, I am not slow. I know what no means, but we've got to come up with something that everybody can live with, and what I'm hearing is, number one, we do not trust the fact that even if you allow the change, that it's going to be permanent. That is not going to change for the 40 people who come up there. They don't trust that. And then this gentleman said, we don't trust council to do what they say that they're going to do. So we're going to be at 2 hours from now, we're going to be the same place we are right now. See, you know what I'm saying?
More information.
We need information, you know, if we're going to.
Hold on. What I'm hearing over and over again, even more recently, is, and I just wrote this down, it seems not to be about the 2 houses on 10 acres.
Right.
It seems all about the rezoning. OR, yes.
Yeah. It's true.
OR, well, we always say that, but we did get some lawyers up there and stuff and try to say it was about this and
don't
urban
get a
sprawl
lawyer.
and you're out of line, you're not following the rules.
Right.
In reality, and I said this in the very beginning, the emails that I get that I got a lot of kept saying, we're okay with the 2 houses on the 10 acres. It seems all about the rezoning. OR, yes. R1B, no. And if somehow, some way that could have been compromised, we may not have been here. So with that, that's the only thing I know to say on that. That's,
Well,
if
Can I make a
somebody's not willing to
suggestion?
flip on that, we're
There-
still here.
Well, there's one other thing. I think the audience is at the 2 houses, but the audience also says they need to go CUP route. That's what I'm hearing. But that's not going to guarantee anything, so. And that's the problem.
And in
He's not gonna change.
in the end, whatever time this is, when we have to vote on this, it won't be based on, we need you to do this. It's going to be on what's the quasi judicial, legal, as city attorney schools us all the time.
So,
Go ahead,
The gentleman,
member,
the
let me go.
gentleman that just spoke so eloquently, it says, someone said that they've been through 3 or 4 of these processes over the years. But what has happened differently now? The laws of the state has changed. The laws of the state
Property owner
has
rights.
changed. You used to, I mean, I didn't change them.
State of Florida.
The owner has rights, and we cannot go against those rights. Can't go against those rights.
All right, let's go. Not a discussion. Member Stokel.
I just have a suggestion for the remaining cards. I know when I said who has something new to say, there was a couple people that raised their hand. I would suggest maybe we can have those people that want to, and then Wanda can pull that card as they're speaking, and then that way those that might feel like somebody said something already and they just agree. I'd like to try to get people that want to talk right now, because I feel like there are some that want to talk this minute, if I can hear them first. And then it might make it more efficient. And that way, if somebody can just say, I agree, I don't know if how many people, okay, let's start. How many people feel like they have something new that they really want to touch on? So, okay. So,
We could, well.
that was less than the
that's
first
less. We
round.
could look
That
at
was
that.
less than the first round. So I feel like if we can start with the people.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Do
What's
we need
more
to extend
important
time?
is we didn't extend the time.
Can we
Robert.
extend
Go
it
to
another
two.
hour?
Hour.
An hour?
Yes, an hour.
And
All right, Mr. Mayor and Council, I move that we extend the council meeting for 1 hour to 2:10.
Till 2 o'clock.
2:10.
Second.
Yes.
all right, so how, are we calling cards still? City Attorney? I mean, you heard all that. That's, I kind of need your guidance on this kind of thing. It sounds like a really good idea to just get people up here that want to say something we haven't heard before. But I need to know what the legalities, et cetera, are.
The legal aspect of this is whoever puts in a card has a right to be heard. We cannot. We're saying the order. Right. I don't know how you're going
I
to
don't know how you're
change
gonna
that
do that
order based on
either.
I would
How
just
to
call
do
the
the order.
cards in the order you received them, and if they want to speak, they speak.
At this point, I'm going to have to say, keep calling the cards. I don't know how else to do it.
Next person is Jonathan, and it's D-E-S-A is the last name. Jonathan,
He's
and the
waiting a
last name
long
is
time.
D-E-S-A.
Right here.
Not here?
No, he's right
Oh,
here.
there he is, okay.
Okay. So we got the 3 minutes. All righty. So we're here to find a compromise. So I took some time to write down all the legitimate reasons they need. Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, please reset the game clock after we
reset the game clock.
we
Good
start.
call.
All right. My name is Jonathan Disa. I live at 2136 Canal Ridge Drive, Titusville, Florida, 32780. Okay. So, in the name of compromise, I tried to find every legitimate reason that they need to rezone this property, and they have to do it to build 2 houses, and why they can't do it with using a CUP. So I took a sheet of paper and wrote down all my notes. Here's the front, here's the back. They have requested a blank check from the City of Titusville, the Windover community, and Brevard County. They can easily build the 2 homes where they want, the size they want, on a map drawn to scale with a CUP. There's no need to change the land use. There's no need to change the zoning. The zoning is correct. So let's talk about real estate. So most people know the first rule of real estate: location, location, location. Most people, unless they're professionals or study real estate, don't know the second and third important rules: zoning, 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 and land use. So remember, there are 2 separate and distinct zonings and land use categories on this property: 3.22 acres CC at the north, 10 acres OR at the south. 1/4 is CC, 3/4 is OR. Staff analysis reports provided as background for this land use and zoning change is inaccurate and full of errors. The staff analysis inaccurately describes existing development patterns surrounding the subject property, which has been the same for 30 years. And here's another little rule of real estate. If you want to buy a home and maintain your property values, you buy it in a place with strong zoning laws for single-family housing. The description of the existing development and zoning pattern surrounding the subject property skews its discussion to the property adjacent to the small 3.22 acre community commercial segment of the property with frontage along 405, but does not include the larger portion of the low-density single-family residential development and the large wetland system, Bird Lake Marsh, in public ownership that surround the majority of the much larger 10-acre OR section of the property and the section with 600 feet of frontage on Windover Way. Windover Farms subdivision is low-density single-family residence with large lot setbacks from the road and an average 1.5 acres per lot. The development pattern of Windover Farms along the Windover Way is barely mentioned in the staff analysis of the development patterns in this area. SSA 1-2021 should be denied because the existing zoning is correct. If the applicant has provided no evidence of zoning changes in the surrounding, the subject property to support the requested zoning change to RV and the drastic increase in permitted development density, because there has been absolutely no change in the existing development patterns in the surrounding areas for the subject property for 20 years. So
Thank you.
It's been there since '92.
And let me ask you a real quick question. I probably shouldn't do this. You're getting mad at me, but when you say the zoning is correct, and I wrote that down, the zoning is correct, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is that it is zoned that way and it's meant to be permanent. That's one of the features when I looked at all of the properties surrounding the property I ended up purchasing. That was one of the key features I looked at on the tax collector's website. Would that ever change? And based on I think it was Windover LLC originally and then became Windsong, whatever, I thought it was owned by the HOA. And since the zoning was permanent, I didn't think that there was ever a threat that they would turn it into apartments or anything else that's inconsistent with the current zoning pattern everywhere for this area. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people bought their homes out here, is because of that entrance, the fact that they felt that 30 seconds it takes to drive in just changes their day, changes their mood, and there's a lot of, how would I say, stress relief and all that stuff associated with that.
Okay.
And from a property value perspective, keeping that entrance is what keeps Windover great.
And the zoning is correct.
A quick question, if I can.
Yes, ma'am.
Where, you said they can build their 2 houses. Where can they build their 2 houses?
Okay, so on a map drawn to scale,
Yes.
we had
Please
somebody,
tell
who's a
me.
land surveyor drew with us.
So my question is, even when you do use that, my question, and this is my
Yes, ma'am.
clarifying, so even if you were to use that, my concern is some of that is still commercial. And that's
Okay.
where I have an issue, because
Okay.
you say don't change anything, but you can't build on the commercial, the residential house.
Okay, that's fine. All right, we'll address that right now. Okay. So I don't know, you could list a property for sale without a clear boundary. Okay? So that commercial portion, you know that future land use chart that the staff put up? That has that line across?
Yes.
When the current use is a curve, correct?
Correct. That's what I
They've
have
listed this
here.
property for $325,000. They bought the property at double the appraisal value, right? I think it was 125 or something, and they bought it for 250. They have the commercial 3 acres listed for 325. On the website right now, you can look it up, okay? If you want, I can show you a screenshot. So what does that mean? Is that evidence of real estate speculation, or is that evidence of just some wild, unhinged conspiracy theory that's floating around Windover? I think it's evidence of real estate speculation, because from everything I've heard about property, you can't advertise a property for sale without predefined legal boundaries. If you want to put another one there, we can compromise and do that. That's why we've created this map. And if they want to cut off the commercial section like they have on their
Right,
listing,
yes.
we're more than willing to accept that as a compromise, a win-win situation. If they want to keep this part as commercial and cut it off, we're okay with that. That is a win-win situation, right, folks? Does that resolve your issue?
No, because you still didn't answer my question. Part of that is commercial right now, so you're saying that.
What I'm saying is
we
they've
think
listed the
you can build
entire commercial for sale for $325,000.
all of this down here too?
Yes, but they're using the map on the right with that straight line. It's not a curve.
Right, so they're
So-
not listing this piece right here because
I understand, because that's in the future. That's not current. They have a listing with that line across on a website
Okay.
marketing the property for sale.
I get that, and I could see that if they're hoping and they.
Okay,
want
if they're
to build
hoping,
here.
we can compromise and do
But-
it.
Okay.
If they want to sell the property for $325, put the line there. Don't change the zoning, don't change the land use. We all go home.
Gotcha.
Right?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Next card.
Bruce Baker.
Hey,
Good morning.
I know this
again.
one.
The existing conservation.
Name and address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had all night to figure that out.
Yeah.
I'm Bruce Baker. I live at 7235 Morning Dove Court, and I've lived in Windover for 35 years. The existing, I want to speak to the conservation land use and also the OR, both of which have been in effect for many years. Of course, 1984 for the conservation land use and the OR zoning since 1992. So they've all been well established. And the Windover Farms community has relied on the definition of OR zoning, which we've been talking about all night. It's in the Land Development Regulations, Chapter 28, Article 6, Section 28.322A. And it specifically states the open space and recreation district is established to provide for the conservation and protection of sensitive lands within the city. You've heard this sentence before, but repetition doesn't hurt. It is intended that this district will not function as a holding designation for land, but rather a permanent classification in order to ensure that present and future residents of the city are able to enjoy the benefits of the natural environment of the city. I guess I'm getting kind of old, but I remember when I was a youngster anyway, permanent meant permanent. And so I think we should take that seriously. It is further intended that the district will implement the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. All of us who bought land in Windover did our due diligence. The owner's warranty deed, which the applicants have, said they purchased based on the existing zoning. That's the second page of the warranty deed states that. They have shown us all the boxes of paperwork that they received from the previous owners, who they say they, on multiple occasions, that they're good friends. And we agree that everyone has the right to apply for rezoning, but everyone does not have the right to expect that whatever they ask for will be approved. In this case, if the applied for zoning is not compatible with the surrounding property, it must be denied. And this SSA 1-2021 is not compatible with the Windover Farms community and should be denied. I'm speaking, again, going to R1P. I'll associate myself with what everybody else has been saying, that we have OR plus a CUP, and you got it. You can do it. So
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Next, please.
Mary Kelly.
Good morning. My name is Mary Kelly, and I'm a resident of Windover. If you look in your packet, you'll see Exhibit C, 2, Exhibit B, and Exhibit L. I want to state that the landowners were fully aware the property they purchased is conservational land with open space and recreational zoning. Conversational, you got it, land use or zoning, it's early, is a special district. There's a reason that OR zoning was placed on that 10 acres in 1992. There's a reason that conservation land use was placed on that acres, excuse me, in 1984. In 1990 through 1992, the Department of Community Affairs filed a DOAH case against the city of Titusville, finding their amendments not in compliance and provisions for environmentally sensitive lands were insufficient. The city of Titusville adopted an ordinance 7-92, that established the OR zone district as a permanent designation and added OR zoning on this 10 acres as it exists today, including all the frontage of Windover Way. These ordinances were also created in protecting environmentally sensitive lands with conservation land use, or OR zoning, by restricting residential use to a very low development density, 1 unit per 5 acres, and only as a conditional use requiring a conditional use permit or a CUP. OR zoning was placed on this 10 acres deliberately and on purpose because of the high-quality uplands and high-quality wetlands that are part of the bird marsh. It was placed on the property because of the old-growth oak hammock on the property and because protected species of wildlife inhabit this land. Windover Farm developers had the foresight in 1984 to place conservation land use on it. And then again in 1992, when the city of Titusville created the OR zoning district, which was later reinforced and agreed upon by owners and developers on the 10 acres. The definition of OR zoning, the city gave it in 1992, the Open Space and Recreation OR District, to provide the conservation and protection of sensitive lands inside the city. Will not function as a holding designation for land, but rather a permanent classification. All it takes is the city council to preserve what the planning development department asked to deny this. This, to me, the owners are being very uncaring for the fallout. I will stop. I just want to thank you for your time. Please, I encourage you to vote no.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, please.
Greg, I'm probably going to mess this up. Cousinu? Oh.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
gone?
Greg had to go to work.
Any Craig? No. Okay. Ann Bridges?
Well, you're Greg.
Ann Bridges?
This can never happen.
Okay, my name is Ann Bridges. I live at 6375 Windover Way. I've only lived there 5 years. I bought there because of the land. But I'd like you to look at Exhibit 6 in your packet. I know we have it here. And you got Exhibit 6. The whole discussion tonight will refer to these terms in the exhibits over and over. On Exhibit 6, it compares several of the zoning districts. R1B allows for a much smaller home and a much smaller lot size and a much smaller lot width. This is not compatible with the Windover Farms community. The lot houses that are just across the street from the property all adhere to the R1. So looking at Exhibit 6, if you look at OR1.
Sorry, I don't know where Exhibit 6 is. I have letters, and I'm not, is it in the notebook?
It was, it's in the notebook.
I have letters going from like A to Z. Or is it in the first portion? I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right spot.
I think I put that in here. And I'm not pulling it either.
Which one is it?
Oh, yeah. Stop the clock, please.
Sorry, yeah, I just want to make sure, because that's like the second time I've heard of numbers, and I'm like, I don't know what document you're talking. Do you guys have that? Yeah, that's what I was concerned. I don't think they have that, and I don't think I have that.
Actually, it's this.
Do I have them? Do I have them?
Let me see it. Let me see.
Oh, where is that?
Oh, I have that. This one?
Wait. No.
Oh, yes,
Where's
that's the one.
mine?
All right, we got it.
I don't know where mine
Okay, so Exhibit number 6 also identifies the setbacks for each zoning district. OR has 50-foot setbacks, whereas R1B setbacks are much smaller. The lot size allowed for R1B is much smaller, and again, the width is shorter. And that's all I'm going to really say. We don't disagree with them putting the two houses. It's just the rezoning. That's all I'm going to say because it's late. Thank you.
Kenneth Warris?
That's fine.
Kenneth? Cynthia Jones?
No, they don't.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Jones. I live at 2720 Gator Trail in the Windover Farms area. I'm really here to show some mischaracterizations that occurred on the April 26th City Council meeting. They mischaracterized the actual development potential of the lots inside the Windover Farms entrance at the East Hill platted subdivision and the OR zoning in combination with the conservation land use.
Now, this mischaracterization must be corrected for the record. Also on April 26th, the staff made a point of saying the lots across Wendover Way with the SR 405 frontage have higher density land use, carefully cherry picking only land use, without presenting the full picture and critical development limiting facts that these same lots all have, which in Brevard County, RR1 is the 1 unit per acre, and our platted lots also for the East Hills. Okay? Now, they also misrepresented the development potential of additional uses allowed under the OR zoning on the subject property. Again, only giving partial information that is misleading. Staff stated OR zoning could allow tennis club, which is, it would be on other land uses they could do that, but not allowed under the conservation land use that exists on the property today. The combination of the existing OR zoning and conservation land use only allows very limited, low density, low impact uses, like 1 home per 5 acres, consistent with the protection of the environmentally sensitive lands in accordance with the conservation element of the comprehensive plan. This is a perfect example of how relevant, more restrictive, details can easily get left out during the professional staff testimony at a public hearing, which I'm sure you all know. In that respect, I think you should vote for denial of the SSA 1 2020. And I, as a personal note, I think the problem is the fact that we want that permanent zoning to stay. And we need to deny the zoning because, Wendover Farms is a jewel of Titusville. We don't need to have somebody coming in here trying to put a development in there. It has to be permanent, or we're not going to, we can't trust it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next card, please.
Mark Coleman. Mark Coleman. Nope. Laurel Price.
I saw her earlier at 10 o'clock.
Laurel Price, 2934 Long Lake Drive, Wendover Farms. Section 9 in your packet from that Senator Klinger submitted for the record is the accurate history of the land use and zoning on this property. The staff report neglects to accurately and succinctly reflect the land use history and the zoning history. Sandra Klinger's submittal to you for the record has the accurately documented land use and zoning history of this property. It's section 9. This property has 2 very distinct and wholly separate zoning and land use designations that the staff report does not succinctly describe to you or provide history for. This property and all surrounding properties, zoning and land use are stable and have not had any land use or zoning changes in over 20 years. Again and again, since the initial development of the Wendover Farms community, we have been given assurance that the OR zoning, open space and recreation along the 600 feet of forested entrance along Wendover Way would be retained. In 1992, when OR zoning district was established and placed on the 10 acres, the community has relied on the Titusville land development regulations, which state OR zoning is, and I quote, a permanent classification and not just a holding designation. This is the only zoning district uniquely described in this way. It's been this way for 30 years. Then 20 years ago in 2002, the 3.22 acres CC portion was changed from multifamily to community commercial. That was 20 years ago. And it was reaffirmed that our the OR zoning would remain on the 10 acres along Windover Way, the community relied on a reaffirmed commitment that the OR zoning will remain yet again. We did not object to the rezoning of the 3.22 acres in 2002 because of the stated commitment to keeping Windover Way frontage conservation OR a permanent designation. Based on these facts, any reasonable person performing due diligence would believe that the entrance property would retain its conservation land use and OR zoning. In 2005, city staff attempted an administrative change to the land use on this property, which once it was uncovered, was shut down. November 2005, new owners attempted a rezoning change and it failed upon the City Council vote SSA-16-2005. In 2007, the previous owners, the Pearsons, requested a CUP for one home on 5-acre portion of the OR zoned property.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that history.
Okay,
Oh,
one
yeah.
other thing. Wildlife, I have personally seen panthers, bobcats, and other wildlife right
That's
through
important.
there.
Thank you. Next card, please.
Barbara Holscher. Scott Rush.
Oh, we still got a thick thing down here too. He's getting sleepy.
Scott Roosh, 5875 Windover Way. Wanted to add on the 30 years on the OR, also the conservation land use on that 10 acres was on the property since 84, which is 38 years. And so we feel that the owners were fully aware of the property they purchased was conservation land and open space recreation. I think they're trying to force fit their desire for the residential land onto high-quality conservation land. They knew full well they were buying conservation land when they signed the deed. Only 1 month later, very dense rezoning and removal of conservation land use off of as much of the property as they can. The environmental assessment they received 2 months before signing the warranty deed told them what they were buying. Wetlands, above the Bird Lake Marsh with gopher tortoises on site. 2 weeks before signing the warranty deed, the staff told them what the limitations on the 10 acres OR is. 1 week before signing the warranty deed, Brad Parrish sent an email stating that Titusville RE residential estate zoning was most compatible with the surrounding area, yet they signed the warranty deed anyway. Then 1 month after signing the warranty deed, the new owners applied to have it rezoned. The application is not to rezone to RE. Residential is rezoned per what Brad Parrish said. They're trying to go to R1B, which is the worst case scenario, which you all have to evaluate it on, is 5.8 homes per acre. They say they're not going to do that, but that is the worst case for that zoning. No, this is not compatible with Windover Farms at all. When the head of the planning department stated that in his email dated on June 16th. Once the application was received and the staff report started being published, the staff began posing themselves as the advocate for the owners instead of the owners being responsible to advocate for themselves. The owners up to tonight have provided virtually no justification why R1B zoning is the only thing they can have to build 2 houses on the 10 acres OR zoning. They have provided no proof. There has been nothing but posturing, threats, and feigning overwhelming obstacles that they just cannot be expected to meet. That seems to be their only justification, which is pretty much nonsense. The rezoning should be denied for that and several of the other reasons you've heard here tonight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Next
Jolly
up.
Rouge? Jolly Rouge?
Jolly.
Good evening.
Good evening, or morning.
My name is Joni Roosh, and I live at 5875 Wendover Way. I've been a resident of Titusville for 50 years. Graduated with our mayor, have worked with Mr. Jordan, and I'm really appreciative that you guys are here listening to all the concerns from both parties, because both interests need to be considered. One of the things that I wanted to say is when I was watching the presentations tonight, Wendover really is, the entrance that we're looking at is not as congested as some of those slides said. Staples, Target, even some of the residential areas are quite a ways from our entrance. And we just want to protect the integrity of our area. I personally hope we find a resolution. I appreciate you guys so diligently asking questions, because I would like to welcome the rights, and I would like to have our community stay hold as well. Thank you.
Oh, that was very nice. That's a nice one. Kinder, gentler.
Austin Ray?
That's George Bush, by the way. They get reelected.
Hello, City Council. I'm Austin Ray at 6715 Wendover Way, and opposing this measure. So I wanted to outline a few things on the staff report that do not accurately reflect the surrounding property information. I'm going to be referring to the table on the staff report, page 598, lines 7 and 8. So since this measure applies predominantly to the OR portion of this property, the surrounding property information should reflect what is actually surrounding the 10 acres OR zone property. The staff report does not reflect that at all, really. So again, referring to the aforementioned table, issue number 1. The staff report does not mention in the use column what is actually east of the 10 acres just across Wendover Way. Thank you. They say it is vacant commercial building. This building is adjacent to the 3.22 CC portion of this property, but in actuality, 95% of the east boundary of the 10-acre OR portion is on Wendover Way. And across Wendover Way are 3 single-family platted lots, 2.98, 1.63, and 1.2 acres each, with wetlands across Wendover Way on each of these lots. Issue number 2 is in the north row of the table, they jump all the way across State Road 405. This is a 4-lane divided highway, and they identify secure fence and rail as commercial high density to the north. But remember that the 3.22 acres on the north side of this property is already community commercial. So any commercial property across a 4-lane divided highway shouldn't be considered to justify the southern and 10 acres OR zoned portion, how that should be zoned. Another thing that I found was the staff double books multifamily residential status in both rows for north and west, when in fact there's only one development, Wendover Woods Apartment, along State Road 405. Continuing on, this multifamily residential is adjacent to the community commercial portion of the property, and it's not adjacent to the 10-acre OR portion of the property. Another one, in the west row under zoning, it says general retail commercial, but that's not correct. To the west is high-quality wetlands, which is a part of Bird Lake Marsh, and it has 0 development potential in the future, and has actually been transferred to the St. Johns River Water Management District to be protected. But in the table, it says general retail commercial. Should also note that the staff does not mention that directly to the west and the south are the high-quality wetlands known as Bird Lake Marsh.
That'll do it. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Feel free. She just pops up sometimes.
Mr. Wright, you state that the land across the highway should not be considered. Why is that?
Across State Road 405?
Yes, why?
Because the 3.22 acres of community commercial is already considered there.
Okay, so that's not a surrounding use at all, in your opinion?
No comment.
Okay. Did you write that speech you just gave?
I had some input on how it was put together.
Did you write most of it?
No comment.
So I figured. Thank you.
Oh, tough. Mr. Mayor, I have one question.
Yes, sir,
And it's
Vice
for-
Mayor.
It's for Peggy. I want to keep you woke, Peggy. Most of the speakers are getting up and talking about the OR zoning, and they said it's a permanent classification.
Thank you for
You're
asking.
quite welcome.
I'm so
You owe me
excited.
$100 now. so-
Okay.
Yeah.
This issue has been around for quite some time, and as a matter of fact, I can read from you an administrative law judge's determination as to whether or not, what permanent means. Conservation lands on the future land use map and described as OR as a permanent classification. The argument that was made by the person in the administrative proceeding, the argument is not persuasive because the characterization of OR zoning classification as permanent in the land development regulations is merely to distinguish OR from certain other classifications which are used as holding or temporary classifications. The word permanent in this context merely means that the OR classification is treated the same way as normal zoning classifications, which are permanent unless there is a rezoning. The city has modified or eliminated OR districts many times in conjunction with updated wetland delineations. So let me bring you to a portion of the code where the actual holding category does exist. That would, I got a lot of paper here. But the portion of the code actually is in Chapter 33, Section 3341, District RMU 600 Study Area Holding Zone. Purpose and intent. It is intended that the study area is designated as a holding zone that would apply to lands on a temporary basis awaiting a master plan approval and/or master plan, or when a master plan expires. So the word permanent, there were some, at the time that this was written, there were some communities that actually did utilize the open space or wetlands as a holding category until another category could be delineated. And that is what has happened here in the RMU 600. But the OR zoning category means simply that it can be changed like any other zoning category. That's the staff's interpretations, that's the administrative law judge interpretation. So that is not correct. I can go on with a few other if you care, but that was the main question. And I know a lot of people have misunderstood that, but that has been adjudicated.
Thank you,
ma'am. Next card, please.
Peter, it looks like Burris Mayer? Meyer.
Members of the council, pardon my delivery. I'm a trauma stutterer. My name is Peter Burris Meyer. I live at 6810 Windover. Our family has roots here in Titusville since 1971. And it is our choice to live here, retire here, and that's as far as I'm going to go with that one. If you please, in your packets, I draw your attention to Exhibits A2, Exhibit 6, Exhibit D, and Exhibit 4. Without going any further with that one, as we understand, the staff's analysis violates the city's technical manuals, development review processes manuals, sections 4, 5, and subsections 4113, 528, as no email concept plan is binding. Therefore, Titusville's LDR policies require that requested land use and zoning changes be reviewed based upon the most intensive land use, maximum intensity, and/or density potential of the applicant's requested land use and zoning. You must look at what the facts as they are presented, as we understand it. Neither a conceptual plan or a developer's agreement has been submitted with the application, and yet the city planners did not review the application based on the most intensive land use maximum intensity and density within the zoning district as required. Again, only an email, and that certainly isn't binding. If you please, the requested rezoning of 3.36 acres to R1B allows 5.8 homes per acre. That's not been assessed. Not assessed also is, this allows the use of, under R1B zoning that are much more significant than those of a single family homes. As requested, R1B's rezoning would allow up to 19 homes on that 3.36 acres, or 29 times the current permitted development density. That's dramatically inconsistent with the unique characteristics, environmental sensitivity of this property. Please look at Exhibit 6, low, operative word being low, density, residential land use. I've had to say it twice, haven't I? I need about 30 seconds here.
Go ahead, hit me.
It's a misdemeanor since it allows 25 homes per 5 acres, or 5 homes per acre. That in no way is low density, not a chance. It's 25 times the current permitted development density, and that's what it terrifies us. Compare that with the current conservation land use in effect today, which allows 1 home per 5 acres.
All right, well, listen, thank you. And for that, thank you for your service there. I appreciate that.
It was always my honor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next card, please.
Alexandra Ray.
Hello, Alexandra Ray, Windover 6715, Windover Way. I'll start by mentioning the staff analysis failed to address, 1, the infrastructure impact R1B zoning would have with the potential 19 homes. And I emphasize the word potential because verbal or email confirmation is not a formal evaluation nor binding. 2, the impact our R1V build-out would have to the Beaver Lake Marsh wetlands located on the property. 3, service traffic impact the single-lane road in front of this property that could, for our community. 4, public facilities and services do not exist, and we require increase in capacity as compared to the existing ones. Now, for context, on the Titusville Land and Development Regulations, Chapter 34, Article 2, Division 1, Sections 34-23 states, the city shall encourage urban and suburban growth only in areas where public facilities and services exist and will not require expansion or increases in capacity as compared to existing facilities. On page 16, line 14 quotes, the property does lack sewer infrastructure, so there is a potential need for septic system. This means that we need to review the impact of the potential 19 homes. Now, on the same page, on line 22, a septic tank may better serve the proposed 2 residential dwellings as traditional sanitary sewer is not available. On page 630 is the survey map of the Windover Way frontage. Exhibit E shows the entrance area along the property. There is no city garbage collection or recycling provided on the Windover Way today. The facts on page 600 related to the impact R1B zoning would have on this site are omitted by staff. So the staff says also that there is a need for septic. Now, 2 homes on 10 acres is different than 19 potential homes, and I really emphasize the key word potential. So the current 2 homes and septic tanks allowed on the property are compatible to what's currently the case in Windover Farms. The septic tank density R1B zoning allows is not compatible for the surrounding area of Windover Farms. On page 630, the survey map shows the Windover frontage of this property. The proposed development is within the 600 feet frontage along Windover Way, not the SR 405 frontage. So any garbage or recycling collection will require the garbage trucks to enter Windover Way, which they do not do today. There's no way for them to turn around since there's a 300 feet long dividing island adjacent to the property, creating a single line road. Garbage collection would impede residents from entering Windover Farms of SR 405. Garbage pickup potentially for 19 homes is not possible nor acceptable. I want to invite you to base your decision on the potential negative environmental impacts this rezoning could have. I want you to please think on future generations and ask yourselves what's more valuable. Approving this petition will and may set a precedent for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Emily Scarini.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, I'm Emily Serini, 6278 Windover Way. I do have some exhibits to show you. I'm going to try not to repeat things that you've already heard this evening and this morning, but we do have Exhibit 2A, 2B, and 1A. So what I heard this evening was a comparison to Wendy's. I'm a mile away from the entrance about. I don't know how far Wendy's is, but it's much farther than where I am. So what you're seeing on Exhibit 2A is what we feel as residents in the area, or I feel, is more representative of what should be presumed correct as far as the zoning is concerned. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I wasn't expecting that. And I feel that what our representative lawyer mentioned as far as setting the precedents for the changes in the community. I grew up in Seminole County off of Red Bug Road. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that area. I hope you are, because you can see where I'm coming from. 1983 is the year that I was born there. And when my parents bought in the area, of course there's going to be development. We know that. But setting the precedents for this area is where my main concern lies, and my drive in and out of my neighborhood. I do want these individuals to be able to build their homes in our neighborhood. I welcome them as neighbors. However, I am concerned about the binding agreement. I would hate to see that this turn around and get sold, the building not happen, and then therefore that be removed and not actually be binding, and a larger scale development happen. Concerned about the extra traffic at the beginning in front of the community that could present itself from the zoning and land use that's being proposed. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next up.
It looks like Eileen, and I'm going to spell this. It's SWEARENQIN is what it looks like. Mm-hmm. I think she's left. Mary Ellen Torres.
My contacts and I can't see
morning.
right. Oh my God. Mary Ellen Torres, 7546 Windover Way. City staff themselves stated the residential zoning most comparable with the area was RE, 1 unit on acre, and Res 1 land use. In an email to the applicant dated June 16th, 2021, over a week before the owner signed the warranty deed. But you would have never known that based on the staff report as written. Open space and recreation OR zoning allows one dwelling per 5 acres with a constitutional, a conditional use permit, CUP. Exhibit J in your books, the CUP from 2007, CUP number 11, 2007, to develop one home per 5 acres consistent with the existing OR zoning and conservation land use along Windover Way was approved by the Titusville City Council with support of Windover residents. This is a precedent that a CUP is viable and applicable avenue to build 2 homes that the applicant says they want to build on 10 acres of OR zoned property. A CUP applied for, approved by the City Council, and supported by Windover Farms residents. That owner let the CPU expire in 2016 before building on the property. That CUP was active for 9 years. The owners can build what they say they want to build with 2 homes on 10 acres in an OR zoning district with conservation land use with a CUP. We are not opposed to that. We even offered to pay for it. We object to the proposed rezoning and change in land use. OR is the correct zoning and conservation is correct land use on this property. SSA 1-2021 should be denied. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. See you, Bill, again.
Sloan Roll.
She's been ready. She's been ready.
Hi.
Boy, oh boy.
I'm going to be referencing Exhibit D.
Oh, yeah,
If you would please glance at it for me.
Name and address.
I'm sorry?
Name and address.
Oh, sorry. My name is Sloan Rawl, 7245 Morning Dove Court.
There you go.
Why is that?
Morning.
Thank you. All right. I'm here to talk about the binding plans that we are so curious about and want to know more about and have questions about. So, it is not the solution that has been represented to be, because omitted from the discussion that we've heard this evening is that some changes are allowed to be handled administratively, which means behind closed doors and outside of the public process, including authorization for additional uses. So that would be this table. The additional uses that are allowed under the R1B could be changed without coming back to a city council meeting without voting. We believe that would be Peggy Busaka would be able to meet with the owners, whether these or the future owners, and change the use to something like a community center, community service, family daycare home, government facility, a school, a child care facility, a private club, a group home, all of these things. Request, okay, I do have where this is officially for the record. This is section 34 through 39. The first step required, I'm gonna skip that part. What was not read that evening was that requests to modify the concept plan other than the specified use may be executed by the administrator in cases where the modification is classified as minor, okay? This is in the Development Review Procedures Manual, section 6.33, modification classification table. So except for minor modifications to the concept plan, substantial modifications, which was mentioned, they would have to come through here and do another planning and zoning, okay? But the Development Review Procedure Manual, section 6.33 says LDR section 34 through 39 was represented by staff and city attorney that the community can somehow rely on this to be binding, but it is in no way binding. So because this was a voluntarily submitted conceptual plan, it can be executed by the administrator i.e. does not come back to city council and does not go through the rezoning process if classified as a minor modification. Okay, so 6.33, minor modifications are use, a change from one permitted use to another permitted use.
Go about 15 more seconds. I think we started you earlier. You were introducing yourself.
Well, I was distracted, sorry. So another example would be that the further provided that the land was not designated as conservation or preservation land on the master plan. So these are the minor modifications. Yes, substantial modifications would go through the rezoning process, but not something, one of the concerns the residents have are just this use being changed, and it does not transfer with the owner, is my understanding, the way that it's been stated several times this evening.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
George Bockelman. George Bockelman.
I can address that if you'd like.
Go ahead.
The policy is as the 6.3.3 minor modification classification table is correct, except the lady who just spoke read the wrong sentence. It says any change in conditions specifically required by the city council would have to come back to the city council. This evening, very early, I asked the applicant if the intent of that binding plan was for 2 single-family residential units, and the applicant's attorney said yes. So anything except those 2 single-family residential units would be considered a change in a condition specifically required by the city council, and it would have to come, it was considered a substantial modification and would have to come back to the city council. The staff cannot administratively change the direction of the city council, and this modification would be required to come back.
Yeah, that's been a question.
Doesn't matter.
It goes
This
with
is
the
not a-
property.
That's right. This all goes with the property, and this specific language is there. So there's nothing that the administrator can do to change that.
It goes, and I heard him say that earlier, but I think I have had several questions since then, but that binding agreement goes with the property.
It absolutely does. Yes, sir.
Next reader.
I'd be happy to talk about the concept plan too, if you care about that.
Abby Hollis.
Hi. I just want to say thank you for listening to us. I know your ears and your brains must be,
You guys
I don't know,
have done great.
exploding or asleep. My name is Abby Hollis. I live at 2877 Morning Dove Way. Some things have already been mentioned about the CUP, and I just want to make sure that we get that all in the record. On June 26th of 2007, for this exact same property, a conditional use permit, number 11/2007 was approved by the Titusville City Council for with the approval and the support of the Wendover Farm residents. The OR zoning allows the 2 homes to be built on the 10 acres. CUPs are good for 4 years, and they can be extended year by year. And then the previous owners let it expire in 2016. The CUP on this very same property has 3 conditions for approval. If you look at Exhibit J, is this Exhibit J? Oh, I'm sorry, 13A, which is part of Exhibit J in your packet. It shows the 3 conditions. 1 is a minor division from the lot from the parent parcel is required. Number 2 must submit a stormwater management plan. Number 3 will be required to comply with FDEP and the St. John River Water Management District. The current owners knew, according to the environmental assessment, which is in page 620 to 622, that they would have to follow these things 2 months prior to purchasing the property. And they knew that they would have to follow these 3 items. The Exhibit 13B shows the Titusville LDRs that apply to the mentioned conditions of approval, and their requirements are no different than conditions required at all similar development projects in the city of Titusville, regardless of whether they're under a CUP or not. So the owners would be required to meet all of these conditions regardless of the zoning or the property was developed in the city of Titusville. So I guess my question is, like, if we had a tree survey, if we knew exactly where they were gonna put the house on that property, if we could change the OR zoning to go straight across to allow them to have more land there, like if we had some of those things filled in, I think it would be easier to make this decision. We just are against the R1B portion just because of, and I hear all of the talk about binding, the binding plan. I just don't know if that, I understand Ms. Peggy said that that sticks, but that's my concern. And so I don't know how to get where Ms. Stokel is on that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. Next up.
Mark Pagano? Okay.
For 2:10 in the morning, that's pretty close.
Mark Pagano, 6645 Wendover Way. So how do we get...
Hold on one second before you get started. I don't want to interrupt you because we're at 2:10. All right, so we need to extend 2:45. 2:45.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Council, I move that we extend council meeting to 2:45.
Second.
I got a motion, I got a second. All in favor, say yes. Yes, passes, go. Thank you.
We need a raise, guys. You're not even gonna say.
We ought to be doing something more fun at 3 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how did we get here? So timeline is April 15, 2021. The buyer received an environmental assessment letter from the Atlantic Environmental describing the extent of the sensitivity in the wetlands. Okay, the assessment letter identified the listed species habitats on the property. Okay, the assessment letter also informed the buyers that any development of this property must meet both with the St. Johns River District and the Florida Department of Environmental. So then, June 9, 2021, Ms. Wright met with Titusville Planning Office with a pre-meeting. The pre-meeting told the buyers they must fully understand the property is OR zone with conservation land use. In an email, Exhibit C2, an email from the Titusville Planning Office, Brad Parrish notified that the buyers that all of the residential zoning districts, the city's residential RE is the most compatible with this area. So then, June 24th, 2021, Mr. and Mrs. Wright signed a warranty deed and purchased a property that clearly states that it was purchased with the existing zoning and
Wanda, run the clock, please.
Existing government regulations, OR. 1 month after signing the warranty deed, they reapplied for rezoning and land use changes on July 26, 21. Anyway, the other thing I heard from Ms. Buzaka is that, yes, yeah, Ms. Buzaka, that on OR, that permanent really isn't permanent. Okay, so does that mean that binding isn't really binding? I mean, explain that to me.
No, sir, it doesn't. There's a specific code that explains it. I can provide it to you tomorrow morning.
Okay, so
Or it might be today.
So then my other thing is, what has changed since 2005 when the other sellers, all right, that obviously sold to the Wrights, all right, were denied the same thing? Okay, so what has changed since 2005? Okay, now on a personal note, I'm going to tell you that when I started looking at property in Wendover Farms, okay, I looked at a piece of property, okay, it wasn't built on yet, and it had a lot of wetlands, okay, and I researched it, found out that I was only going to be able to build on 3/8 of that land because it was wetlands. So you know what? I moved on. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Appreciate your words. Next up.
Savannah Coran.
Hello.
Good morning.
I'm gonna mix things up a little bit. I'm in favor of the rezoning. So, my name is Savannah Curran, and I live at 7531 Windover Way in Titusville, Florida. I was introduced to this matter when a kind woman came to my door and brought it to my attention. She painted a very ugly picture about a realtor and a home builder who just bought the 13 acres at our entrance, and they were going to level the trees and turn it into a development. Of course, I jumped on board along with 800 of my neighbors, and I signed their petition. You see, everyone I've met at Windover, we value the uniqueness of our community. There's none like it in Titusville, and we want to protect it. Weeks went by, and I met a woman organically and got to know her a little bit. Come to find out, she is one of the new owners of the Windover property I had heard so much about. I told her I had questions and concerns about the property. She told me she was an open book and happy to answer any. We exchanged contact info. Over those next couple days, I got to know her and we talked about the project. What I found out is that she's a devoted mother, adored wife, kind and caring friend, and a pillar in our community. I also found out that she loves everything we do about Windover, and she's moving here for the same reasons I did. For the location, the land, the privacy, and the wildlife. The home they have designed is their dream home, their forever home. It's already designed and perfect in every way. I began coming to these meetings to further understand the full picture of what was really going on here before I went on record taking a stand for or against, and it became clear that I was gaslighted by my community originally. The new owners have explained their reasoning behind choosing the zoning over others and have made their intentions very clear and have addressed the concerns of the community. They have assured them they want to build one home per 5 acres and protect as many trees as possible. Who are these neighbors showing up in these numbers telling these homeowners what they can and can't do with their property? Asking them to redesign their home or asking them to sign an agreement to build only one home per 5 acres is crazy when most of us in Windover have only 1 to 2 acres with 2, 3, 4 structures. And to my understanding, the way that the rest of our road is zoned, that we can have up to 4 structures per acre. Personally, I have 1.3 acres. I have multiple structures on my property, and I've called in to see if I can do a guest house, and I can. I don't think they should be restricted from doing some of the same things I can do on my land on the same street. I don't think they should be restricted from being able to do the same. It's a lot longer, but I'm out of time. So
There you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Next up.
Carla Henn. Carla Henn. Let's see. Paul Leader. Oh, there she comes. Okay, didn't see her
You're on
coming.
coming. You're on coming.
Good morning.
Morning.
Carla Henn, 7323 Windover Way. I am reading this, so if you'll look at Exhibit 11, it says wetlands do not equal OR, and OR does not equal wetlands. Staff report tries to make you think otherwise in 3 separate locations. Open space recreation, OR, zoning does not equal wetlands, and wetlands does not equal open space and recreation, OR. The statement in this staff report states that wetlands equal OR, open space recreation, or similar should be stricken from this report. The protection of our natural environment from extensive overdevelopment, paving over sensitive and high-quality wetlands and uplands and wetlands, and continue to have a total disregard for the future of all of us is why we are all very cautious. We are all trusting, oh no, that's not, Look at Exhibit 11. Read that exhibit. The below cited quotes in the staff report are not correct. Wetlands do not equal OR, and OR does not equal wetlands. There is no City of Titusville requirement, land development regulation, policy, or plan that requires the OR zoning boundary to be amended to make a wetland delineation border boundary. Sorry, my voice is going. This is absolutely not true. In every instance identified below, as published in the staff analysis for SSA 1 2021 from the Planning Department staff analysis as reflected. Page 604, line 13 through 15 says, in addition, the comprehensive plan requires that our boundaries are to be modified when the wetland survey is provided and verifies the accurate wetland boundaries on a site. Then on page 597, line 32, 33, it states, the applicant has provided a wetland survey, and based on the survey, the OR boundary line is being adjusted to be consistent with the correct wetland boundary. There is absolutely no regulation, policy, or anything in the city of Titusville that requires the OR zoning boundary to be amended to meet a wetland delineation boundary. This is falsely stated in no less than 3 times in the staff analysis. This is just one category of many statements in the staff analysis. And on a personal note, I think we all agree that they can build their 2 houses on their 5 acres each and not change the zoning.
Thank you very much.
Period.
Appreciate it.
Diane Frog.
This is never going to happen. This is never going to happen again.
She's coming. You're next.
I'm the one who said we should have a
You're next.
Diane first, and then you quote me, and then she showed up.
I got the cards out of order.
Okay, it doesn't matter as long as you know.
Oh, yeah.
Who's ladies first.
Okay. Diane Frog, 5825 Wendover Way. And I just wanted to, first of all, say that we are not opposed to them straightening out that line and making that to OR so that they have more area to build. So we're not opposed to that. And also, one thing I just wanted to address with Ms. Nelson is what you said earlier when they were talking about the binding, changing it, the zoning to R1B with a binding. And you said if they came down the road later on and tried to change their mind and say, oh, we want to remove the binding and build it to its builder grade potential, that you would say no because they bought it with that binding. Well, they bought it with the ORCC. So what's the difference?
Let me say this.
That just confused me. It confused me when you said it. I just was wondering if anyone else had that question.
I was a prosecutor for many years. And if I gave my word that this is what it's going to be, that's it. I mean, I can't speak for who's going to come behind me.
Right, and that's
But for me,
yeah.
that's
And
it.
I really appreciate that. But that's our dilemma is that we don't know who's going to be on the board in 10 years, 5 years.
But on the other hand, let me say, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, we don't know where any of us are going to be.
That's correct.
So, according to some of the maps, we may be underwater. We may be looking for mountains.
Maybe all wetlands, right?
We may have more wetlands than we need. So we don't know what the future is going to hold. So
I just had a question about that because you had made that comment and then it's like, well, they bought it with knowing what theirs was and trying to change it. So,
but when people come to you and say, change this, do me a favor, and then they come back and say, no, I want more. It really puts sort of a sour taste in your mouth.
I understand.
Where you sort of go,
and I am not opposed to the Wrights building their 2 homes. We would welcome them. We're definitely would love to have the 2 homes because then it would be settled if it kept the OR and the CC, and they built their 2 homes. We would never have to go through this again, so we would love that. And we would do whatever we could to get that done. So I'll be the first one to bring them a fruit basket.
Okay.
But anyway, there is an error, though, in the maps, in the staff report, and the maps included in both the change in land use ordinance and the change in zoning ordinance that you will be asked to sign. And if you look at page 609, the map was created by the staff. It identifies wetlands to the north of the State Road 405. And the environmental assessment page, 620 to 622, says they have identified 2 wetlands on the property. The largest one is in the OR portion of the property, and the smaller one is adjacent to the 405 area. The on-site, I'm sorry.
Well, if you could, thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
And
Paul
next up.
Leader.
Oh, I think you're up.
I was going to start with good evening, well, good morning. I don't know if it's yesterday, today, or tomorrow. My name is Paul Leader, 7762 Windover Way. At least 7 times in the staff report, and I quote, "The applicant provided a wetland survey or the survey." We have requested in writing a copy of the surveys, and the response from the planning department was that we should look at page 630 or 608 in the package. Well, please note on page 608, lower right-hand corner, and I quote, it shows that this is not a survey. The document is provided for the purpose of legal descriptions and only is in no way indicative of an actual field survey. Okay? When we bought our property, before we bought it, we got a survey. It was signed, sealed, and delivered by a professional surveyor. On page 608, no title, no surveyor's signature, no certification, no date stamp. That's not a survey. And then on the environmental assessment report by Atlantic Environmental, they suggested that a survey needed to be done on the wetlands. And all they did was put flags up where they thought the wetlands were. And they recommended that a full wetland survey be done. We have not gotten that. With all due respect, Mayor, we have not been able to verify that legal surveys have been done. In this, as noted in the staff report, at least seven times. Tonight, you must vote to deny this request. Also, before we bought our property, and other people have said this, we did due diligence. It was our responsibility to find the property that was proper for us. We didn't buy a piece of property located very close to what they bought because of the wetland mitigation. We did due diligence. Didn't they shouldn't they have done due diligence on it? And maybe I shouldn't say this, maybe it's a bait and switch situation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next up.
Carlos Novella.
Hi, I'm Carlos Novella. I live at 4438 Hickory Hill Boulevard, and Friday I closed on a property at 6138 Windover Way. My mom and my sister both have properties on Windover Way. They both have houses on Windover Way, and I also got a house. In fact, yesterday I was moving furniture to the new house. So I want this to be a wonderful area for years to come. I don't want a whole bunch of houses built and then all that sewage from the septics goes into the bird marsh. This is a bird sanctuary. You know, it's a very special area for for me. And basically what I'm saying is that I don't want this change to occur because I have a bad feeling that we're gonna see a lot of apartment buildings going up. You know, that's the feeling that I have, and I know it's late, but, you know, we have to think clearly, you know, what do we want the future to be like? And I would like the future for us to preserve the bird marsh. You know, the whole area is, you know, it's just a special area. You see all these flocks of birds and all these things, and I don't want that destroyed. That's basically what I have to say.
All right, thank you so much. Next up.
Lisa Bunismeyer.
This basically just has to do with the wildlife. So basically there's Exhibit R, it's an unredacted environmental assessment provided by Atlantic Environmental. Exhibit G, comprehensive plan future land use element. It says we were wondering why the environmental assessment provided by the owner as part of the application process was redacted in your package. See our Exhibit R that contains the unredacted environmental assessment. Under the wildlife paragraph, it states they completed a listed species determination while on the subject site and determined that portions of the on-site uplands support suitable gopher tortoise habitat. Further stated, although a survey of 100% of the on-site uplands was not conducted, one tortoise burrow was noted immediately off-site to the east of the property boundary. Then further stated, Atlantic Environmental recommends having a formal gopher tortoise survey completed. And that's what was redacted. Titusville Comprehensive Plan Future Use Element Policy 1162.2 states, quote, when conservation land use is present on a specific site, a property owner shall submit a preliminary environmental assessment, including a wetland delineation. When wetlands are present prior to any future development, if the environmental assessment indicates that state and/or federal listed wildlife are present within the areas of the site that are designated as conservation land use, the city shall not amend the conservation land use until the property owner submits an environmental study which confirms the presence and potential locations of state and/or federal listed wildlife. The study identifies a location or locations on the site for suitable habitat or preservation. These areas are accepted by the permitting agencies as preservation for the identified species. Then the city shall amend the conservation land use to include these areas. The one thing is conservation land use is present. Gopher tortoises are present within the areas of cited. Gopher tortoises are a state and/or federal listed wildlife. A formal gopher tortoise survey has not been done. Therefore, according to the city comprehensive plan policies, the city shall not amend the conservation land use until the property owner submits an environmental study which confirms the present and potential locations of the wildlife species. So that's just something, since wildlife can't speak for itself, that we would at least like to know that, you know, it's somewhat protected, or they do go to the trouble of at least getting that survey and, you know, in hopes that that's protected. And why have a second? I would not anymore go to 1 acre in Wendover Way and assume that I can change the zoning to allow me to put up 6 buildings at about 675 square foot in the middle of Wendover Way. And that's what they're asking us. And, you know, I understand, yes, we can maybe get this, you know, incorporated where they can't, but that's our fear.
Thank you. Next.
Gregory Humphrey.
There he is. There's Greg. Greg. We called you an hour ago. That's right. Where you been, Greg?
Good morning. I'm here to discuss that there is a pretty blatant error in the maps in the staff report and in the maps included in both the change in land use ordinance and the change in zoning ordinance that you as mayor are being asked to sign. Look at page 609, the map created by staff. It identifies wetlands to the north adjacent to State Road 405. The environmental assessment page 620 through 622 says they have identified 2 wetlands on the property. The largest one is in the OR portion of the property. The smaller one adjacent to State Road 405. The on-site portion of that wetlands adjacent to State Road 405 is approximately 0.48 of an acre. But it is a larger wetland when the off-site portion is included, as is required. Staff has been pointed in their report to justify that the wetland should be in conservation land use and open space and recreation zoning, but they have failed to identify the half acre of wetlands or the off-site adjacent wetlands in any of the maps as OR zoning and conservation land use. The maps included in the ordinance that you're going to be asked to sign do not include that half acre, either in the ordinance for the zoning change or the ordinance for the land use. And why is that? City of Titusville's, LDR's comprehensive plan requirements, policies and goals have not been met. The owner has not provided the necessary documentation to assess their applied zoning change or land use change the staff is pushing for, nor have they demonstrated why they need a zoning or land use change at all. The owners can do what they want to do, which is to build 2 homes on 10 acres with the existing OR zoning and existing conservation land use. There is no good reason to change this, either the zoning or land use on this property. And I have to say that I really hope you'll vote against this proposal. I believe it does not accomplish the things that need to be done or can be done with the existing zoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Linda Crawford.
Linda Crawford, 2525 Bobcat Trail. Just a couple of things to read into the record. On page 605, line 25 to 28 of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment, the recommendation is referring to changing the land use designation as described in Exhibit A of the ordinance. On page 605, line 34 to 37, the rezoning recommendation states to approve the requested change as described in Exhibit A of the ordinance. Exhibit A in your packages include the original legal description, and I checked it, and I checked every little bit of it. Exhibit A is the only thing you referred to in the recommendation, but there's no legal description for any portion of the property affected by the change the ordinance covers. You're asking how to determine if we can fit a house there. Well, without that actual description, how can you tell? We think 2 houses can be built there as is with plenty of setback. So if you look at Exhibit A on the land use ordinance, page 612, and the zoning ordinance, page 616, the last line contains the 13.23 more or less acres, but no legal description. So there's only maps, and there's a survey that's on page 610 talking about a wetland survey. We'd asked for this survey, and it wasn't provided to the public that we could tell. So SSA 121 is attempting to change the properties and without a legal description, and that's what we believe you should have a problem with. So we feel like you're being asked to sign something that you shouldn't sign based on the information you've been given. So that was for the record. Personally, I just believe that I get what Councilman Robinson, I get what you're saying about the law changing and property rights. I get that. But I can't believe that that extends to somebody knowing that they're buying OR property and then getting to change it any way they want, potentially somewhere down the road causing an impact. We're going through, this is taking a lot to go from OR to R1B. How easy is it going to be to go from R1B to R1B just taking off the binding? I think it'd be a whole lot easier than what we're going through now, and that's what we're worried about is you're not necessarily going to be in that seat, Councilman Nelson. So talk is cheap. We know that. No disrespect to the rights. Not that their attorney hasn't been completely disrespectful to most of my neighbors tonight, but we know that things can change. You might not be here tomorrow. I mean, that is a possibility for all of us. And then your heirs might decide to try to come back and get a change there. So, and by the way, I was never invited. I would have loved to have gone through the property walkthrough. I was not invited. A lot of us weren't.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the information.
Pamela Malsbury.
We
Yeah.
still got a stack. It'll be 5 o'clock in the morning. I told you, it's supposed to be a special meeting. They didn't vote it.
Good morning. My name is
No,
Pam
we would've started
Malsbury. I
at
live at
6 with one thing.
7406 Wendover Way.
We had something in front of
And
us.
if you could look at Exhibit 2A, I would appreciate it. Lot 6 is 2.9 acres. A single-family platted lot on East Hill. Mark Coleman has already begun construction on his personal residence on this lot. On Lot 7 is 1.63 acres. Mark Coleman bought this lot to build a house for a family member once he's done with his house construction. Lot 8 is 1.2 acres, and it belongs to Wayne Rogers, who has lived here in Wendover Farms community for over 38 years in the house next door on lot number 9, which is 1.3 acres. Lot number 11 and 12 are platted lots that are 1.01 and 2.95 acres. Excuse me. All these owners that I have mentioned have signed a petition against the rezoning. Now, if you look at Exhibit 17, we're going to go across the street. There is a grand total of 3.36 acres on uplands. The applicants have applied for the R1B zoning on this 3.36 acres, which would allow 16 homes on this 3.3 acres if they so desire. Let's compare that to what we mentioned across the street. 16 homes allowed on 3.3 acres is nowhere close to across the street. The R1B zoning is absolutely not compatible with any of the surrounding properties. R1B allows 5.8 homes per acre. The low density residential land allows 5 homes per acre. And this is 25% more density than what's across the street. I mean, think about it. 25% more density that could and it would be allowed on that 3.3. 25 times more density. Thank you. The average lot size across the street is 1.85 acres per single home. And I'm just going to say, my husband and I have been he's been in the military, but I feel like I was part of it. We have moved 24 times. It took us a year to find our home here in Titusville. And when I heard my address, not even seen it, when I just heard my address, I said, I am going home. I knew that was my home. And I, like them, hope it's my forever home, but I never do know. So I do, when I drove through for the first time, I was just wowed.
And thank you for that. We
Totally
appreciate
wowed.
that.
So anyway,
So, we gotta go.
I appreciate you staying up so late in this morning. And I know that each and every one of you will do what your heart feels is correct. Thank you again.
Make pancakes. Bacon.
Jill Whitson.
Seems like that thing's not going down. Sausage.
Good evening. It's like a little wobbly. Project graduation prepared me for this.
That's right. That's right. Good practice.
Yes. So for the last few weeks, I've been looking at all this paperwork, and I'm sorry you guys had to do that. It is
A lot.
It is a lot, and seeing binding and plan and voluntary limitations and
what was actually sent on emails and what we got to see, it's just mind-boggling. And part of what she put up there earlier tonight, you know, that they can build 2 bed and breakfasts on the property as it is now, then why can't we build 2 houses on there as it is right now? I didn't understand that. So a lot of this, what has been said tonight has created more questions in my mind. And some of it has already been asked, you know, just as they say we're speculating about them wanting to build multi-houses, we don't know what the tree development's going to be until they have the survey. So we can't really answer that. The binding plan is like they said, how long is that going to be binding? I trust that they want to build 2 houses there. And I can understand the way that the wetlands but the voluntary plans and the draft plans, and you guys are going to approve something that the draft tells me that's not a permanent decision. It's too fluid, and we need something permanent before we make that decision. I really appreciated your comments on leaving the OR the way it was and taking part of that commercial and the email that they talked about with the RE. Why can't we make some of that commercial RE so they can get it? Because I can see having a house situated the way you want it so you can see the sun come up a certain way. I get that. If you're forced to put your house in an upside down way that you don't want it, you're not going to love it. I get that. But I also get that we don't want to be exposed for the rest of the community. We want you to be a part of the community. We want to be one big happy family. But we also have to protect our family. And that's what we're trying to do. So I think your idea was great, but that would mean that you would have to deny it tonight so you can look up that opportunity to make everybody happy and to make sure that everything that's in here, the binding plan, the submitted plans, the draft plans, everything needs to be in a row. T's need to be crossed, I's need to be dotted. And I just hope that you guys will take that time and do that for us so we can all be happy and come back. Thank you.
Michael Simonello.
I do. Before you start, believe it or not, we're going to extend the time again.
Just for me? That's very nice.
So go ahead, Member Jordan, or Vice Mayor Jordan. That's not going to do any good. 3:30. I don't know what else to say. 3:30. 3:30. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? 3:30. Go.
Who's
Go ahead. Thank you.
Michael Simonello, 2612 Quail Trail. Good afternoon.
Hold up a second. I got everybody stirring out there. Let's get quiet so we can hear this man. Thank you.
The new language in June's staff report states that the owners have voluntarily agreed to limitations on the site. As of, we have not seen anything from the owners on these limitations except an email from one of the owners, Ms. Wright, had written to Peggy Busacca. What Ms. Wright was asking for was a minimum residential lot size of 5 acres is required. In order to satisfy that request, there's no need for a zoning change since OR zoning has that limit of 1 house per 5 acres. This is exactly what the owners say they are planning to build. For argument's sake, let's say that somehow the request gets approved for R1B zoning and low-density residential land use on the 3.36 acres of available uplands. And that binding language requested by the owners, the minimum residential lot size of 5 acres is required, is included in that. This could result in the taking of their vested rights. The taking would come in by stating that a minimum of 5 acres is required, but there's only 3.36 acres of uplands that could be residentially zoned. The rest is conservation. In this instance, there could never be a home built because there's not going to be 5 acres of residential lot or residential parcel to even build one home on. There's only 3.36 acres. As for the binding language, that could be added, as for the binding language that could be added to the R1B zoning change, binding language could get overturned by a court by the current or future owners, and that would result in leaving the R1B zoning as the basis, not the OR zoning on the property today. All of these change requests are necessary. The owner can build their 2 houses, which is their vested right, on this property the way it is zoned, 1 home on each of the 5 acres. All they need is a CUP to accomplish this. We believe that the owners have not shown or proven any reason why they cannot build what their vested rights allow them on this property as it exists today, OR zoned. SSA 1/2021 should be denied as I feel it's unnecessary. Thank you.
Joel Bolin. Seth Spears.
Seth Spears, 2189 Canal Ridge Drive, representing Canal Ridge. Hey, I guess I had a few things I want to talk about. Most of it's been covered here tonight, but I did want to say, you know, we come into this and get lectured about we need to be working this out with these people over here, and I had to sit behind them for about an hour over there, and it was just constant insult and nastiness, which is what had been the interactions, and very limited interaction. And I felt like, you see all these people here, it's a really nice community. They don't fit in a really nice community. So that was discouraging. And then to be lectured again about they have rights, and then 5 minutes later, we all sit here and witness as council tries not to let everyone have their 3 minutes. And I know you weren't really necessarily trying to necessarily take that away from us in a directed way, but that's what you did. And perception's kind of everything. So we're talking about, oh, why is there this feeling of mistrust? Why is there this? Why is there that? Well, council's also patting city manager over here on the shoulder, whispering in his ear, and I'll guarantee you he wouldn't give me the same reaction if I did that to him as what he gave to council. And I wrote this myself, so you can ask me anytime you want. It's handwritten, and that's disrespectful. And I just think everything about this is inappropriate. And, you know, they can build on the land as it is just because they didn't do their due diligence, even though she's a realtor and he does construction. Okay? That's not our problem. And it shouldn't be your problem. We shouldn't even be here having this conversation.
Jacqueline Leader.
Stan's loving this.
It's going to be hard to follow that one. My name is Jackie Leader, 7762 Windover Way, and I'm not going to say most of this because it's already been said, but I remember a comment you made on some of the earlier subjects about you want to show me.
Yeah, Missouri. Yeah.
Missouri. Are you from Missouri?
I'm from Missouri.
Well, I'm not from Missouri, but I want to show me too, somebody to show me. Because we've talked about, yeah, they can do it, yeah, this, yeah. Well, we haven't heard why they can't do it. And that's what I want to know. And I don't want it just, you know, a two-line email and something in writing, you know? And I would think that since you're from the Show Me State, you would want to see the same thing.
Right.
Right?
Show me.
And then you mentioned something about property rights. Well, you purchased something with certain zoning, and now, oh, I want to change that, so how am I going to fix it? I'll buy it, and then I have ownership rights. That's kind of like putting the cart before the horse, and I think that's not a very good idea. And we have ownership rights too. And then the other thing is, I almost forgot it already. The binding. I agree with, I forgot what my neighbor's name is, but, you know, permanent is not permanent, and binding won't be binding because they can redefine it. If you can redefine permanent, you can redefine binding, and maybe not, and it might not take 10 or 20 years. It might be 6 months. And so those are all, I think this should be denied because nobody has written anything. It's all up in the air. Well, maybe this tree or maybe that. Let's put it in writing. And also, one of the meetings, they mentioned that they didn't want to do this again because they don't want a CUP because they have to go through this again. Well, if they had started out with that in the first place, none of us would be here now. And none of us want to be here. and we don't want to have to come back. And the OR zoning is guaranteed at least more than any of these other things that I've heard. So that's why we're opposed. I don't know if everybody agrees, but we're all opposed to SSA 1-2021. I don't have to look at notes. I don't have to look at nothing because we've rehashed this a bunch of times. It's all me saying this.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Next.
Lindsay Grizzle.
A lot of Lindsay Grizzle. I'm on 2605 Gator Trail. I was at 5675 Winder Way my whole life. My parents are Wayne and Robin Rogers, long-standing community members. Strawberry Records and Strings and Things Music Center, and now Gold Tone contributes a lot to the community and big community members. Unfortunately, they could not be here tonight, so I feel like I'm representing them as well. They've signed the petition against the rezoning. Looking at the exhibit 17 and 18, they just bought the adjacent property. So the property that is 1.63, I'm sorry, the 1.2, they're at 1.31. They bought this property in hopes that my sister will also move there. So this whole front area is it's extremely valuable to our family personally and to the entire neighborhood. So when the Wrights move in, they're also going to be part of that valuable piece of land and that valuable entrance that we all moved there for. A lot of what I have has already been said. I do want to point out that I feel as though, and I could be wrong, but when we met initially about the parts of the property that would need a variance, I believe that was on this upper portion, the northern portion. And so with the proposal of straightening out and putting more of the line, straightening the property line out here for the commercial, that would increase the amount of residential area for them to build in, which was the part of the property that they needed the CUP for in the first place. So from my perspective, and everybody here has done an amazing job putting this together and presenting it. And it's not just, we're not reading from this piece of paper because we are invested and have looked into it and made sure that what we're reading, we could find some backing and some truth to it. So I believe that what is being presented to you is of value and is of truth. So with that being said, with this survey, we're making decisions, we're asking you to make decisions off of speculations of why they can't build on the current land. So it seems unreasonable to me to jump to something such as an R1B zoning when we haven't, like she said, crossed our T's and dotted our I's, or however the saying goes. So from what I believe would be a solution is to straighten the line out. That would give them an increased residential piece here, which may not even need a variance. But we don't know because we don't have the only survey that we have is the one that we took the due diligence to take their map, pull it together, bring it to the city council, or bring it to the city planner to make sure it was to scale. So this is the most accurate piece of information that we have. And that's what I feel like you should determine.
Thank you very much.
Denise Bingaman. Denise. Pass. Donna Becker. Oh. Curtis Whitmary.
Long time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
I got to get a question answered before we get started very far. we talk about surveys, and I haven't seen a map yet that's got a survey that would define anything. I had to buy a piece of property out here in Windover. I live at 8074 Windover Way. And it defined exactly, even the curvature of the road is defined as to how it can be. And we've got a piece of property here that we said, well, we can build 2 houses on there. And if you followed the rules, they'd have to be at least 100 feet apart, because you have to have 50-foot set-offs. So we've got to figure out where we're going to put them. And we can't even tell anybody where they're going to be. So how can you approve what you're asking for? There's adequate language, binding language in the property today is if it exists in OR zoning and conservation land use, remain on the property in both protective, environmentally and sensitive lands, and allow property owners to exercise their property rights. However, they don't know what the property is, so they can't tell you that. There's a lot of things that we could say about this tonight, but I'm going to turn my rest of my effort over to the person who is to follow me. But I recommend that the SSA 1/2021 should be denied, because you have no basis to put it on. And I defy you to even define it.
Connie Milton.
I'm going to ask for a little more time because I'm going to qualify this.
Say again, hold on.
I wanted to ask,
3 minutes per person.
Okay. Okay,
At
this.
3 o'clock in the morning, it's perfect, 3 for 3.
Okay.
And I'm
Well,
not
I
sure
got a
what just happened
win-win.
there, but we are not doing trade. You put your name down, you get to
Understand.
talk.
Okay.
3 minutes,
The
go.
qualification of this is I took it to the city planner. He verified it to scale. We tried to get a meeting, surveyor, and I tried to get a meeting with Ms. Busaka to go over it to scale. It is to scale, verified by your city surveyor. Now, the win-win, we've got no problem with a setback, any kind of setback issue, if it stays OR, because the wetland boundary is not a setback boundary. It's only got the wetlands. But if you change it to the OR, rezone to the OR boundary, now you got to measure setbacks off the wetland boundary if it's zoning change. So they could create a setback problem by rezoning. You don't have a setback problem if you keep it OR zoned. Now, the win-win, and we've kind of talked about it a few times. Well, first, let me show you this. We took this existing zoning line right here to see if they could build with the existing zoning line. They can. There's that right there. They've got all that. This is to scale, by the way. We took the size of their houses on that thing they showed you, the green spots on it. I'm assuming that's the trees, but they can on both sides, both houses, and they can build. But hey, the win-win here is take that come this way, take that OR, this squiggly line right here, the curved line, straighten it out, have that be the delineation between community commercial and OR. Now it opens up even more flexibility. And that's when we say, hey, this is a win-win-win. City of Titusville's party to this win-win-win. The owners and us. This stays OR. Above here's commercial. That's your 50-foot setback, right? That's the 50-foot setback's now off the boundary line, the OR boundary. They got plenty of room. Plenty of room. And that's the win-win for everyone. So, I can go through here, but again, if you change the OR, if you change the zoning to the wetland line, now you invoke all of those setbacks that now have to be set back off the wetland line because it's now a newly created zoning line. Okay? Now this survey right here, well, no, which one? This one over there. That's not a survey. Right in the very bottom corner, yeah, there's a signature on it by Dennis Wright. But right there in the block, it says notes, this is not a survey. I've asked multiple times, where is the survey? Is there a survey? That's the reason I kept asking, because that right there says it's not a survey. And yet the ordinance that you're being asked to sign says there was a survey that y'all looked at. Now, that ordinance that you're asked to sign, one of the big issues with it is that legal description in there is just the legal description of the 13.22 acres. It is not a legal description of where your wetland line is. It is not a legal description of where
15 more seconds. You did something before that, so keep talking.
Okay, it's not a legal description of where R1B is or where any of these newly now created blocks in that map. It's not any of that. It's just the legal description of the perimeter of the 13.22 acres. So I don't know, yet the language, the text says you've got a survey. This says all of that.
Thank you
and it's
very
not
much.
there.
Appreciate it.
Oh, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, you may, Member Stoker.
This is maybe for staff. If we were to move that line up and do OR, that would put OR zoning over commercial land use. Is that acceptable?
OR zoning can go into any land use.
Okay, thank you.
Whether it's acceptable to the applicant, I can't answer.
Well, I was saying the win-win is to keep the OR zoning and conservation land use on the whole 10 acres, with that line being the line for both conservation and OR zoning. And the same thing with community commercial and commercial low intensity. Yeah, well, this is their line. This is their identified line, and they're wanting to do that today. So you just leave the win-win is you put the line where they're saying they want it to go, but everything south of that line would be OR.
For zoning and conservation
for land use. And then, so all we're really doing is straightening out that existing swoop and putting it straight across where they said they want it.
And then the
today.
CUP.
And then it's CUP for the 2 5-acre parcels.
Okay.
Now, hey, we're all for that. We would love to see them build the 2 houses on the 5 acres each. We would love to see that. I've even told them that we would have a housewarming party for them, but it's the R1B that's the danger, and it's this binding, non-binding. Well, if permanent's not permanent, binding's probably not binding into the future. But that would be a win-win for everyone. So they would get their flexibility on the additional land they want the flexibility on to build additional whatevers, sheds.
All right, I got it.
and-
Go ahead,
Okay.
Ms. Kim.
Thank you. Mrs. Milton, who created this document?
I'll prefer to not answer.
Okay, well, it has Rodney Honeycutt's name on it.
Yes, this was provided by staff. We took the basis of this. It was put into CAD with the additional, this was
can't violate
provided by-
trademarks till if it's
It was
public record.
provided by staff, and we took that staff, put it into CAD, and then drew just the setback lines off
Mrs.
of it.
Milton, I understand that. You will not disclose who created that?
No, I
Okay,
will.
Then I ask you completely disregard it. It has no foundation and no evidentiary value. Thank you.
We've done a lot of work here.
Next up, you
get
good.
a win-win.
Barry Klinger. He's gone home. Helen Roth.
I think you called the name.
Hello, I'm Helen Roth, and I live at 7966 Wendover Way. This might not be for this decision here today, but it might be for you guys to think about what I'm saying. So far, along Columbia Avenue, I think they call it 405, is that right?
Right, yes, ma'am.
There are some commercial things built in that highway, but they all have city water and sewer. This land that these people bought that we are talking about doesn't have sewer. It will have to have septic tanks. The amount that, if you change the zoning for these people or in the future, you would have to think that you as a city have to provide treatment for that sewage. That R1B is 58 houses possible in 10 acres. The amount of sewage going into that water will spread diseases that you have never seen before. I can talk to you about schistosomiasis. a disease that anybody walking in the water could get through the skin. There is no cure for that disease. In the countries that it is endemic, it's a horrible life. You don't live more than 30 or 35 years. They have found it in the mummies in Egypt. I can tell you the stories about the Aswan Dam that they built in Egypt and what happened to them. And then the migration that we have nowadays with airplanes taking people all over the world. I myself, I'm an immigrant. My parents came from Europe, but they all came to America. Different islands, different places, and they brought diseases. In Cuba, when Fidel Castro came to power, he allowed a lot of people come from everywhere. He went to do wars everywhere, and they came with diseases that they spread in all the islands in the Caribbean. We don't want that to happen here. We don't want Titusville to be renowned by having made of Titusville a place full of this type of diseases.
Thank you very much.
You have been here, put in this position,
Yep.
so for a reason.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Peggy White. Peggy White.
Diagrams.
Keep going. You got
Strictly
it.
personal.
Good job.
My name is Peggy White. I live at 6438 Wendover Way. Bob and I were about the 7th house built in there. I love Wendover. The entrance is mine too, by the way. We all claim it. Well, several things. She understands why we may be a little doubtful. I've learned 2 definitions tonight that I didn't know. Private, no, I forgot. Permanent and binding. Thank you. I didn't know. All these years, I'm pretty old. As I said, Bob and I were some of the earliest residents there, and you understand why we were so doubtful. We were not told the truth right away about a lot of things. The roost was ours for a meeting place. There was to be a pool. These have nothing to do with this. This is why we're doubtful. There was a riding arena. Things change, I've found out. And not always for the good, but a binding an agreement, a contract is important. We should be able to believe in it. And I know I went to some of the earlier meetings, the planning and zoning for this particular problem. And they read a contract that was that was registered at the courthouse when Wendover Farms was declared a community, and it said, "This shall be forever." I hope we don't change.
Very nice. Very nice. Next up.
Robert White.
Just saw my better half.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, 9 hours ago, I knew what I was going to say. But when you're 91, your short-term memory goes first. So I'm going to ad-lib it. All of you are as awake as I am, I hope, right now. And I know this is a hard night for everybody. Sitting here this evening, while she was playing rules and regulations up there about rezoning. Under rezoning, it clearly said the rezoning request should result in an improvement to the property and not that the other properties around it with harm or bad stuff. That totally fails. The only improvement in that property is the money they're gonna make by rezoning it. I've lived in Wendover Farms, Unit 1, for 42 years. I was the fourth house. That developed into one of the nicest any country, naturally forested neighborhoods in all of Brevard. There's none like it. And an asset to the city of Titusville, because while we're just outside the city limit sign, we all spend our life in Titusville. That's my hometown. My kids graduated from high school. So I think just on that one thing, they should be turned down just like they were the last time they were in here when I was here, and it was turned down by this city too. They're not showing any improvement in the property, and they don't care really, and they're doing a lot of harm to the 400 or so, 350, 400 homes in Wendover. So I think on that one ground, they should be rejected. To do your duty, reject this thing. Do the good thing. Remember, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Kenneth Waymeyer? Kenneth? Nancy Siegel? Pass? Golfrey? Thank you.
Going? Yeah, Jeffrey Schlackman, 5824 Wendover Way. You know, part of the challenge also, it's the way it's been presented. It's part of the way the city did it also. The city's looking at it from the Titusville point of view because you're the city of Titusville. Except for 405, everything else is not. So, you know, Wendover goes from 405 on the side down to 407, all the way down to 95, all the way back up to 50. That's Wendover, not the commercial property on 405. We know that, and certainly not the police station across the street, but we're glad they're there. We're very happy. So, I mean, that's why people have this affinity against making change. Because, you know, this is Wendover, not the housing projects next to it, not Wendy's, not Burger King. That's not Wendover. That's one. I'll try to keep it short. So the staff report really talked about all the things near it, not it. Everything in here is an acre. Everything here is that way. The rule changes, you said laws change, rules change, binding, not binding. That's why people are crazy. And I think that's all I got to say.
Since the mayor's not here, can I say that binding is probably more permanent than permanent?
Until someone else changes it.
But we also heard about rule changes that weren't on the website yet. They're on this website, but not that website. And Robin said, laws change. So it's really, what do we do?
Well, I don't know. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. I appreciate it. We got to get through this for sure. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next card, please.
David Poole? David Poole?
Here's David.
Don't start the time until he gets up there.
We got plenty of time. We do.
My name is David Poole. My wife and I have lived at 5995 Wendover Way for, well, I have to check my note to get it right here. Since 1984. I am against this rezoning and agree with all those who have spoken against it. please help the people of living in Wendover Way and keep the zoning as is. That's it.
Wow. Thank you, sir. Next card.
Diane Taylor.
Oh, hold on a sec. Yeah, go
You
ahead.
know, the one thing that I will say, and I say it to all of the Wendover family, you guys should be very proud of yourselves. I look out at you, and there is some time out there, and you guys put all that time together and come down here and stand together for something that you believe in. I applaud you.
Okay, next card, please.
Diane Taylor.
No, Diane.
John Dole.
Aw,
Norma Poole.
here comes Norma. I don't want to hear it.
My name's Norma Poole, my husband and I. Feels good, doesn't it? Yeah. We've lived Wendover Way, 5995 Wendover Way since '84, and we love it. And I forgot my note. Okay. I am against the rezoning because I'm concerned that the rezone will change the character of the neighborhood by leading to more people, more traffic, safety issues, noise, and endangers wildlife, as well as a reduction in property values. I am against this rezoning and agree to all of those that have spoken against it. Please consider leaving the zoning as is. Thank you.
Richard Pelletier. Rosa Hernadale. Rosa left. Okay. Oh.
Tom Mahone, Wendover Way. Hey, back when the developers first started.
Give me name and address first, please.
Excuse me?
Name and address.
Oh, I got it. Tom Mahone, Wendover Way. Take it up? All right, that's where I started.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah. No, way back when, the developers were going to make a recreation area for the homeowners out of this piece of property, and put a horse corral in and all that kind of thing, and you see how long that lasted. Then when we got to the OR designation, that's permanent also, and you guys not even considering that being permanent, and nobody else much is. And you get the upgraded zoning that the R1B, whatever, that they want to have two houses, or no, you're going to put restrictions in there, and that'll last just about as long. And so this is kind of I don't know, I think most of this discussion we had here tonight has just been totally irrelevant because the folks have not made any reasonable effort to use the property in its present zoning, and the present zoning allows for the two houses that they're talking about, and if there's a couple of little setback problems and that sort of thing, variances and CUP and all that kind of stuff can take care of it, and if they have to deed a little piece of that commercial property over to make it 10 acres, that's a piece of cake. So it looks like, on the face of things, it's a kind of an underhanded and devious, what do you call it, bait and switch that is borders on dishonest. And you would think that that you guys would throw this out on the face of it without ever having to go through all of these rationale, because it's not what it seems to be. And oh well.
That was the best one of the night right there. Wow, he woke us up.
Felix Rivera? Felix Rivera left. So I assume Janet Rivera left too? Yes. Don Kent?
No. No, I want every card read.
Okay. Mary, and it looks like the last name is
Every card.
VINSNT or something like that. Is there a Mary Beth in here? Nope. George Broles?
Yes.
Okay.
You ready to get up and go to work?
Happy Wednesday. George Broles, 5922 Wendover Way, 0.53 miles from the subject property. You heard a lot of discussion, a lot of facts and data, and a lot of the data is controversial or contradictory or in dispute, which is concerning because we're supposed to be basing decisions on facts. So my biggest concern is what are the facts here? And you've heard a lot, maybe some conflicting information. Bottom line, the community is pretty much all one voice on what they want here. To maintain the OR zoning, and there were some suggestions on how to make this work for everybody. And I think it's very valid. I don't want to call it a compromise, but I think it's good for the community, good for the property owners, and I think it's fairly straightforward. And I think you get support from everybody from it, because you're going to have the same kind of turnout for everything you do. And I don't know about you, but some of us go to work. I don't know, but
Yeah. Yeah.
So I really would like to say, the trust in the government as a whole, as we all know, everything's got to be double signed. But I think there's been some suggestions here to meet the requirements if the property owners are agreeable to that, to keep, I don't know if everybody would be happy, but at least satisfied. I appreciate everybody's taking the time and listening. Again, we're discussing facts, and I still think there's discrepancies in the facts. We've seen some presentations. Those probably need to be resolved so everybody's happy with that. And with that saying, I would like to oppose the current request for rezoning, maintain the OR zoning, and I forgot to put my chickens up tonight, so they're not going to be happy.
W.H. Larner? Okay. Betty Larner? Virginia Wright? James Valdez? Not present. Sandra Valdez?
I'm going to get serious again.
Gretchen Parrish?
Myself back in order.
But I would like to remind everybody that the very professional Planning and Zoning Committee did make their recommendation, and that was to deny. So I hope you will consider that strongly.
Bill, it's Probst? No. Kevin Harrington?
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah.
We don't normally say that, but
Yeah,
good morning.
it's unusual. My name is Kevin Harrington. I live at 3521 Foxwood, my second Wendover home. I used to live at 8114.
Oh.
So it is a great community. And I think as you look around, you can see everybody's here for their family. I mean, that's what comes first. As a broader family, our community, we stick up for our community. And I think that's important to remember as well. It is a good community. I think we started looking out for families and community in Wendover about 8,000 years ago. So judging by the skeletal remains of our ancient residents.
That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. So we reached out to the applicants. We offered to help with the CUP. I still think it's a viable option. I think the intent of zoning and planning is to do the least harm. So I think that's an option we need to exercise fully before we move on to rezoning. Rezoning is pretty serious. I think, you know, from my perspective, if a developer came in, he'd have a foot up. Well, the zoning's already there. All we have to do is overcome, you know, a binding agreement. And I think these guys eat binding agreements for breakfast without milk. So it's just one of those things where I'm in support of them building 2 houses. We'd like nothing more than to have 2 houses there, because then we would stop coming here. So please, I'm in favor of, you know, straightening out the line, giving them as much wiggle room as possible. I don't want to dictate to them what kind of house they want or anything else. We want to give them as much options as possible to exercise their land rights and build the home that they want. But we also want to protect our investment in that community as well. I mean, you know, if you look at the digestive tract of Windover, I'm not at the end where the lipstick is, but it's still a beautiful entrance, and that's how most people come to it. So, like I said, in favor of doing everything we possibly can to get the applicants in our neighborhood and with the houses that they want and on the land that they want to put it on. So that's all. Thanks. 25 seconds.
Thank you.
John Ambry. John Ambry. Brandon Hollis. Meredith Kerr. Jerry Miller. Or is that Jenny Miller? Nope. Chad Miller. David Nickerson. Judith, the last name is K-I-H-L-O-C-H.
I get that.
Yeah,
I get that.
It's the leg. Judith Kinlock, resident in Windover Farm, 7501 Egret Drive. What I want to say is when I built my house, I did not do due diligence. I didn't blame anybody else for it, and I paid for it all by myself. I'm a single woman, and that's the way things are. I found the house pad. The construction man went up, drove the trucks on top of the house pad that was there. I paid for it, and it shook like jelly. Apparently, the former owners had put the house pad on with some kind of clay or something. I simply told the construction guy, contractor, fix it. He did. My house is solid and it's beautiful. I solved my own problems. I didn't try to change anybody else's mind about anything. I have the greatest neighbors in the world. The property owner stated loud and clear that we're talking about. I think it was the first night or the second night. And you asked him, Mayor, what he would do if he didn't get the rules changed. And he said very loud and clear, and it really shook me up, I'll sell the property. I don't sell the property. I go along with the rules. I forgot to also say to our little lawyer, if you want to know what my qualifications are, I was the science teacher, elementary science teacher, for the state of Florida. I taught learning disabilities. My kids never gave up. I came here simply to tell you to keep the zone the way it is. We don't need a change. 800 people have signed papers requesting you to agree with us. I sincerely appreciate the effort that you have gone through with all this, especially staying here, everybody. Everybody. but you didn't have to. This young lady over here, I don't know your name, but.
Depends how you vote.
I would find it out if I needed to. I asked you one night, are we going to do this over and over and over? Apparently, this is the third time. I think this is enough. But the thing of it is if, and I'd appreciate if everybody listened to the entire sentence that I'm going to say next.
Speak into the mic so they can hear you.
Yeah, well, I'm not worried about them.
She definitely was a teacher.
Y'all, I ask you if this zoning would change my property. Was it just for them or would it, what, you know? And everybody on the panel that evening said no. Well, that's absolutely great. So if you change your mind or make up your mind to go ahead and accept this arrangement, I'm going to go home the day after you say you're going to do it, and I'm going to put on the top of my house a sign that says Motel 6. Because if you give them an agreement, then you got to give me an agreement. And if they get agreement, you have to give me an agreement. Don't shake your head no. You do.
You guys are in the county. We can't control that. Would go to the county commission.
No. Zoning was the same. You told me that. I believe you. I take it to work.
No, that doesn't make any sense. No, that's not the same thing.
Don't be surprised if somebody doesn't do it.
Okay, we got to be done now. Thank you so much. That was very refreshing.
Stan Johnston? Stan Johnston?
That must be the last one. He always
No,
goes
we have
last.
a few more.
Oh, jeez. I can't believe you're still awake, Stan.
Stan Johnson, I'm going to pass. But before I pass, I'm going to let you know is that my card says, it doesn't say for or against, it says neither. And I'm sorry that we've come to an impasse. It just seems like I think Robert Jordan had a good idea about they should have worked together. And I thank you for that, Robert. But it just didn't, it's got an impasse. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Rebecca Rivera? Rebecca Rivera? Roxanne's, oh, there you are.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Rebecca Rivera. I live at 2133 Canal Ridge Drive in Titusville. I, unlike most of the people here, is fairly new to the Wendover area. For over 20 years, my family and I dedicated our lives to this country, and we got to travel and do beautiful things that some people may have never got to see. But in those travels, being in close proximity with other people and seeing the things that we saw, there were certain things that we missed. And one of the things was space, environment, agriculture, animals. I mean, it's a little hard to not see overgrown iguanas in Cuba and be like, ooh, and a banana rat, and then you come up here and you see wild hogs running around. Being from the north originally, we enjoyed that kind of life, and that's what drew us to Wendover. Now, it has been brought to my attention that the applicant stated that the beauty that they saw in their property compared to that of the Ocala National Forest. And that the applicant was quite happy that the property and the council members of Titusville were very pro-development, as they expressed when they were talking about the Sisson Road townhome rezones. But it kind of reminds you about what Teddy Roosevelt once did and said, as he created the national parks and the national forest. Under federal jurisdiction, permanency over pro-land and the difference between the national forest and the national park was that the forest is permitted mixed use equivalent to the national forest. That was going to prevent big oil, big mining, and big lumber to be able to take and destroy what we consider as their conservations. Those words still ring true, whether it be on a federal level or the city of Titusville. A quote that Teddy Roosevelt had stated also is, "Here's your country. Cherish these natural wonders. Cherish the natural resources. Cherish the history and romance as a sacred heritage for your children and your children's children. Do not let selfish men or greedy interests skin your country of its beauty, its riches, and its romance." Titusville puts on their website that we are the gateway to nature and space. I applaud you guys for proving it by voting no on this for the rezoning, because then you will destroy our nature and leave us with just space.
Thank you.
Roxanne Snyder? Roxanne? Nope. Dave Steelwagon? Nope. Nancy Lambert? Marvin Herndon? Joan Becker Hagen? Thomas Coran? Rebecca Coran? And then we received 2 additional cards just in the last 15 minutes. Do you want to hear those?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dave, Borinski.
When did you get here late?
Engagement tonight,
At 3 in
and
the
I got
morning?
home and pulled up the YouTube channel, and I'm like, let me see what the results were, and to my surprise,
Oh, my God.
yeah. So I apologize for my attire.
That's what
so
you're
I did
telling your
jump in
wife
the
anyway,
car.
right? Yeah.
Well, she'll see now. Appreciate y'all staying this late. I'll be brief. I'm sure all of
I'm
you.
sorry, name and
I'm
address.
sorry, Dave Borinsky, 2755 Doe Court, Titusville in Wendover. I'm sure all of you have neighbors, and hopefully you're blessed to have the wonderful neighbors that I do. Even if it's a neighbor you love, if they decided that they wanted to change the setbacks on their property next to you, would you let them change the zoning to augment those setbacks? Even if they signed something that said that they weren't going to put more houses on the property? I don't know that you'd want to do that or set that precedence in the city of Titusville. So can anybody come in now into Titusville and say, hey, I don't like these setbacks, I wanted to rezone it, and then do a commitment letter that I'm not going to build another house on the property? I don't think you want to set that precedence in Titusville. The precedence here has already been set. The CUP that has been approved previously with the same zoning that's there today. So I'm hoping you'll follow the precedence that's been set, and that you will not approve this request for rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Last one?
Last one. Emmy Klinger?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Emmy Klinger. I live at 2680 Bobcat Trail. I'm very bad at speaking publicly.
You're doing
but
fine.
This is scary. I just wanted, I just really wanted to say really quickly, I'm against it, obviously. And I wanted to let you guys know that my mom has been working on this for so long. She's, one night I went to sleep, I went to bed at like 11. I came back, she's sitting in the same chair in the morning. She didn't sleep. And she does this when she works on things like this. She puts her all into it. I also wanted to let you know my first memory of driving into Wendover was when I was 6. They had just adopted me and my sisters. And we first drove into the, sorry, I'm really bad at this.
You're doing really good, actually.
Okay, we first drove into the neighborhood and I saw the woods and the trees, and I had never seen a neighborhood like that. And that's something I'll always remember. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh,
Sorry.
thank you. Anybody else? That's a no, okay. Before we go into the applicant, we can't remember these things anymore. I do want to say, and several of you have said that about us, I'm proud that you guys are here at 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't ever want to do this again, but I'm proud that you guys are here. That says a lot, all of you. And I'm going to get a T-shirt that says, I survived the 4 a.m. city council meeting. So with that, applicant will finish. Thank you, guys. Applicant.
It's better than the TEC meeting.
We need an earlier start on this, let's face it. I don't think we got to this till 10 o'clock.
Good evening again. Again, thank you for taking all the time. Some of us do have to work tomorrow, so I'm going to try to be brief. The applicants are not affecting the nature. They're not affecting Wendover. They're not affecting Wendover's entrance. We're not changing their property. No one here said how this was going to affect their property. Not a single person. And I asked several times how this was going to adversely impact their property. And if you heard it, please let me know, because I didn't. This is a condition, no, they really didn't. They said they don't want it because they don't think the applicants need it. They think it will change their quality of life. It won't. There's going to be 2 houses. They're trying to preserve trees. They're preserving 67% of the conservation land. And the 2 conditions agreed upon are conditions in your zoning ordinance. So it's a condition of zoning. It's not anything that's unusual, and it stays with the zoning ordinance until a zoning ordinance is changed. Once the houses get built, it would never need to change. So it's zoning with conditions. The planning expert was an eminent domain expert. He failed to acknowledge that the limitations of 2 units makes it compatible. He didn't research the code properly. I did know about that zoning change, the city ordinance change, and state laws change and city ordinances change. And the city residents are allowed to take advantage of those or be beholden to them or be injured by them. And the rights are taking the use of that ordinance to change the uplands area. So the uplands definitely require a change. The recognition of the 3.36 acres of uplands, and I may have that wrong, I apologize, maybe 3.26. That is a change. That's a substantial change when 1/3 of the property is changed because of uplands. So that is a reason for, 1, the comp plan change, and 2, the zoning. I don't think there's any real thought in your mind that you don't have to change the uplands. I think everyone has recognized that has to be done. Regarding the permanent issue, it's not permanent anymore because the city ordinance changed. Regarding these maps that no one wants to state who prepared them with Rodney Honeycutt's names on them, they're not accurate. They're what maybe could be done. They might be, the outsides might be accurate, but it doesn't show the FP&L easement, and FP&L easements are generally 15 to 50 feet. It shows the power line, but a power line is not an easement. You can't build on the easement. So that severely impacts the property. And the survey, without all, without their changes with the 25-foot wetland buffer, if this doesn't change the future land use, you're inviting them to impact the wetlands, which they will be able to do. It could take hundreds of thousands of dollars to impact the wetlands to build a house, but they want to conserve the wetlands. So there's an either or here. And I don't think anyone's really recognized that. You have to change the uplands, and if you change the uplands, then you have to change the zoning. If you don't do either and make them build an OR, they can impact the wetlands. And again, you can't do that because it violates your comp plan and your code, that you have to change the wetlands to the uplands, sorry. Regarding the petition, there is no evidence in that petition. Again, it may be 800, maybe 890, and it's not any evidentiary value at all. The orange map that was paraded out here several times of all the people that had signed the petition, those are all Wendover and East Hills. They're all the people to the east, and they fail to recognize that there are more property owners than just Wendover and East Hills owners. They are one side of the property. There are three sides to the property, and you have to look at the consistency, both comp plan and land use, for the other sides of the property. One gentleman says he doesn't want you to look on the other side of 405, but yet he wants you to consider that 140 Wendover Way is not being there, and that they're right up against it. So you can't have it both ways. You have to look at all sides of the property to determine consistency and compatibility. There was a comment that there was no evidence to support the zoning. There's been a staff report. There's been commentary repeatedly from your expert about why the zoning was appropriate. Even without the conditions, she said the zoning was appropriate. So there are 7 criteria. 6 of them were wholly met. 7 of them, the substantial change. I gave you 4 reasons why there was a substantial change and why the property couldn't be used as is. You have to consider all 7. You don't have to weigh them all equally. There's a lot of discussion about the changing of the setbacks, and that is the key for the reason for the R1B zoning. To allow the side setbacks. And this, as you can tell, there are all kinds of different sides. At this point, it's going to be difficult to figure out what's the front. But even if you do figure out the front, which I assume will be facing 405, but may not, you've got a front setback, a rear setback, a side corner setback, a side setback, and they're all different. So when you start reducing the setbacks, especially the side setbacks and the side corner setbacks, you're further limiting what can be built. And this is that last page, 45. Again, the setbacks that are being requested, which is essentially a 5-acre parcel, bigger than most of those that spoke here tonight, are going to be the same as what Wendover Farms has. It's going to be, actually, it's even a little greater, because Wendover Farms only has a 15-foot side corner setback, where the single-family medium residential has a 20-foot setback. So the rights are just asking for the same setbacks as Wendover Farm and East Hills. There was a request to protect their entrance, Wendover Farm's entrance. They're not touching their entrance. They're not going to be using their entrance. There was a comment about garbage collection. That's not a condition of zoning. It appears that most of the speakers want to design the house and determine what can be built on this property, and that's not the way zoning laws work. That's not the way private property rights work. It's not a negotiation, unfortunately. They thought they had done a negotiation. They met with them 3 times, and the rights weren't willing to give a CUP, and so things didn't work out. They were willing to limit it to two units, and to 2 accesses. The CUP expired. It expired a long time ago. It was around for about, I don't know how many years, but it expired. It couldn't be built. It's a change because it couldn't be built. They don't want to go back to that CUP, and that CUP still has the higher setbacks because it's still the OR zoning. So we can't use the 50-foot setbacks in the OR zoning with a CUP. Several people stated that there's no wetland survey. Code doesn't require a wetland survey. It requires, under policy 1.16.2.1, an environmental assessment, which there's in your packet, people talked about it, and it requires a wetland delineation. So that is what has been provided per your code and what has been deemed sufficient by your staff. This is far from being built. The owner's gonna have to get a topo, gonna have to get all those flags on the wetlands put into a survey with lines and arcs and meets and bounds and all those things. They're going to have to design around the trees, they're going to design around the easements, and they're going to hopefully comply with the R1B if the zoning is approved with the R1B setbacks. There was a lady that said she wished she had been noticed about the meeting. The Wrights sent the same notice that you all send, the 500 feet notice. They got the actually addresses from the city, and they put up signs all around the neighborhood. Oh, excuse me, you're right, you're right. All around their property, all around their property. Well.
Let it finish, please.
So, in summary, we believe that the comp plan is mandatory. You have to change the OR on the 3.36. What you change it to, we've asked for low density residential. There's a little over 3 acres there. Then in order to actually be able to build, they need the reduced setbacks. So they've asked for the R1B, and they have agreed voluntarily to 2 conditions that are binding because the zoning ordinance will be binding on the property, not just on the Wrights and the McLaughlins. And with that, I ask that you approve Ordinance 1-2021, Ordinance number 21-2021, and rezoning ordinance number 22-2022 as provided by staff and with the updated ordinance that has Exhibit A referenced.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
I have a
And
question.
you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm like,
Oh, you want a question?
I've got a question for you. I know you want to go home, just like I want to go home, but there was a consideration of the applicant, and I would call it a compromise, if you will, about changing the top portion to OR, straighten up the line. Is there a problem with that?
I don't understand what you're asking, to be honest, and the applicant would have to come up and talk. I'd need to see a picture.
Okay.
Why would you change something to OR that's not a wetland or sensitive lands?
The challenge that you have on your property, if you don't do that, then you're trying to split the property to 10 acres, right? And you're going to have 5 acres on each piece of property.
But
In
OR
order
is for
to
sensitive
build-
lands.
I'm sorry?
OR is for sensitive lands.
OR still allows you to build 1 home per 5 acres. And you don't have 5 acres on the top portion of the property. So if you change the OR, the property from the CC to OR, that would allow you to have the 5 acres. You can't build on the whole 5 acres.
Well, what would you change the land use then to?
Well,
You
that's,
don't have to change the land use.
You have to change the land use.
You don't. She just said that OR can go on any land use when I asked
that's
her.
what she said, yeah.
You still have to change the land use by your code and your comp
Well,
plan.
let
I don't
me
think
clear it out.
I
'cause
asked that.
Yeah, I thought Peggy said that we still had to change.
It's
the
mandatory
land use,
to change
right?
the uplands.
We still have to do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it is.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so you want to change the commercial
Yeah,
to OR?
that piece right there to give them 5 acres each, and that would allow them under OR to have one home per 5 acres. Because right now you can't do it.
But what are you going to do with the uplands that you have to change? It's step by step. You have to change the uplands to a different land use.
No, you can, if I understand right, if we change the top portion, now you got OR, you already have it OR now, right?
Right.
Correct.
Well, I have to, let me ask, I believe that's unacceptable, and OR zoning is unacceptable to the applicant, am I correct?
Well, it's only unacceptable because you will have to get a CUP to do what you want to do.
Well, it's also
The
unacceptable, it's not compatible. But I understand your compromise, sir, but no, that they won't accept that.
I'm trying to
I
get a compromise.
understand, but the evidence doesn't support it, and they're not willing to go to OR.
Well, actually, if I go down the line, which I am going to go down the line of the requirements, because I understand we're going to have to defend this, whatever decision we make, and right, wrong, or indifferent, I have an opinion about what we have just done for many, many hours, for sure. And there is no way, and it's not even humanly possible for me to ignore what I heard tonight. I can't do it. But I also need to make sure that what I decide to do, I have to be able to say yeah or no to the questions that are asked. Okay, so I'm trying to get to a place where both parties will feel comfortable with what we're doing. So accepting what I'm asking to give 5 acres each. You already have 5 acres on the bottom. They're splitting 13 acres to about 10 acres. 5 for the Rice and 5 for his brother, right? Right now, the way it is, you got CC and you don't have 5 acres on top. Therefore, you can't put another house there, right? So if we change part of the CC to OR, that gives you 5 acres on top and 5 acres on the bottom.
It also gives them the ability to impact wetlands.
I understand. There is going to have to be, no matter what you do, it's going to be a challenge. I understand that. Okay. So if you do that, then you can build on those 2 pieces of property. Right. That's my understanding, correct? I'm just trying to understand if that's an acceptable thing to do.
They've said it's not acceptable, sir. They based upon the uses in the staff report and what's been presented by your staff and by the conditions, there is competent, substantial evidence to do what we've done. If you have something that shows, that refutes that, oh, sorry, then that is what you have to do.
Let me continue on, because while I'm on a roll, and I can't even believe I'm thinking at this time of morning, but looking at the different items on here, the environmental impact, we're fine with that. Staff commented on that. It's open land now, so that's not a big problem. The existing zoning, it says, if deemed consistent with the comprehensive plan, shall be presumed correct unless substantial change in the area has occurred since the original zoning. Well, one thing have changed is that we have actually looked at the land. The original map is showing a lot of wetlands, if you will. You presented a different map showing where you had uplands on it. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of changed. What we knew previously with the CUP is different than what we know today. You have to admit that, okay? The density or intensity of the proposed rezoning and use shall be consistent with the development in the area. You want to build 2 houses, right? So we're okay with that. Not likely to cause a depreciation of property values in the area. I agree with that. You're going to have two houses, and based on your pictures, they look very nice for sure. The application is consistent with zoning in the area. This is the challenge that I think we're having, because right now the OR zoning, and based on what we've heard from staff, we can have what's that house?
A boarding house?
The boarding, a boarding house, and have multiple things, and nobody wants that.
Right.
Right? Nobody wants that.
Can I speak to what you're asking just for a moment on a couple different fronts? So,
I believe it was you, Mr. Jordan, that had said to us before when we first came up here that compromise means both parties are going to give something.
Right.
So in my mind, compromise is not staying OR doing conditional use permit, which is 100% what the opposing side has demanded of us since day one. I don't feel like that's a compromise. That's why we were saying, hey, we're willing to limit and restrict this zoning, saying we're not going to do what you guys are so afraid that we're going to do. That is not our intention. So our compromise is that we are limiting the zoning to the 1 house per 5 acres. The issue I have with the conditional use permit, and I expressed this before, was we aren't on the same timeline for building. So while I have ordered trusses in my house, my brother's house and their property has not. So we're going to have to come back through this and continue this process on over and over again until they build their house, so to speak. So for me, I'm just like, I don't want something that's temporary when we should have a permanent designation to this land because we are building the house on this land.
Okay, I'll push back on that because with the conditional use permit, you got 4 years. If I
Right.
remember right, 4
And
years.
listen,
But if you had started, the only reason why you didn't start with the CUP was because of the unknowns. But guess what has happened now?
Well,
the unknown.
no, there's
because the
multiple
unknown.
reasons we didn't start with the CUP. One of them, what you were just talking about. We have to have 5 acres on both of those parcels.
Exactly, right.
And we don't currently have 5 acres
Right.
on both of those parcels.
Right.
But to give up community commercial land and turn it to OR, to me as the applicant, is that a fair request for the council to make of us?
So I think one of the challenges you have, if some of the people were correct, you actually have some of the commercial property for sale. So
We
you
do.
So you cannot bring, I'm assuming that's why you're pushing back, because you cannot bring, or you do not want to bring part of the commercial property onto yours in order to get the 5 acres.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just need to understand where you are
Yeah.
with that. Okay.
Yeah, yes, there's multiple reasons that I don't want to do
I mean,
that.
I don't
but-
know all your personal stuff, but
No, I
that's
know.
what I'm surmising for sure. So.
I understand. So I thank you guys. This has been a process, right, to say the least. I mean, it is, what time are we at? We're at 4:00 in the morning at this point. So as far as getting a decision made here, all that we're asking is that, hey, we're willing to compromise. We are willing to restrict the zoning to say we will only build the 1 house on each 5-acre parcel. That is our intention. That's been our intention since day one. The only reason we requested the zoning that we did was for the flexibility to be able to maneuver around and not knock down trees and be able to put our houses in this beautiful oak canopy that we absolutely love. So I feel like as far as the applicant goes, we're trying to meet all the needs. I don't feel like the other side is giving us much room there. It is OR, CUP, or nothing. That is really where their stance is. And so that's made it very hard for us to negotiate. That's not negotiating.
All right, I'm going to wait and see what other council members can say.
Member Stokel.
Okay.
Hold up 1 second. Basically, you have questions?
No discussion.
Okay,
I'm
well,
pretty
you
good.
guys can sit down. We'll call you up if you
Okay.
need it.
I do have a question,
hurry up.
not for you guys, for
Good.
Peggy. Peggy, originally when they went for the CUP, was it for 1 house or for 2 houses?
Are you asking about the Pearsons?
No. In 2007.
They were given, they originally asked for 3 houses for the rezoning. That was denied. They got a conditional use permit for 1 house.
Okay.
On 10 acres?
Yes, sir. 5, okay, thank you.
It's late.
It's rather late.
It is late.
It's really late, yeah. Okay.
All right, so let's have discussion up here. We'll get to you guys if we need you, but we need to really kind of get together on a decision. Member Stokel, go ahead.
Okay. So as much information as we all got today, I feel like I'm still lacking in some important information that would help me to make a better informed decision. My perspective of hearing everything and going through everything, what would be consistent with the comp plan would be to allow at most 1 house per acre. So it's very challenging for me to say that R1B is consistent with that when I know it's not. So that leaves me with what options do we have to allow that consistent use, looking at the criteria of 1 house per acre. Vice Mayor kind of alluded to this. I think we have one option is to, and Peggy might have to clarify this because I was under the assumption that the land use doesn't need to change. And we could extend the zoning of OR up into the commercial And that would allow plenty of room for setbacks for a CUP to be approved. So that's one option to get the 2 houses. The second option, if that's a no-go, and for whatever reason they don't want to go down that path, the only other consistent option I can see is to change the land use to Res 1 and the zoning to RE. That is consistent with the county property in my viewpoint. So that would be the second option that would still allow for 2 houses in that area. So changing the land use to R1 and the zoning to RE, not changing the land use to LDR, not changing the zoning to R1B. I think that's too intense to be consistent with the comp plan and going through the criteria. I think both of those options would allow them to build their 2 homes. Again, we would know more have we had more information and something that could give me like square footage and where we could build, but I don't have that. But looking at what I do have, I feel like both of those options would still allow them to build their 2 homes.
Okay, go with the question. I'm gonna have my cards.
Based on what she said.
So he's gone to sleep.
He went to sleep. Based on what Sarah said, as far as the land use being Res 1 and then zoning is RE, what does the applicant have to do if we do that? Is it a CUP? Can they go ahead once you did that? Do they even need a binding agreement if they do something like this?
They would be allowed to, if you're taking the area that is only what is the uplands, I am assuming that it meets the minimum, all the minimum depth, width, and everything requirements. I don't know that. So I can't tell you for a fact that if they were to go through that exercise, you would end up with them getting to put 2 lots on those 3 acres.
I think that's the pro and con of it's just changing it and
But
adding the OR.
let's
They
just-
have all of this to work with versus, let's change the land use and
Let's just say that we could confirm that they did end up with enough to put at least 1 RE lot on there. We would have the opportunity to re-advertise, go back through planning and zoning, and do this again.
I'm not sure I understood what you just said.
If you want to, if this was not advertised for RE, and it was not advertised for Res 1, so it would have to go back through the process.
Unless the state
You're killing me.
Less intense. So
Well,
we wouldn't have to go back.
Well, you can arm wrestle with our learned attorney on that one.
Right, it wasn't advertised, and we don't have an analysis on that or recommendations from either your boards on that particular land use or zoning.
Oh.
Also, remember, the applicant has a request to you.
Correct.
On what was advertised and what they want. So, of course, if they're willing to talk to you about options, that's fine. However, we cannot put land use and zoning on that property they didn't request. They have a right to have their request voted up or down. It's their request. So you cannot assign a land use and zoning vote tonight on something they have not requested.
I just want to add one more thing. That was my initial analysis, if you guys remember from the beginning, as one of the options. And then I do see the email from a year ago from our planner saying that would be the most consistent as well as the RE. So it's not like I'm just coming up with this, looking at all this, seeing it from our planner as well with the consistency. That is why I have the position I have.
I guess one of the questions that we have on here is substantial reasons why the property cannot be used in the existing zoning district. And right now, we know for sure 1 house can be built.
If this council approves a conditional use permit.
So you need a CUP even if we leave things just the way they are.
Absolutely.
You all are really killing me. Okay.
And I think, sorry.
Go ahead.
Before, I just want to ask one question to the applicant, and then you guys can continue to, because I'm trying to put all of this map together that, is it concerning to you how close you live to your brother or your sister?
No.
It's not?
I say,
No, the houses are on the opposite end of each other. We're 10 acres between us all.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, because with approval of one way, you're closer than approval with the other way.
What do you mean? I guess I'll follow what you're saying when you say that.
Your houses, one will sit on one end of the property and the other one will probably sit on the other end.
Right.
That is correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
But the distance between those houses, if we don't approve your new version of it, is going to be a lot less than if we approve it.
It's not buildable if it isn't approved. We can't build two. We can only build one at that point. So, because we have the issue of the amount of land on that middle lot. So we have a couple, that's why this is a multifaceted issue that we have going on. It's not just something as simple as just.
Well, we've been hearing that, if it stays as is, you still can build two.
Well, that's not accurate though.
You see what I mean?
Oh.
Right.
I want her to come up.
Microphone, if you want to come.
I think they're
I
finished.
couldn't figure out what you're saying.
Okay.
You want me to come up there?
Yeah.
He's yelling at us.
Because it's interesting conversation. Come on up.
Come up again, okay. We're gonna be here till next week, I feel like, at this point.
No, I won't.
No, the bell's gonna ring and we're gonna have to go
I have
home.
a GOB.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
So,
I have been sitting here hearing all night, this is from my perspective, is that, if we just leave everything OR, we can build the houses, we can build two houses on the property. I got the same picture.
Okay, so
I have it here.
the red
And I know
line,
what it looks like before, and I don't know what it looked after we
Not
look
really
at your
different either.
conversion.
but where this becomes an issue is that these red lines that you're seeing right now that are dividing these lots, they don't currently exist until we do a small scale plat. Right now, it's one parcel of land. So this is where it becomes, we have to go through rezoning, then small scale plat, because obviously we wouldn't do that if it doesn't get rezoned correctly. We wouldn't want to divide it all up and have part of it commercial, part of it residential, and all over the place. So we were advised, go through this process, this direction.
You're asking us to make decisions on map that doesn't even really exist right now.
The parcel of land currently sits like this right now. We were told,
Okay, that's what, but I asked you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You asking me to make a decision on a piece of property drawn up that does not exist at this particular moment.
the only
Is
thing
that
that
what you're asking me?
well, I guess in essence, yes, I am, because you have to have it rezoned in order to do to split it, or else I'm gonna split it and I'm gonna have a piece of property that's gonna have half OR, half commercial, and that won't
How do you
work.
know that two houses won't fit on it right now?
Because it's not 10 acres, and so in order for it to stay OR and us to build a residential lot on it, a residential house, it has to be 5 acres. So to have two parcels, we would need 10.
All right. I come back with my next question.
Member Nelson.
I think I'm so confused. I'm not sure which way's up. I feel like we're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. And, I
Yes.
just feel like I should get a hammer and just
No.
the tar out of it.
You and me both. You and me both.
So I sort of understand what you're saying. And I had a question. Now I'm not sure I remember it.
Because it's 4:15 and we're,
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if we don't do this, technically you could turn around and start applying to fill in wetlands. Right?
That's never been our intention. I don't want to mess with the wetlands. We want to leave the 67% conservation. So could we? I'm sure there's a process there. I haven't even looked at that because that's not something that we've even walked down to entertain doing.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and say a little word here, but I've been for a win-win. Member Jordan or Vice Mayor Jordan kind of said it early. I've been frustrated that we've not been able to come together and get along. I am for two homes on 10 acres, but I do struggle and have struggled not to see that area literally, it just looks like an OR, it feels like an OR, it sits like an OR, and if we were gonna change it, RE seems more doable than going to R1B. Being able to put the agreement aside that we're not gonna do this and we're not gonna do that, but put that aside, if you just look at it, an R1B with 5.8 houses is incompatible with what's there. You have smaller houses, smaller setbacks, smaller lots. It really doesn't match with what you have going on in Windover. So that's kind of how it hits me. The more I heard, the more maps I saw. Don't misunderstand me. I don't think for a minute this can't work out, and it doesn't sound at all like this council's saying too bad. This council's saying that we've got some issues, and I tend to think that OR fits a lot better than R1B. Are you back, Member Robinson? Are you back?
No, I'm still out yonder.
Okay.
Out yonder.
Vice Mayor.
All right. I honestly, I heard what you said, and it, to me, it's disappointing, but I understand why you're saying what you're saying. The unfortunate thing is, and I think Member Robinson really clearly said it, we're dealing with a map that isn't a map yet. It's
not a map, so
yeah.
I can't make a decision on something that
But I
is so crucial.
right. It's
that,
notional.
you know,
It's notional, and I understand it's a notional map. It's how they believe they can split it up in order to get what they want. The challenge that we have is, it is a notional map, and the compromise that we came up with to give them the 2.5, they don't want to do it. So when we're talking about flexibility, I understand where you are, but you're not flexible enough for us to try to help you as much as possible, because it will take time. And that's what got me really mixed up. Oh, no, I don't think we have to get back up, because it is all about whether this council believes that each one of the areas that we have to question, whether there is some disconnect. And I'm seeing some disconnect, especially based on what you said, Mr. Mayor, as far as the consistency with the adjoining area. So with that being said, I'm ready to make a motion, unless someone else has something else they want to say.
Member Nelson, you have anything?
I just wanted to say, I tend to agree with Sarah that residential estate seems to me more compatible with the rest of the area. And the setbacks are a little bit more, not as extreme as OR.
Okay, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I move that we disapprove request SSA number 1-2021.
Again, council, as we stated earlier, if there's going to be a denial,
Yes.
we'll need to cite, it has to be based on the evidence presented, and you'll need to cite those applicable portions of the ordinance, rule, statute, or legal authority. In other words, you're viewing this under the rezoning.
Yes.
Right, first, let me back up. First, you have a land use issue. You have to vote on. If that's,
we got to do the land use first, right?
and then you have a zoning issue. And if you're going to deny, you state the basis on the land use, whether it's an inconsistent comprehensive plan, if that's your findings, you need to say those findings and vote, or you approve it. And then if you get to the rezoning, you need to cite that the evidence, whether you believe the evidence does or doesn't support the criteria under 34.
Well, I'm comfortable in my head where I feel R1B is. Again, I don't think it's compatible to the area. Again, smaller houses, smaller setbacks, smaller lots, and 5.8 houses an acre. I know that's not what is going to supposedly happen, but I got to put that to the side, go with what it can happen. So that being said, I think that is my main concern. I just don't think it matches with the area.
And again, that the first one is the land use and
I get
whether
that.
that's consistent with the comprehensive plan based on what's presented,
Okay, Vice
and you
Mayor,
can't be
go
arbitrary.
You are our motion maker.
I am the motion maker, so you're telling me you have to do the land use first, right? Yes. All right. Right. In my opinion, and hopefully the council's opinion, that the land use regulation is inconsistent with our comp plan. And so, what did I do? The deny, help me with the first motion.
If, I didn't want to interrupt.
Somebody
Did
help
you have
me.
something you wanted to say?
I just want to mention that if what you are proposing is changing the OR zoning,
Right.
if you're changing the conservation land use and you don't want to change it to the low-density residential, but you may want to consider in the future changing it to Res 1, then you're going to have to make your denial specific to the low-density residential, please. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck with arguing against yourself the next time if this comes forward again. Because if you're simply saying, do not change conservation, if this comes up again and you really would like to change the conservation to the Res 1, if you just say don't change it because it's inconsistent, then the argument will be, well, you said in a meeting it's inconsistent. Do you see what I'm saying?
We're saying LDR is inconsistent.
That's what I
You want to make
wanted.
sure that is.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
because otherwise I'm afraid you're going to get yourself into a box if
Okay.
it comes up again.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Can we have a motion that says that the LDR is inconsistent? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, I want you to be specific, and not just say changing the comp plan is.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, so if your motion is based on the evidence presented tonight that you believe that the requested, is it LDR, land use is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and is not, and whatever basis you have for that, that's how you would make a motion if that's your intent, is what you're saying. I'm not telling you the motion to make.
No, I like your motion, so.
I'm just saying it would need to
Yeah,
include
that's-
the findings based on the evidence from what you just said. What's that?
Based on the evidence presented.
Okay, based on the
Yeah,
evidence
but it's-
presented, we believe that the LDR is consistent with
Comprehensive plan.
comprehensive plan. That good enough?
If that's your findings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Second.
Okay.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor, a second from Member Stokel, roll call vote. And this is a vote yes if we're for the motion. So,
Mayor Diesel,
yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Member Stokel,
Yes.
Member Robinson,
Yes.
Member Nelson.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, or, yeah, your motion passes unanimously.
And now we need a motion.
If you didn't approve the land use, then you
Can I do anything else? Okay, we're done.
So the land use ending ended that situation. All right, well, with that, we're done. No, we're done with that, and if they want to get up and go home, they can go home.
Learned is done and finished aren't the same.
You ready to go?
No, it's over. It's over.
I'm not even gonna probably go to bed. I'm just gonna go home, take a shower, and come back.
I'm not gonna take a recess, just let them get out of here.
If one goes, the other goes.
It's over.
I know.
4:30. Well, no, I'm gonna be a mess tomorrow. I'm another pissed off, but I mean, I didn't know what you were thinking until we started talking. But the whole time, my big deal is, that's an OR place. When you're trying to fit in there with the goddamn R.
I just called like I said.
Thank you. I can't shake hands on that. Here we are, 4:30. I think it's the right thing. I think it's the right thing. I think it's right.
It's legislative.
There's still a mediation process we're going to do before we sue. Just like, before we sue.
We are on to the mayor's report. A correction, petitions and requests to the public.
None.
On to mayor's report and council reports.
I'm passing.
I got something.
You know, no, nobody's got nothing.
I do. I have something.
I got something too, if you want to go over it.
All right.
I missed that.
Y'all listen closely now, because this is really important to me. As you all know, Bob Kirk died. His funeral is Saturday at 5 o'clock at my church, New Light. And right before I got here yesterday, Jesse called me and asked if I would speak at the funeral. So I would like for us to do a proclamation.
We already talked about that.
That would make July 31st, which is his birthday, Jesse Kirk Day.
Very nice.
And present it to him.
We'll get on that. I need to get some work. I need to get some.
Yeah, I'll get some
words.
Right. I mean, I can work with Virginia, and then we'll do
we
that.
talked about too.
Yes. Okay. Thanks. And then the other thing, and I've already talked to the I was going to say mayor, but the city manager, but he said that you all already thinking about doing something for Marcia, who's leaving.
Oh yeah, we
the
already.
chamber.
Yeah, that was quick.
And her thing is coming up next month. I think?
Next month.
So
yeah, we're already
looking forward to.
That would be easy.
Yeah, I just think it should be something kind of big, because 25 years in the chamber, she is the chamber for sure.
As
So,
I somewhere in my mouth, it'll be you are Miss Titusville.
yeah, something like that. So, but that's all I have. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
You're more
Appreciate
than welcome.
All right.
Sarah?
Yeah,
Okay, next.
I'll try to be quick. Okay, Joe was going to want me to say this because I know, because he was there yesterday. So Joe came to the Space Coast League of Cities meeting yesterday, and during our e-board meeting for the Space Coast League, myself and Mindy Gibson from Satellite Beach were voted in to represent the Space Coast League at the Florida League of Cities State Board. So I will be serving there, so I want to let you guys know that. And then I just want to say that I love you guys, and I think that tonight we did really well. I don't know. I know we're here and it's like morning time now, but I really appreciate how much we work together and really try to help the citizens and come up with compromises. Yeah, I just really appreciate our team.
You love it, sir.
I do too.
I do.
And I think we all have a niche in this whole thing. But that being said, I want to tell you guys, I'm not going to show all my pictures here at 4:30 in the morning, but you got to get to Alaska if you haven't. It was amazing. Thank you guys for carrying on. Stan told me things went great, so we're in great shape. And I do think that we're a great team, and I'm glad to be what we'll call the coach.
I would not say a word. It was 4:30 in the morning, other than everybody good night.
Joe, wake up.
I'm just a little country boy trying to figure out how you city folks.
Are you done? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Just the calendar of events coming up for the budget cycle, and you guys are on recess, just so the public knows.
Yeah.
There
It's
is
only 5 o'clock in the morning.
no second meeting in June, and subject to your questions, that completes my report, and we do have one additional ad that the city attorney needs to do.
No, we got some here.
Yes, sir. The city received a notice of an application for amendment to certificate of authorization to delete a service area. This is related to a River Grove utility for River Grove Mobile Home Village. It is not in the city, it is in the county. However, we received notice of their intent to make an application to transfer these facilities. And we have 30 days if we want to object. And I have received an email from our Water Resources Director that he has no objections. So I just want to confirm that the council has no objection to this, and you
Do we
do
need
not
to
want
take
me
a
to
vote
file
on that, or we
an
can just say we have no objection? No objection.
We have no objection.
You- Poo. You know what? Stop talking about pee and poo. So we're good?
No, I've got a card.
So I already had that. You missed it.
Do you want to speak on this item?
We voted, so yes, we voted.
Oh, no, we didn't vote. We said we're, okay. Stan, hurry up.
That's voting. You tell me.
You got 3 seconds. You gonna get up here? You done? I'm going home.
It's 4:30.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Okay, I have the right to speak on this, but I pass. Thank you.
I just want you to know I'm getting up for work in 55 minutes. Meeting adjourned.